2, 1. Hopefully this works. Hello, everybody. Welcome. So what you're saying, like we were chatting and felt like we were excluding Jaaek. I'm telling you, every time I hung out with like all you streamer people, like Mathis and other streamers, or like you and other streamers, everybody goes off on these video game conversations, and I just sit here like, hopefully this is a
if
fast
it makes you
one.
feel better, whenever we're around anyone else, we are like, what did we talk about? Like, they have kids and a 9-to-5 job. Like, they have weird old people lives. Like, what the fuck do we say to them? Like, did you enjoy your applesauce today? Like,
I did not have applesauce. I'm not old, but I do like applesauce.
I like applesauce.
Yeah,
There's some cranberry apple
Especially
juice
the
in
cinnamon
fridge.
kind.
I'm super excited to have a glass of that later.
You know what's funny
nice.
is I actually prefer the unsweetened applesauce and 100% put cinnamon in it. Absolutely. It is so good.
Yeah,
So
that's
Cinnamon
that's,
goes
yeah, that's
on
what I
any
go for.
applesauce.
wait, have you tried the Mott's
Unsweet
apple
cinnamon.
only applesauce? Because I haven't tried it yet. I'm afraid it's gonna be too
No,
tart.
no.
Last time on Lost
There's-
Initiative, we were debating applesauce, y'all. We're live in front of people that are here to watch D&D, and we're talking about our applesauce recipes.
Not only that, Scott's like he's like hyped for the new applesauce DLC. all green apples. I can't even talk shit because I was like, ooh, wait, I didn't hear about that one. Like,
Feeling very called out right now.
I cannot believe this is the start to a D&D stream.
Can you not though?
Do you prefer
That
the
is-
unsweetened applesauce? It's easier on my teeth as I've gotten older, yeah. I floss for half as long with the unsweetened.
I was gonna say, hey, all my teeth are real, but then I actually had a root canal on one of my molars, so half of it's not.
Dude, I thought I pulled a muscle putting on a sock today, and I was like, this is the epitome of sad. Like, I've hit rock bottom in physical shape.
Mm.
I went downstairs like, Molly, can you massage my shoulder? I can't move my arm. Like, what happened? I was like, I put my sock on.
yeah, I'm not gonna get into the ways that I've hurt my back. I'm just not
Yeah.
gonna do it. None of them are like I was like fighting off a mugger or anything. They're all sad.
I mean, mine is
She
I'm
knows
bent in
I'm
half,
sad. I couldn't lie.
walking, holding a little one, like you're holding her hand so she can walk. But you have to because she's so short, you have to like bend in half to like help her. And it's just like, oh, your back as you're waddling back and forth.
I mean, to be fair, this was a size 13 or 14 sock. Like, you know, we're not talking like a size 10. Bigger sock.
Does anybody here have a size 10 sock?
I could fit at least 13 of my penis in this sock.
Okay.
Last time on Lost Initiative.
Chat, how many size of penis can you fit in your sock?
One penis. Ooh. Yeah,
Stop, Scott! That wasn't me! It was 100% Wade!
I agree, chat. We should stop Scott.
What? It was completely Wade! All right.
Last time on Lost Initiative.
All right. All right, go ahead, Wade. Well, you started it. You get to finish it. Or you can delegate to Jaaek. You can always, have him. He's from the future, so he can tell us about the past.
Plants. Oh my god, we hurt. Run away!
I mean, fair.
Yeah. No donkeys were killed, so that's good.
Nope. And do you remember exactly where you left off? The exact spot where you guys were? You fought
Chev. We're back in Leshev, right?
No.
No.
But
Don't
one of
put
you got
us
a
back.
night's rest, but still hasn't recovered his spells.
Two of us
Yeah.
definitely aren't
Look,
fatigued, bordering on exhaustion.
the tree
Right.
has an asshole. All right, I gotta go now. Poof.
No,
Show
we
us that, Elder.
yeah. Didn't the elder like do some cool Gandalf thing, and then it made all the plants get out of our way so we could leave?
Oh, that's right,
yeah.
he did.
He literally kind of like skid stained the front lawn. So, thanks everybody
As
for
one
borderline completing level 1 hype train. That's much appreciated. Yeah, he skid stained the front lawn, and it gives you guys the opportunity to kind of like slip out of there. but I don't think
We've
you had
all been on
officially-
worse.
I don't think you'd officially left yet. So I just wanted to make sure you're good to go. I know it was kind of like, get things together, get things. It was kind of like frantic. So kind of dropping in where you were. He had reached out, had a whole bunch of like withering or death, of the plants happen across the way. And then he turned around, he said like another word or two, but he was so weak he literally faded from existence. And your character was standing there about to start heading out. Any final words you want to say to one another, or is it literally like GTFO?
This feels like the end of the Devil's Rejects when the bad guys are in the car thinking they got away and they come across the cops that have like the whole line set up, and then Freebird starts playing and then they go through the whole gun sequence and fucking die. We're the villains in the car. Spoiler alert.
Well, I do have rounds of bardic performance, so I could play a fucking mean Freebird right now.
Well, you're the one.
All right, let's do it. I'm down for Freebird.
Can we invent Freebird in Aurorum?
I need 2 more loots. Like, we got.
It's like
I know what I'm investing when I level up.
it's free Alcemia in Aurorum, thank you.
Doesn't have the same ring to
I
it.
know.
It doesn't have the same ring.
I'm
and not
as
all.
free as Alcemia.
Yeah, I mean she's a bird.
I mean, unfortunately, because
Bird.
of when it came out, the age I was, whenever I hear the song Freebird or it's a reference, I think of the episode of The Simpsons where the episode ends with Bart realizing he can go commando and he's strutting down the street and it starts playing Freebird in the background. And so that's all I can.
I've not seen that one, but it's funny. If I have, I don't remember it.
I was like a young teenager when it came out. I was probably like 13, 14. But
1970.
Yeah, all I can think of is I had a friend who went to an Allman Brothers concert, and the only story I remember from that is he said that there was a drunk dude at the very front of the crowd who was like, "Play Freebird, dude." It's like,
Isn't that the meme? Play Freebird.
a bunch of people were like, "Wrong band, asshole."
it makes you wonder if it was like a joke.
Yeah, there it is.
It had to.
Could have
There's
been
a meme about telling bands to play Freebird.
Yeah. I don't know if that was the meme at the
The
time.
old
I
guy
can't
might have
remember
just been
when
a
it
little
was.
bit crazy. It's possible he was just a rambling man.
Is
That
that a
is
reference?
that is an Allman Brothers song. Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I was like, I don't know the song, but Wade had a look on his face like he was proud
Oh, it
of
was such a
himself.
fun song to play on like Rock Band or guitar. Rambling Man's so fun.
It's a good track.
don't know
I don't
if-
think we have.
I just think of like Ramble On, but that's Led Zeppelin again. So
That's Zeppelin. You're
which isn't Rambling Man. So
interrupted Jake for that.
yes, it was Led
Don't
Zeppelin.
let him talk in 30 minutes.
Yeah, no, I was just picturing like Freebird if that was playing while Tesh's character Valorant took his dive. It would have been like a whole different setup. He would have pulled a parachute. He would have like come down into the middle of the Knoll camp, like whipped out some guns, like murdered them all.
He would have just like ripped
They got
open,
in a
his,
car and
ripped
drove
open
off.
his robes, and he has like an American flag and an eagle tattooed on his chest.
Yeah.
Like all the slow part of the song as he falls, then he hits, and like the heavy like guitar solo starts playing. That shows all the shit he's going through in the afterlife.
The fucking dude with the flamethrower guitar from Fury Road is just in the background for some reason. It's just, I fucking love that
That'd be
movie.
a sick way to see free. Anyway, yeah, we ran for some plants, and we're outside, and the path is
Still
open.
running from plants.
Yeah. Can we grab the axe off that dead guy on our way out? Since the axes we have don't belong to us.
In theory, yes, you could. So,
Okay.
Any final words before you head off of these steps and out that pathway? Anything? Any last notions, comments, anything, or are we just hitting the road?
Koa is too tired.
Yeah. Let's get
He
the hell
just
out of
makes
here.
sure they have everything. He like looks around, makes sure every person and animal's there. I feel like maybe we used pythons or rope for something, so we'd probably gather whatever's left from that. And it's like, look at everyone, kind of nod, and just he would just start going.
Yep.
The cleared path is open enough to bring you from the steps that you are at the actual keep itself, not just to the platform where you had spent the night with the which is only like 60 feet away, we had spent the night with the with all the campfires and everything that you were doing, and where the horses had stayed for all yesterday. It actually stretches beyond that, all the way to where you were just mentioning a moment ago, Keegan, where the dead body was. They had found various objects like a notebook, an axe, and a couple of other things like some potions, etc., etc. So you grab. So as you go by, I can imagine there's that moment where Mikhail kind of like leans down, to the best of his ability. Not the best rider here, but slows down and leans and grabs the axe as it goes by because it was propped up before, almost like hating the fact that it was propped up as you're going past it. Like somebody had plans to take it before, but never ended up doing so. Or you can grab it as you go. After you go past that area, unfortunately, any amount of browning that would have happened to the grasses there, to the area there, is very, very mild. It is not. He was not really able to impact it, just little patches here and there. But at this point, it died. But considering that this is already a few hundred feet away, about 300 feet away from where you were standing before. Or maybe more than that, whatever it was, from where you were standing before, that's already a considerable distance, and this was probably the most dangerous spot with a considerable amount of razor leaf around you as you went. However, you still have that I think it was an hour of hard riding. It was an hour-long hustle just to get back to the stone flats where you had met Kethrel before, where you had left those dozen or some odd dead bodies before. So if you want to continue making your way there, the amount of razor leaf that has grown this morning because of the activity overnight and everything that transpired, it has grown considerably. There's a lot of leaf around you. To start off, I'm going to have Wade rolling a survival check. You don't have a chance of getting lost. It's just a matter of picking the path, but somebody can assist you. I assume you want, what's his name?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, wow. You did very well. I just have to grab my D20, sorry. Yep. He gives you a +2, so you have a 25 total. So with a 25 total, you guys are able to make it through the area.
Is it a 25, or do I still lose one since I haven't slept?
Oh, yeah. So 24 total.
Okay.
But still, with 24 total, it's good enough that I don't need to make any saves. Everybody passes. It's just the downside of passing is it was kind of like a lesser effect or greater effect. With passing, the horses each still take 1 point of slashing damage from just the sheer amount of razor leaf that's in this area as you're riding through it at a hustled pace and whatnot to get through. But 1 point of damage to each one of the horses is not that bad, especially since I think they're all at max or close to after you get that potion to the horse.
One got hurt and it got fully healed by the potion. The one good light cure wounds we ever had.
I think it was a moderate one. So anyways, they also heal 2 or 3 health points overnight anyways, depending on the horse. So, but moving on. So you guys
are sleep to heal.
Yeah, you have to like properly rest. Yeah, just like in real life. If you pull your shoulder and then you don't go to bed at night, your body doesn't have time to like recover that shoulder.
I cut my arm and it healed when I was awake.
I mean, an amount of healing will happen, but it won't be as much as when your body's in its rest state. Neil, are you here? Can you back me up? I know it's midnight or 1 a.m. your time. Back me up. All right, back to the game. So you are, so you ride that hard hour in, oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not fighting against an accent. A couple of R's. That hard hour, for a little over,
you might slow down on that one.
Change. The hard hour.
This is Tigger all over again.
Oh, Jesus. All right, so that hard hour to get back to where the slats are. And at this point in time, you'll probably want to actually take a moment to rest yourselves, to rest the horses, because you pushed them as hard as you did to get here, and to give yourselves a moment to rest, because when you got up in the morning, you immediately kind of like, for those of you that even slept, when you got up, you immediately started sprinting in, and not even everybody slept. The horses certainly didn't get much rest. They weren't snoozing as there was combat and fire all around them all night. So the only person that got any rest was Mikhail. So everybody's exhausted, panted, and so on and so forth as you finally get to the where the slats are. But you're able to get everybody onto the slats that are there. You could even see around here, for those of you that are looking about, that the amount of razor leaf here is not small either. Considerably better than where you were beforehand. But fortunately, Koa was able to pick your path to get here. As tired as he is, he was able to maintain kind of like laser focus. But it's still quite numerous. And you're kind of like coming to this grip as you're dismounting, checking the packs, drinking some water, maybe even just slumping to the ground, whatever your characters are doing. But take this as a moment of reprieve. Don't forget there are dead bodies here if you wanted to do anything with them. You hadn't decided if you wanted to or not. Wade, don't be weird. But you have a moment of reprieve here if you want to catch yourselves before you keep... Okay.
I think we already examined these bodies. But seeing them, Mikhail might look at Aldo and say, "Hey, didn't you grab a journal or something off of one of these, or was it the other one?"
No, I haven't. I just we haven't had time to really look at it yet.
What do you mean? We've had nothing but time.
Yeah.
All of it's spent, unfortunately.
I don't think we should stay here as longer than we have to. We can rest, take a moment, but I don't want to get surrounded by more of that vine.
Yeah, well, I feel bad leaving these people just out here, but unless Mikhail's but as strong as you, Koa, I don't think there's anything we can do with them.
I think we all know the answer.
Try tying them to some rope and drag them out of here, but the vine would probably tear them to pieces before we get a chance to bury them.
Yeah. And the act of dragging them behind our horses sounds more disrespectful than just leaving them for nature.
We could try to burn them, but our oil reserves are a bit low now. And other reasons I'm forgetting.
Mm-hmm.
It does feel
It's really an
wrong,
option.
but what can we do?
Yeah, not much, unfortunately.
Well,
How many
once we
bodies
get
are
out
there?
of
There's like a dozen bodies.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
I
a
think
dozen. Yeah, it was. I think it was like 11, 12. Yeah.
Yeah. We have, one or two oil left.
I don't think any of us can dig a dozen graves, especially with the vine encroaching.
No, I don't know that all of us can in a reasonable amount of time.
We just need to get out of here. There's nothing we can do now.
While they're resting, I guess I'll go back through them and see if there's anything that identifies them or like where they're from.
Yeah, so you already checked over the bodies to see like what had caused the deaths, and you already looked for anything that was belongings on them, and you guys found a considerable amount of loot, if you will. Again, every time heroes loot bodies, it always makes you think of playing the Oriental Adventures guidebook, whatever it is. Though I don't know how well titled that book is nowadays, because in it, looting bodies is actually against morality, which is a fun mechanic. But anyways. So you found good treasure on them, but maybe trying to identify, if there was any markings that would suggest what culture they came from or what have you. They were a mix of races, but that doesn't necessarily matter because every nation, even if it leans to one race, has a mix of races. Even Eustace, which is, probably a solid 70% gnomes, has a 30% mix. Moving on. Looking for any other telltale signs, colors, what have you. You don't see that, which is in and of itself a suggestion. Even the free folk have a degree of uniformity in the simplicity of the clothes that they wear for most of them. No, this gives you kind of like the signs that maybe these are what you would call kind of adventurers, if you will, if you want to give that term to them, or explorers. They usually come out of a place like Paradel, where you'll have somebody will go and there could be like adventure leagues or specific locations where notices or boards are put up to hire people that are willing to go for these kinds of jobs, or there's organizations that amass people for these kinds of jobs. Usually somebody like a leader of the group will be far more experienced, far more skilled, will have a rank or what have you, maybe even a writ or something to suggest their rank and responsibilities. And then they'll just bring like a smattering of people behind them, either people they've worked with before or newbies, depending on the scenario and how much they're willing to pay. This kind of gives you a suggestion of that. Why they're here, you don't know. But there is one thing you do remember. Kethrel did head out east because he was trying to, check into the situation and warn of the dangers and so on. He did explicitly say he was going to go look into those details. And you haven't heard from or seen him in a nice long while, half a year, I think, at this point. So it's been a considerable amount of time since that fateful meeting.
Okay. Yeah, he'll just, probably hop back up on Daisy, as I imagine at this point we're getting ready to head back out.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wonder if they're from out east. I think Kethrel, that's where he was headed. If he carried with him word of this place, that may be why people came. But none of them have anything specific. Oh.
What's the town where I started, Scott? That was to the east of here, by the way.
Rid.
East, like toward Rid, the Free Folk, Baron, or east, like the woods.
I mean, honestly, it could be any of them. None of them have anything identifying. And I don't remember where Kethrel said he was headed, specifically east. Maybe Rid? But I feel like with him goes knowledge of this place, so maybe if he asked around about it, or if people talked to him, they might have discovered the location. There might be more in that journal.
Without at least speculating, we do have the notebook. I'll read over it later, and hopefully it'll give us a hint at who these people were.
That's easier than making a trip to Rid. How do you think, what do you think the Elder did to remove the plants like that?
Magic? I couldn't tell you the spell name.
Koa looks at you and he probably looks like a corpse, but he just looks at you like with the most unamused face when you say probably magic. It's the most no shit Sherlock expression he's probably ever given you.
There's like a very slight smile that immediately disappears. I couldn't tell you the spell name, but I imagine it's some remnant of power he used to have that's returning. Hopefully a good sign.
Hopefully a good sign, yes. But it'd be helpful if we could do that. Also, why do you think he was left behind other than to help us come break a curse? It's weird that us simply visiting a place makes him able to get caught by roots or able to cast magic and shield us as we go look under the basement floor. What is he?
Yeah, that is a great question. I mean, he's clearly fundamentally connected to not just these places, but the knowledge of them that's attached. Like, the more we learn, the more substantial he becomes.
Who do we think put the curse in? Was it the mole or the Perrin? He's Perrin, yes?
Yeah.
So did
It seems that
him.
way.
I mean, he's still around.
He put these curses on and he's been waiting for 700 years for someone to come undo what he did?
Maybe. Would be an unfortunate side effect.
Yeah, I guess it could be. That part's a little unclear. We know who it affects, but
he's been nothing
not
but
its specific origin.
To go from barely being able to talk and then just by visiting a couple of more rooms, all of a sudden he can remove an entire layer of vines. If we were to travel all 7 keeps, I mean, what kind of power would he have?
And how would he use it?
Yeah, another important question.
That's a bigger bit of magic, no offense, than you or anyone else I've seen be able to do. Being able to mend a window or something light versus being able to remove, I mean, hundreds of pounds, if not more, of vines with the...
Maybe before we do anything else,
Yeah.
once we get back to Leshev, Mikhail, maybe look into if there's ever been, if there's anything about ghosts that can use magic, and anything we can find out about what he could exactly be.
Yeah, I can do that. He's clearly connected to the curses. It's part of what I'm here to learn about.
I mean, he might be the most benevolent, helpful person there ever was, or perhaps we go to the wrong keep and we unlock the fact that he wants these curses and made these curses and he turns into an enemy or something. I don't know. I like to think not, but seeing him do that, it took everything we had to fend ourselves off for the night, even with all the fire protecting us and the flick of a wrist. He did more work than that.
Yeah, it obviously took it out of him, but even still.
Yes, but he never had it in him before. This was, at least not that we know of, unless he's been putting on the best act of all time. Clearly he's being strengthened by us going to these places. And I hope he stays our ally, but there's so many questions and mystery around him. He doesn't even know his name.
Or he does. He's not saying.
I suppose. With all the ways he has helped us, I don't want to suppose he's evil or will become evil or anything, but we have to be concerned that we don't really know what we're unlocking in him.
But somebody that wants you to, do something for them, they are nice, they are helpful for you. I wonder if we turned around and flat out said, no, we're not helping you, just even as a test almost. I wonder if you'd see a different side.
People have apparently tried and failed before, so perhaps he just assumes that we're another batch of failures, or maybe he would have a reaction. I don't know.
I think one of the first conversations when we were skeptical, he didn't seem all that torn up about the notion. Maybe a bit disappointed.
Just a thought I've had, because that was beyond my imagination thing to witness, how he cleared the path.
I don't think anybody's ever come as far as we have, though.
I think you're right. Could be worth testing. I mean, there's part of me that worries that in of itself could have an adverse effect, but yeah, if we're going to keep doing this, and if he's going to get stronger, we need to know more. We need to know what his temperament is.
Wonder if there's any... Oh, it's those encyclopedias, right? They tell a story.
Yeah, they're pretty extensive. It's hard to get the full story. It's why it takes so long. I'll definitely be spending more time on them.
Mikhail, we have to give Kethrel something, right? Like, we have to. Obviously, certain things are not to be spoken about. But information-wise,
as you're having this conversation, because what's his name is around, he's going to be like taking care of the horses or whatever. But I imagine you're intentionally trying to keep your voice down.
Yeah.
Does that sound okay? I'm gonna roll a perception
100%.
check against it, but you keep going. Sorry to interrupt you, Jake.
Yeah.
Continue, sir.
We spoke about the... I can't remember his group, whatever his group name is.
Muharib?
The Muharib.
Yeah, there it is.
He
We
believes he's
spoke about maybe telling him about that. However, I wonder if... Do you think there's harm in telling him about the encyclopedias in a way? I wonder if he might not bring you in to decode them. He has the whole set. It'd take a while, but...
It's true.
I think
Yeah?
the one thing he may care about more than us being able to find anything in a place that everything was destroyed in would be learning more about the mole and these secrets. And I think that would benefit us all. more so than potentially cause harm. Yes.
So you
They
think we
may
should go
actually
ahead
treat
with
Mikhail nicely moving forward, which would be good for Mikhail.
Yeah, you think we should go ahead with maybe letting him know that the encyclopedias actually, contain different messages. Right.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah,
Okay.
it should get him off our back about having. We don't have much. We don't have much physically that we can hand over to him.
Should we tell him about whatever we think the curse may be here? That too much?
Hmm.
It would explain why we didn't find anything if we tell him what's actually happening here.
I think we
You
just
can
tell him.
the place is cursed, right? I mean, it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah,
You
that's
tell him
what I mean.
about what we were attacked by and why nobody should come here.
But not
much
the
more than that. No.
not the solution that we're thinking or anything like that.
No.
Then that
I didn't.
increases
That's
the.
already over my head. I don't even understand that.
Yes, I have no idea what the solution is. You mentioned... In fact, any of the words associated right now mean absolutely nothing to me. My arms hurt, my neck hurts, my back hurts. That makes sense to me. Air and water and light and fire and positive, negative, and radiance.
Right.
Those are words.
To put it
They
more
are words.
simply, we don't even hint at the fact that we have seen a path to that. We don't tell them about the links between the trees, none of that. We were attacked by plant creatures.
Mikhail, whatever you just said was once again over my head, so I agree with you.
Okay. But yes, I think we tell him about the decoding.
He funded this. The least we can do is give him some information. We obviously couldn't find anything else, so...
It's very likely that becomes much more widespread once it's in his hands, though. I'm not going to stick around to decode for him for seasons. He's going to want to hire somebody else to do it.
Spread the fact that there were, 16 at least that came here trying to do the same thing we were, and they all died?
We can. I just don't think Curve Rock will care. And he has
It's
the
a
kind of
tough,
coin that makes people not care as well.
I don't think he does have the kind of coin. Let's be real.
You don't?
No, I mean, you've seen the state of his manor.
That just makes me think he doesn't spend it. Not that he
I
doesn't
think
have
he's
it.
rich in assets, not so much as anything else. I mean, and I don't see him trading away any of his relics, for coin or anything else.
It's hard
That's
to say.
true.
He's such a different and hard to understand person. He cares deeply about having relics of this culture and whatnot, and protecting
Now,
them. I mean,
how-
he won't even look at them. He covers them up to keep them from even being seen by the light, it seems.
Yeah, it's a very specific kind of rich person, the one who doesn't want to spend anything ever. Is the
How
one
do you
that
think
kind of
he
strikes
paid-
me as.
Dwayne. Wonder what his deal was.
I'd imagine.
Could
Coin.
ask him.
He is right.
Yeah.
Hey, Dwayne.
Yeah. He gets up and you notice he's very obviously trying to look like he wasn't just dozed off, or at the very least zoned out as he was leaned against a horse.
We have a question for you.
Yeah, they're almost ready.
That's awesome. I appreciate that. But Kovrock, is he paying you just coin, or if we may, it's not our business, but we're just curious. We obviously don't have anything physical to bring him, so we're going to try to give him some knowledge of what we found out. But we were curious what your deal was. We don't want him to look unfavorably upon you either for this.
Yeah, no. He the amount of coin he offered, the coin I should have negotiated for. He's cheap. He didn't offer me near enough for this job. But one of his negotiations, if you will, is do a good job and promise him more work. But I think it's the 6th time I heard that from him. And I get more work. Doesn't get any better. Shrugs.
Well, makes you feel any better. We're not getting paid for this at all, and you were invaluable. In fact, we probably would be dead without you, so we do appreciate you sticking with us. That sucked.
Yeah. And you nearly got me killed, so I guess we're even?
Hooray.
You have a bit of bad news. He, turns one of the horses to the side, and you can just see their leg is soaked in red. And he's like, at first I was concerned. I thought she was bleeding out. But it looks as though the razor leaf slashed 2 of those wine sacks, so... Sorry.
Well, at least we still have water, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Aldo's just staring at Dwayne, but he's too tired.
All right.
Just another reason to be happy we're headed back to town.
Anything
make
else?
it there. He says, looking out to the direction where you guys are going to be heading next, and the
It
amount
took like
of
4 or
razor
5
leaf-
days to get here, right?
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
not
it took a
getting
while,
home
but it's also just the rest of this day. If you continue traveling this day, lots of razor leaf. I imagine you will be traveling this day. You're
We
really
do
Yes.
not want to stay in Razor Leaf Zone.
That's a death sentence. Yeah.
We should keep moving
Oof.
and get as far from here as we can. I don't want another night anywhere close to that one.
I don't disagree. We do have to keep moving, but the horses, they were up all night. They've been panicked for a day and a half now, or nearly 2 days. They're exhausted. If we ride them now, I don't know how well they're going to do. We can try to wait maybe half a day, let it get later in the day, but give them time to rest here where it's, relatively quiet and calm. He says, trying to pay no mind, intentionally paying no mind to the dead bodies nearby, hoping that they won't affect the... Obviously, that won't affect Night Storm, but the... I think I got it. Yes, Wade doesn't look disappointed. I think I got it. So the... he said with the others, it may. Or we push them, and that way we know we have enough time to get out of here.
I think it's all tempting for all of us to sleep, but the problem with that is I still think we could potentially get surrounded now. We got attacked
Yeah.
by the creatures at the night, and then the first light, the vines started moving. So if we do rest now, and we could try to push through the night, but it's going to be much harder to navigate where we're going and see and dodge things whenever we can't see the ground. There's still a great risk to that.
No, it's... Yeah.
Can I go inspect the horses myself?
Yeah,
See?
you can, of course. I handle animal just to get them to be nice and calm as you're looking them over. He says, I don't mean I don't mean spending the rest of the day here. Just a few hours, 3, maybe 4. Give everybody time to rest up, and then we push from there. There should certainly be enough daylight from there, wouldn't there? Unfortunately, Koa, with his 6 result, just interpret as you will, Wade.
The horses do seem like they're in pretty bad shape. A bit wild in the eyes. It's a risk either way. What do you two think? Mikhail, you've slept the most. You might make the most rational decision, but Aldo, obviously, is always your opinion is welcome.
It'd be worse if we get caught by those things. If we can't get out of the zone, unless Mikhail can fight these things off all on his own. I don't know if I could even lift the crossbow at this point.
We're far enough now. This is like where we slept the first time, right? So we've never seen the creatures this far out. But the bodies here show that they may have in fact encountered them here.
What I would say this, so not this close, but much further out when you were just outside of the zone at the Twin Rocks. You know what I'm talking about, where you'd spent the night before you even came to here. You did keep seeing movement, though some of you kept kind of telling yourself, "Oh, I think it was a rabbit" or something like that. And you do know that the amount of wild nature around you. So there are birds, but lesser than, say, beyond this area, and so on. So there are other signs, but you don't know. And then there's the dead bodies next to you.
Yeah.
12 of them. They were all
Yeah.
punctured and slashed.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a thing.
I agree, Aldo. I think that we aren't capable of dealing with another onslaught.
Yeah, and I definitely can't fend them off myself. I'm just not really equipped for it.
That's why we have to increase your push-up regimen.
I don't think that's going to help much either, but it especially doesn't help us right now. I think we have to push, personally.
Well, Dwayne, it seems like we're going to try to keep pushing, so let's just do the best to encourage them and treat them well so they carry us on. As soon as we get a place to rest, once we get out of this vine, perhaps we can take even an extra day in the woods to rest. Whatever it takes to get them back, but we have to get out of here.
Yeah. We can get past the razor leaf. We're much better off.
He nods and says, well, hopefully we're able to avoid as much of it as possible. They're all looking quite exhausted. All right. Well, maybe another minute or so to get ready, or just give me a minute heads up when you're ready to go, and I'll see if I can make them happy with whatever nuts we have left.
I'll assist. I'm ready to go as it is.
Okay.
I don't think we need anything else, right?
You go over
think
and you try giving them, and you can see that they're all a bit sluggish, but your handle animal's too low to really interpret the situation, so I'll leave it alone from there. And you guys get on the horses and start moving with them. Wade, you go ahead and roll me a survival check, sir. Oh, he can assist, of course, to the best of his ability. I rolled extremely well. You actually get a +3. Even with my penalties right now, you get a +3. Oh! Oh! That's a 27 total! That's awesome!
Yo.
That's crazy.
Right.
Nat 20. I rolled natural 19 before that, so that's awesome. That's great.
We want to get out of here.
So,
Yeah.
So to be clear, I was actually having the horses take the exhausted condition. And at the end of this trek, I was actually giving both Koa and Aldo the exhausted condition. Because of how long and how hard you've pushed and so on and so forth.
I can't argue that.
So the horses were going to have to roll their reflex saves with like a -6 to their dexterity, whatever it was. But we don't have to worry about that because you rolled so high, they auto succeed, which means they all each auto take 1 point of damage, which again, I think every one of them heals 2 overnight. Maybe one of them, I think maybe the donkey only heals 1, but whatever it is.
Yeah, at worst we have one that's like 7 out of 9 or something right now.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, like, they're in great shape. So that's you guys are overall, considering all the bad, are in great shape. You were moving at a much slower pace than you originally anticipated doing. So whereas Dwayne's idea of spending some time to rest probably wasn't a terrible one, because you could have given Mikhail some time to get his spells back, let everybody rest up a little bit and whatnot as needed. Had you rested as long as he suggested, 3-4 hours, with how slow they're moving because how sluggish they are, that probably would have put you, in the danger, area where you would have had to really push at the end there and potentially hurt the horses more and so on to succeed. But again, that wasn't the case. You didn't rest at all. You were able to get to the ends, get to where the rocks are, to where you had that camp before, with a solid, hour and a half, 2 hours of confident daylight left before you felt as though you were in the danger. You know that you were safe in this camp before, or at least believed you were safe in this camp before. I don't know if your characters would stop here, because it's beyond just what's strategic. It's also that moment of seeing the rocks in the distance and knowing that the end is there, and then finally crossing between them and having the knowledge, like, this is a safe, like, just that kind of a collapse emotionally and physically and whatnot as you come to this area. I don't know if your characters would stop here or would try to push any further. I'll leave it to you to kind of decide, and we'll go from there.
How far were the rocks from like one of the bandit camps?
Oh, that was a good distance away. That was half a day or whatever it was, day's travel. It was not right around the corner.
It's like 4 or 5 hours. Okay, that's too far.
And like so even if you guys just did like the bandit camp would be a great spot for you guys to return to and spend like a whole day of resting there. Like if you just spend the night here and then got to the bandit camp, whatever they did, and just stayed there for like a whole day and a half of recovery, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing before you continue the trek. That even has perching spots for, keeping watch or whatever. But for walking between the stones now.
I imagine we'd stop.
Bring it to RP.
Right.
The characters are coming through, and you can see like literally before even getting fully through the rocks, you see Dwayne is already dismounting from the horse that's with him and starting to like pet the thing as he feels bad for it and lead it away. Go ahead.
This is the spot that was safe before. I think we camp here. We gotta get you guys some rest and the animals.
Koa, any sign of the razor leaf around?
Is that perception?
Yeah, you gotta roll a perception check. You do know that there is some amounts around, but it's a matter of how dense it is and so on. So you can see that there is razor leaf around. There's no doubt about that. Well, actually, one of the things that you notice is you even see more of it around today than you did yesterday, which yesterday you saw more of it than the day before. Always kind of like pinging to the idea, coming back to the idea, your presence is almost like an allergic reaction to the forest, and it's kind of like flaring up this natural defense. But not where the camp is. Continue, sorry.
There is some around here, yes. We could try pushing another hour and a half, and maybe it would be none or slightly less, but unless we had another half a day, I couldn't be sure that we'd be completely away from it.
Damn.
You guys hear a clatter as Dwayne's trying to take his tent out of the pack, and it just falls to the ground, and he just sits down next to it.
Hold on, Dwayne. There's still some razor leaf. We're not sure if it's going to be a problem.
He looks at you with, God, I can't even put an emotion to it. You just pity that expression. You pity it.
Yeah.
We probably have the same expression.
Yeah. Mikhail feels horrible.
He's like, I could lie.
No, it's all God. Shit. How far away from it was it? Okay, the night that we rested and we ended up surrounded, was it the same distance away from us?
Oh, I think we were a bit closer then, but we've also been at the heart of it, pissing it off, so it's possible that us staying here the other night lured it, as well as all the activity we've done inside.
Yeah.
Dwayne, I think we should keep pushing while we have daylight, and then we'll make do where we end up.
Oh, Pathfinder's mercy. We can't go much longer. The Wanderer's staff is going to crack and break under the pressure of this movement. We can't. We must rest.
30 minutes. 30 minutes. Not even a full hour.
Have you seen the horses? They're beat. They're done. You're going to chance any further spraining their ankles.
I guess we go on foot.
He rolls over, and you can see, like, you hear like some sort of mumbling or whatever. It's too far off and too quiet for you guys to make out what he's saying, but definitely some cussing under the breath kind of a situation.
But Mikhail will take a second after hopping off to. I'm going to use prestidigitation, probably several castings to like clear any debris, like ivy, any random razor leaf, whatever that's like stuck in the barding or whatever on the horses. Just make sure that gets all cleared out to make that less of a problem if it is.
Okay. And we will continue
Dirt
from
and horseshoes.
here. What I need from you guys is everybody,
Initiative.
a Constitution check, including the horses.
Oh, okay.
You guys are welcome to roll for the horses of your choices.
I guess I'll roll Daisy.
Poor Dwayne rolled a 91. Hey, Aldo! And Koa. Pretty good.
Which horses haven't been rolled for yet?
All of them, except for Nightstorm.
rolled
Nightstorm, by the way,
all.
passes with a 12.
I'll roll-
Mikhail fails with a
Yes.
3. Jacobo fails with a 5.
Oh, look who's hanging back. It's Jacobo and Mikhail. Oh, no.
It was I imagine Daisy then Simone.
Yeah, that order.
Okay. Perfect. So first
How
Mikhail.
did I get worn out that fast? God damn it.
Mikhail, you're good. 2 points of non-lethal damage from you, which isn't so bad because it's non-lethal this time. Yep.
Okay.
Non-lethal, which does make you fatigue, unfortunately. Jacobo is going to... Oh, shit. 6 points of non-lethal. How much health did Jacobo have left?
A lot.
I think. Well, how much does he have total?
Well, he got
no,
fully
he had
healed.
more than that. Yeah, he
Yeah,
was
he-
at 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's okay?
So he's down to 5 now. Yeah.
Okay,
he's
so
okay.
he's okay. He's still
I didn't know he had
exhausted,
13 health.
but-
I thought he had 9 for some reason. I don't know why I thought that.
So Jacobo took 6, and then finally Simone, just takes 1 point. So I think Simone's still in the realm of heal overnight or close to it. But against non-lethal, which there's different rules to that. And that was if you guys are pushing yourself for that extra hour. Were you going to try to push into the darkness as well? Did you want to push 1 more hour to get through here? I mean, even that extra hour did not move as far as you had hoped you would. Everybody's moving so sluggishly slow. Because your pack's weighing you down and everything feels heavier on you. A combination from the fatigue/exhaustion, which reduces
I
your
don't
strength
think
by 2 or
so.
6
I
respectively,
think-
and the poison.
Whatever time we have that we're moving this last like 30 minutes, I think Dwayne and I are trying to find a good campsite.
Aldo, what's your strength right now?
If you give me the exhausted, it's
2?
2. Yeah. So literally armor off, everything's off, barely walking. I can imagine that almost like 20 constitution check I just made now. It's that last bit of like energy you get before you just like he's pushed as far as he could go, and then he just like they're like, oh, this looks all right, and he's like, boom.
Oh, yeah,
Just
are we all
like-
exhausted?
that's it.
I imagine you literally had.
I think I'm just fatigued, but I still only have 6 strength
Your
because I still have
backpack
damage.
would be looped around the one horse's like horn, if you will, and you're like holding on to another horse, like leaning on it, so
Mhm.
it's like got your weight, but like you said, you're like pushing yourself or whatever it is, just because you're just weighed down. You know, as you
Yeah.
said with your armor, you probably removed like the top part of the armor,
Yep.
but left the bottom on in case of razor leaf. So yeah, poor Aldo has got his crossbow like loosely swinging from him as he goes. There's just the whole mess of you just you look like a walking graveyard, right? And so as you're like, as Koa, who's kind of calling he's not saying that Koa's calling the shot here. It was a team, it was a group decision. But as Koa's, the fastest moving out of all of them, as he gets to the spot where it's like, it's been about an hour and he looks back and just sees like the death shambling behind him. He's thinking, we did not go as far as we wanted to. We should probably push some more. And he looks back and sees the Walking Dead. What do you say, or how do you guys approach
Bo was
this?
down to 8 strength and 4 dex, by the way, so it's not like he's doing a whole lot better than everyone else.
Hey, you're as strong as a young Aldo.
You're strong as I was before I wore myself out somehow.
Yeah, you got a full night's sleep. You have no excuse.
Yeah, Mikhail is trying not to look as tired as he feels. He's trying real hard.
It's one of those like somebody else. It's like they had like the worst possible day. Like grandma died, car accident, stubbed
You
their
can't
toe,
tell.
lost their job, and then you're just like, yeah, I know, but like I dropped my ice cream cone. Like
We think Mikhail looks like life in and of itself. He is the epitome of existence.
He's really playing it off.
I think Koa just looks to Dwayne and's like, let's find a spot and then stop. Is that another survival check?
no. Yeah. I mean, you guys just find a spot and stop. That's fine.
But I want to find a spot that's not covered in vine and Death.
Perception. It'll take a survival. That's fine. You asked for a survival. That's fine. Hey! First, Mikhail rolled 10 twos at once, and then you rolled another one. So, hey, 11! That's 11, chat! Solidarity for Lance. With your survival check, you literally look around, you realize nothing to do. You stop, you look to the left, see no razor leaf. You look to the right, you see no razor leaf. You didn't walk by any. And as you turn around, throwing your pack on the ground, you see no razor leaf. It's as good a spot as any.
Yeah. Mikhail will already be helping Aldo get unpack his horse and unpack his gear and whatnot.
We're dying tonight.
Yep.
Turns out I
came
forgot
this
my
far to
sleeping
die.
bag. I accidentally grabbed a whole bunch of razor leaf thinking it was a sleeping bag.
It's just literally just one of those fucking creatures that was just dormant. You just pull it out of your bag. Oh.
I think
It'll be fine.
I think we should sleep.
Yeah, you guys should, for sure.
Yeah, Mikhail, I was going to suggest, without asking, that you do the watch for now.
I don't think anyone else is capable. Not right now.
Koa half-assedly sets up the tent and is just ready to crawl in and pass out.
I was going to say, you got to go set up the tent, and you see that Dwayne's once again taken out of the pack, and he's kind of clattered on the ground, and he's already legit just passed out next to it. Not lying down, he's sit there slumped in. You had a couple of the poles, he was starting to fix them and passed out. What's up?
You found a comfortable nest of vines to lay in. That's great.
And then so you say Koa goes over, and I imagine he starts setting up. He's not super quiet, not super loud. Just starts setting up the tent, and a good halfway through, Dwayne wakes up. Oh yeah, I get this piece, and goes and helps finish setting it up with you, and you'll kind of crawl into it. Somebody informs him of what the plan is, which is eat stale bread. Soak it in cold water, whatever you have. You're not making any fire, not making any meal tonight, not anything proper at least. And then just kind of pass out, and Mikhail's going to take the first watch. Just so I understand, a couple details. One, I assume a fire is going to be lit, even if it's, not a big crazy thing and you're not cooking a meal on it. And two, what is the watch that's going to be done?
I know Mikhail's first. Well, he's probably going to try to take the equivalent of 2 watches to make sure whoever else chimes in has, adequate rest before they have to get up.
Okay.
Koa will take the next one because he can see best in the dark.
A watch is usually 3 hours long, right? That way you can have pretty much 3 watches can cover everybody resting or what have you, right?
Yeah.
Because that gives you another 15 hours left of the day, which kind of aligns with how everything goes. So watch is about 3 hours long. So you want Mikhail to more or less sit up for the next close to 6 hours. Maybe he bags it a little bit early and gets somebody else up. So I'm sorry, you said that Mikhail would take the first, about 2, and Koa would. Okay. Is this allowing Aldo to sleep throughout the night and Dwayne to sleep throughout the night?
Yeah.
Okay. And then finally, Mikhail, since you're the one that's going to be lighting the fire, just because you have to go gather, wood or whatever to be able to maintain it throughout the night, just got to make me a quick survival check. It's nothing crazy. It's just a DC 10 to make sure you have enough fire to keep at least a low fire over throughout the night. Yep. Cool.
Just made it.
You perfectly passed. You don't have that -1 like everybody else, so you're good.
Yep, just needed to roll a lance.
Ha. All right.
Solidarity.
When Mikhail finally goes and wakes you up because there was nothing that transpired during his watch, he was able to maintain a fire. The fire's low. When I say low, I mean there's occasional flames, the little flames there. It's mostly embers, but there's enough brush nearby that if you had to, because Mikhail's not an idiot. At least if he was an idiot or less educated in this matter, though he is good at theatrics in general, anyways. He was smart enough to go and get because there is a combination of coniferous and deciduous trees here. He's smart enough to go and get a bunch of dead fall that had pine needles and shit like that on it. So if he had to throw it on the fire for a quick flare up, he had that. So he never had to do that. He let the fire get low. It's mostly Ember's little flames. He wakes you up. Your character doesn't have the exhausted condition anymore, but for now you'll still have the fatigue condition, right? And when he goes in there to pass out. Any transference or chat that needs to happen, or just jump straight to Wade's?
Imagine Koa feels somehow worse than he did before he fell asleep, because now he's got enough rest to feel his body again. So he probably does not say a word. He just probably looks like he actually should be dead.
I do hate that. How, like, whether it be because like you're exercising or because you're just tired, the next day is just worse,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like I was so tired, all I thought about was being tired. Now I'm very tired and also ow.
Yeah, everything hurts. You're aware of all the mistakes you made because you were tired the other day. Like, yeah, it sucks.
Yeah.
When did I lose a toenail? When was that bleeding? Ow.
I'm trying to think if he would just try to be like, you know what, never mind, I got this, but I don't think he would.
It's funny too because Mikhail, for the first time in a long time, went an entire day without properly recovering his spells, his magic. He just didn't have time to tune his guitar and do proper writing or whatever it is he does to get himself into his mindset. Wait, are you doing something?
Yeah, Koa is just trying to, as always, look tough. He doesn't.
Fuck.
Wait, can you do me a favor? Again, you still have that -1 to everything.
Sleeping? What the fuck?
Because you haven't finished your long rest yet, your full rest yet. Could you go ahead and roll me a perception check, please?
All right, we'll have the mental math, the -1. 18.
An 18? Are you happy with your 18?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah? Okay. The night goes on. Mikhail did the brunt of the work. When he woke you up, it was still the dead of the night. And one of those, like, it's so dark when he gets you up and you take over and your senses finally come to you, and as tired as you are, it's so dark. You're honestly, like, you're almost, like, agitated. Like, did that motherfucker not stay up as late as he said he was going to? This feels like it's way earlier than when I thought I was going to be woken up. You're, like, really agitated until, like, maybe 45 minutes in, around when you're really properly starting to seethe. You start to hear those bird chirps that happen before the sun even starts to light in the sky. Those, like, proper pre-dawn birds. And then you're like, okay. Okay. No, Mikhail's a good guy. Mikhail would not do me dirty like that. He's a good person. He's always had my back. Sorry about that. Forgive me, martyr.
Koa is so miserable. He's probably thinking, Mikhail should have taken all 3 shifts. Like, he's in that bitter, like, petty, like, I'm not going to say it, but I'm thinking it. Like, I'm having all the deep down thoughts are bubbling up because I'm just so miserable.
Shortly afterwards, you start to see the sky goes from that, like, proper dark to the slightly lighter hues where it's like that midnight blue. Like, there's no light there. Sunrise is still a distance away, maybe over an hour. But, like, the sun does start to peek over the horizon. You know that the next day is coming. Honestly, the crisp smell of the morning air, the fact that you've had some time to almost, like, think, kind of go about your morning routine, but honestly this is like a recovery day for you. Doing, like, maybe a couple of small sets of crunches,
not doing any.
or just full on fucking chilling.
He goes to do he starts to doze off. He's like, no crunches today.
You can feel that the migraine that you've had in this, like, crisp morning air and this, like, just like the being in the nature, something that you genuinely enjoy, something you truly find blissful. It's starting to subside. You feel the migraine is starting to kind of, like, fall back into more of, like, a severe throb, a headache. And you're hoping that the thing is eventually going to pass because it's getting so much better. The sun is actually genuinely getting to the point where sunrise has to be in the next, 10 minutes or so. Like, you're pretty close to where sunrise is. And it's at this point in time that you swear you heard the sound of, like, twigs rustling. Like, and so your eyes dart to the side. Like, maybe it was, a skunk walking through the bushes or something. Oh, okay. Legitimately, it was not a skunk. It was a deer, kind of like moving through the bushes. And you're like, oh, okay, well, that's beautiful. It's a beautiful deer. If I had, my wherewithal, I'd throw a spear at it to have some food, but it's over there. Like one of those. And then, without you making any sudden movements, you see the deer's head kind of like pops up, and it looks off into the distance, which is just a curious thing. Deers are very perceptive creatures with the giant ass eyes. And so you're just kind of like watching it curiously. And then, like almost like there was like a thunderstone went snap. That thing takes off. And 3 other deer that you hadn't seen because your eyes, as adjusted as they are tired. 3 other deer that you hadn't seen that were deeper into the woods also take off, not quite at you, but kind of in the direction of where your camp is, going to kind of where behind where you guys are. And you're like, oh shit, something got them spooked. Which of course gets Koa, gets Koa's attention. And that's where you hear proper rustling, which had you not heard this noise before, you wouldn't know what it is. But it's the creaking and bending and occasionally even small a splintering snap of small branches, old branches being bound together by old vines, making their way swiftly through the trees from the direction that you came to where you are now. You realize, oh shit, dawn is coming any moment, and they spent all night chasing after us. They're here, and you have enough time to call it a warning as you push yourself to your feet and grab your weapon of choice. Roll for initiative.
Roll?
Yep.
You have enough time to roll for initiative.
And you can, of course, call out whatever you got to do.
Everyone awake!
Okay. Everybody else is welcome to roll for initiative, but you're all prone, and you don't have a weapon on hand. It's nearby.
Did I heal any?
Huh?
Did I heal any?
Your long rest is not over yet. It will be over very soon, like more or less with breakfast. Your long rest is not fully over yet.
Is he still exhausted or is he down to fatigue?
He did not finish. Oh wait, no, his exhaustion will be gone. Fatigue, yes. Exhausted, no. Mikhail, your fatigue is even. Oh, no, you still have your fatigue at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well.
Welcome to my hell. Welcome to fatigue, the campaign.
There's no fucking way I'm going to hurt these things.
That was so depressing to watch.
It was like, hey, you got a 9 to 3.
Okay, did everybody roll? I didn't roll for Dwayne. Oh, Dwayne got a 13, which is pretty nice.
A 9 is about as good as I can hope for.
Okay. Oh, I got a couple of 13s here. Let me just go ahead and grab their sheets.
Dude, you are not sending more of these little fuckers.
What? No, me? No, what? No, maybe.
No, these will be bigger ones for some reason.
CR6.
Okay. All right. We have initiative set up. Koa, you were able to call to them so they wake up with enough time to be able to act. I will give you, because you had this moment, I will give you the opportunity to have a single standard action, so just a move or a standard, prior to this initiative, which will start with Aldo. You heard them coming. You don't know exactly where they are with your perception check. You believe they're probably about 50, 70 feet away, maybe a little bit more than that. You can't see them. You just heard the creaking. So it'd be close enough for you to hear it, but far enough that they're still among the bushes that your vision can't see.
Do I have rage again?
You did not finish your rest. You do not have all of your abilities back until after you finish your rest, probably with breakfast.
I couldn't remember if rage was low. There's even a thing such a short rest in this? Maybe
no,
I don't
no.
remember. I will try to go position myself between them, like the bad guys and the party. Make sure I'm on the front line.
Okay. So you kind of like hearing this, whatever it is, knowing that they're coming, and there's some degree of strategy to them. you quickly make your way over to where the group of them are, so that you can so they're like in the tent or whatever, so you can kind of like guard against it. Thank you. It's now going to be Aldo's turn. Aldo, obviously you're inside the tent and you heard, Koa is calling. You have your full turn, sir.
All right. It's half your move to get up, is it?
It's actually your move to get up. Half your move is 5.
Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to get up.
Yep. And so as
and
getting up
then-
is you also get out of the tent and still have your 55 step if you need it.
Yeah. And then I will try and make it to where my crossbow is. I don't know if I have to use the other standard and turn it into a move, right? Go over and grab it.
Yeah, you can spend your standard to like grab your crossbow, your swift to load your crossbow, and that would be your turn.
Yeah, he probably
But
yells out
also,
to Koa,
you're
he's
not
like, where?
flat-footed, which is nice.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Koa will just like gesture the direction where he hears the noises.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. And thank you. That was going to be their turns. You start to see, I don't know if this is good news or bad news, but you see the ones running at you are the same ones that you had originally encountered. So the small sized ones that are about the same size as a hafue or like a human or parent child are moving at you. Unfortunately, it's 4 of them that are moving at you, and they're moving quickly. They move quick enough that they close most of the distance to get to where you guys are, but slow enough that they don't quite get to where you are. Wade and Aldo, both roll me a perception check.
Somebody got aid.
Yep, it was Wade got aid.
Ooh, I don't know what that
Nice.
does, but I'll take it.
That's what it does.
The temp HP.
Ooh.
Nice.
Okay, hold on now. Now we're cooking with gas.
Oh, okay. And you guys also got this?
13.
I clicked the wrong button.
That didn't work. How do I add temp HP?
Oh, it's on your sheet next to.
Yeah, I just can't click in that box to do it.
Oh, Tyler,
Oh,
gave
really?
both of those.
Right
Those
right
both
under
came from
current?
Ty guy.
Oh, I was looking at temp next to max. Underneath
Oh.
where I put it.
Yeah.
I think
Under
those are
second
what
temp.
exclamation point aid and exclamation point penance. I think they are.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was both
Tyler did? Oh, hi, Tyler.
Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate
I've been
that.
role playing a very
Thank you,
exhausted,
Tyler.
tired character, which makes me tired. So I feel like my senses are low. I'm a method actor.
Oh, I was just about to say.
You're always a moment behind me, Scott.
I mean, I enjoy the view.
Did those bonuses have a type?
So Aid of the Martyr is technically per the spell Aid, which is a morale, I believe, and penance. No, hold on. Yeah, Aid is. But one of them is typed, and the other one is not. I think Aid is morale, and the other one's untyped.
So they stack.
Yes, they do stack. with one
Untyped
another.
always stacks.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah,
shit! Wade,
aid is morale.
you also got Blessings of the Martyr. Blessings of Roga.
Okay.
I will not make you, Aldo, have used that on your last turn.
Yeah.
Usually the next turn is more useful.
Yep.
So, like I said, 4 of them came running up, and they closed most of the distance between A and B. Or actually, you guys can't see this. You saw 2 of them run up, but you heard rustling from other bushes nearby, alluding to the fact that there's likely 4 or more that are coming in your direction. But 2 of them came out into the open, and you can see them coming at you. They didn't quite get to you, Wade. They're still about 20 and 25 feet away, respectively. And then it's going to be Dwayne's turn. Dwayne is also going to kind of like, push himself out of the tent, grabbing his bow as he doesn't roll out of the tent like fucking Legolas. It's one of those, like, he's like, and grabs his bow and 3 arrows, like, in, his fist. And he just, kind of like rolls out of the tent, sloppily, and pushes himself to his feet and takes kind of like a step to the side and out of the way. But he's just kind of like squinting and trying to rub, the tiredness out of his eyes to see what the hell's going on, because it's still dark. And while Koa can see, unfortunately, Aldo, Mikhail, and Dwayne are all human and are struggling to see. And then finally, you do see, you do hear movement of another one. Now, Koa, you had heard movement before. These little guys would have been hard for you to hear coming up, but unfortunately, for some reason, a larger one of them is also moving after you as well. The bad news is there's a big guy coming at you as well, similar to what you saw in the tree. The good news is they also aren't able to close the whole gap to get to you because they were a hair behind the others. They actually, coincidence or not, they stop about 10 feet away from you, Koa. So there's like only a 5-foot gap between you and them. So they're like, they come rushing up as quick as they can. And as they're doing so, kind of like elongating their arms to do so. So they stop up that distance away. But that's just enough distance with their elongated arms to use their arm like a whip. Ugh! And they whip it at you to attack you with it. I'm going to make a CMB against you, sir. You would technically get an attack of opportunity, but he's or they are outside of your range. I rolled insanely well. I rolled a 19. That beats your CMD. That means I have successfully grappled you. So you just apply the grappled condition. You still have control of your character, and it's now Mikhail's turn. Oh no, it's not.
Yeah,
no, it's not. Now it's
okay.
Koa's turn. Koa, you can go ahead and roll your Vroga.
Okay.
That's pretty solid.
Attack rolls. What do I have to get out of grappled?
Let's see. You can still attack while grappled. There's rules to it. You can still do it if you wanted to. You can make a CMB to get out of grapple, or you have to make a
escape artist.
Oh, yeah, it's escape artist, the skill check, a CMB to grapple back, if you will, or you can just straight up attack them while you're grappled.
It's
It's
escape artist.
escape artist or
CMB to escape. Yeah.
Oh, we would definitely be going with CMB right now.
Or you could.
Or you can attack.
I don't think you can attack with a two-handed weapon. I think it has to be
I
one.
saw that -5 on escape artist. I was like, never mind. I like being grappled. I love grapple. I'll stay here forever. Hug me, tree daddy. Can I move? Like, can I get closer to actually be able to hit it?
So because this is a unique scenario where they have these extra long arms to move around, you actually can move freely without making a check to do so. If you move specifically towards them, you can move in. So more or less like kind of like imagine as vines have you at a grip. So almost like being a dog on a leash, right? You can move towards the leash holder, but you can't move away. And so you use your 1 through 4 as you see fit for this. By the way, that ability check, that +4, you can apply that to a CMB if you want to.
Okay, and I don't know what I need to beat. Do I need to beat it CMD, or what do I need to beat?
Yeah, it's CMD you have to beat. Which, if you had to ballpark it, 15 is probably a fair target to shoot for. It could be lower or higher, but 15 is a fair target.
That will take your standard, of course. So you can do that, or you
and
can
then it could just grapple me
it
again, likely for free. Well, no, it has to roll.
It'd still have to roll, yeah.
Yeah, but if you're up close to it, you'll get an attack of opportunity on it if it tries to grapple you again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I either use my standard here and get out of the grapple, or I go up and attack it and stay in the grapple.
But as Keegan said, there are likely rules against using a two-handed weapon. You probably have to like drop it as a free action, move action, draw your cutlass, free action, step forward, and then attack.
While
you know
grappled,
what I mean?
you mean?
Yeah, because you're grappled. Pathfinder, grappled.
Yeah, if you want to swing at it.
I will try to break out of the grapple then.
Yeah.
Okay, and that is just your standard action it's going to take. Are you going to use the +4 for this?
I am.
A grappled creature cannot stealth or hide, even if what's the rules? It's a minus. So grappled creatures cannot move and take a -4 dexterity. A grappled creature takes a -2 on all attack rolls and combat maneuvers. Because you have the grapple condition clicked on your sheet, so you should be fine.
Yep.
Except for those made to grapple or escape the grapple. In addition, you can take no actions that requires 2 hands. Yep.
Yeah. So
I don't
so
think
technically
grapple
you
is
don't
working
have
on
a
my attack
-2.
rolls.
Oh.
If I
Grapple.
click grapple, it's not showing on my attack roll.
That's probably because you have other modifiers that's not looking at it, but that's okay. You're good. You don't want it to modify this roll. You want your CMB to be normal. Well,
so I am rolling. I added in the temp.
What temp?
The plus four.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Penance doesn't. Penance and A don't.
Right? Penance is attack rolls, which grapple is considered actually, Keegan. Though CMB is no attack. That's actually a +6 total because I said he can use the ability. That ability. That's technically a +6.
Yeah.
Because martyr also counts, or just because the penance. Penance is only +1 though, right?
Aid and all three of those Tyler effects. All those Tyler effects.
All right.
Tyler effects.
Is that with a +6?
I rolled a 4.
Oh, it's still putting the -2 on that, so that should be.
I do see the -2. You are correct, sir. So that would have that's actually a 13.
Would be a 13.
And like I said, your target is probably a 15.
Yeah, 100% luck it.
Yeah, I'd luck it.
I think.
Yeah.
Hey,
nice.
That's awesome. You got a 17 total.
My
and
CMD is nowhere close to a 15. That's crazy.
You are able to, creatures that have grapple abilities usually have a +4 miscellaneous mod to their grapple. So you know.
Oh. Okay.
And yours usually is higher, but you have a lot of strength penalties on you at the moment.
It also drops when you're grappled.
But anyways, you break the grapple as your standard action. You still have your move and your swift.
My swift action look cooler while I move up to it.
You could free 5-foot step up to it. You're now adjacent.
It was 10 feet away, wasn't it?
10 feet away was a 5-foot gap between you.
Okay. I mean, it's a free 5-foot step?
Yep. Meaning you still have your move action if you wanted to do something with it, like.
Oh God, yes. I know how much this works, and I'm going to do it again.
Oh, you're the glare.
Woohoo!
That's right.
Yes, you have that tree scared. It's got it rattling its sticks and twigs. I feel bad because you've actually legitimately rolled well on all of those against a creature that's immune to mind affecting effects. So.
Yep, it doesn't stop me from trying.
But thank you, Tyler. You actually literally broke his thing there. That was awesome. Mikhail, it's now your turn. Now, Keegan, I will give you the choice to roll or not roll. Rolling could be a good thing because number 3 or higher gives you number 3. You can stand up as a swift action and still have your move in standard.
With all I'm planning to do, I'm not sure how much it helps.
I'll be fine if you want to hold your roll for next turn.
I think I'll hold it.
Okay.
I think I'll hold it. Because what I want to do is get up and would I be able to grab my loot?
Yeah.
Because that's what would be next to me, probably.
Grabbing your loot is kind of like grabbing an item as you stand, right? So,
yeah. So I'll grab the loot, 5-foot step out, get out of the tent, and what can I actually see since it's dark? Can I just see what Koa's fighting?
The one that Koa's fighting, absolutely, and you hear rustling otherwise.
All from that same direction?
Around, but yes. So to the left, to the right, and ahead, you hear rustling. To you, from your mind's eye, it sounds like you're getting surrounded and swarmed again.
Then I'm going to light up the area best I can.
Hey, that's awesome. As soon as you light up the area, as soon as you take that moment to light up the area, and everybody's very appreciative of the fact that you have, that you have magic to offer with you. As soon as you light up the area, you see 2 of the small ones are what's coming at you. You're able to see movement in the bushes, even though you can't see what's inside them. You get the impression it's probably not swarms. Thank fucking God it's not a swarm. You don't know if you could have handled another one. But you see movement all around. All right, that was great. That was awesome. Aldo, it is your turn. Go ahead and roll your Vrogas. A 1. That's not necessarily a bad thing if you want to get to a better position.
Which I do. I do want to get to a better position. I can kind of see around me now, right?
Yep, you can see a pretty broad distance. That's 4 torches that are each 15 feet apart from one another. Dancing in different colors. Absolutely.
All right. Well, I want to first move to the most defensible position I can think. That also gives me a view of where these things are.
To be clear, because of your height and whatnot, you'd probably run over behind like either Simone or Jacobo or whatever it is to give you like a horse between you and them. and that way you can use like them as like almost like cover, and then have a crossbow to brace with. Pick the horse you want, but otherwise that's gives it so they have to go around or under the horse or whatever it is.
Not Jacobo. He can't take the hits.
Nah, Simone.
Your horse? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then I'm gonna shoot one of the little ones, I guess.
Yeah, one of the ones that exposed in the open, absolutely. And you're able to move and still take a shot, and they're within your 100-foot range.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
If anybody's wondering why Mikhail was able to pull an object as he went as a move action, that's amazing! That's a crit. Oh, that's so good.
Yeah. Well.
Hell
What I
yeah.
was saying. So the reason why Mikhail was able to grab an object as a move action, but Aldo looked like he took a standard action. It's because Aldo also had to grab his crossbow bolts and whatnot, same as Dwayne did. That's awesome. So you line up your shot, nat 20, you take your attack roll, you confirm your critical hit, and you do a whopping 3 points of damage, take away 3 for the damage reduction, because plants are immune to critical hits, they have no discernible anatomy.
Damn you.
Well, could have been good.
I knew that. Unfortunately, I knew that. That sucks.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jake. You had an awesome moment, and
I was like, that's the most damage you guys have done combined in one of these yet. And then
I took the carpet.
Yeah.
A whole new world, a new fantastic world.
All right. Well, that's my turn.
Yep. Hey, you reload as a swift action.
Yep.
Koa's back randomly starts hurting more.
If it makes you feel any better, the fact that plants are immune to critical hits is one of the reasons why I prefer Pathfinder to 5e. Because the fact that plants and undead have discernible anatomy makes no sense, and I hate 5e for it. All right, back to the game. So you are the next up. You see the small ones, the 2 little ones that were running across the field. One of them takes a crossbow bolt directly in what would be the face, and it gets like kind of like lost in its head. If that was a person by any stretch, they would be dead. That would be a kill shot. Unfortunately, for a twig person, it's just kind of like hovering around inside the branches that are rattling around and making it so they can't move as easily where it is. A mild inconvenience. Those 2 come rushing up to either side of Koa. So Koa has a big one in front of him and small ones on either side of him. So now he's unfortunately being flanked at the moment, as I'm going to go ahead and make my attack rolls against Koa.
You're a bitch.
My first attack roll against you is unfortunately going to be a miss. I only hit an 8. My second attack roll, however, is going to be a 16. And my damage is a 6 equals 3 minus 1 minus 1 equals 1 point of damage. Yes. Make me a fortitude save.
Okay.
Damn it. Okay.
Oh wait, I
was
took off
worried
my
it was
health.
gonna
I have
keep
10
rolling
health.
over.
Do you still make a fortitude save if you have 10 health?
Yeah.
Yes, you do. If you take health point damage. Anyways, so and then the other 2 that were like kind of like running in the bushes around, they end up continuing to move between cover, so you guys can see them kind of like shifting between cover because they're moving too quickly and too obvious at this point for any amount of stealth check to matter right now, because they're intentionally double moving, right? And so they're moving very swiftly, going past where Koa is being attacked by 3 of them, going past the tents and over to where the horses are, and look like they're about to emerge from the bushes over to near where Aldo is. But they can't get there yet. They'll get their next turn. They'll be able to come out and attack either Aldo or horses or whatever it is. This turn they cannot. That brings us to Dwayne's turn. And Dwayne has his bow and arrow in his hand. But as he looks to the perfect clean shot, like when Aldo made that shot and hit the thing directly in the face, you actually hear like a audible like yeah, like an excited remark from him, because that woke him up. That got his adrenaline pumping. But then when he sees the thing moving and it did absolutely nothing, realizes like very quickly switches what his plan was and just drops his what is it called, bow and arrow on the ground, realizing they're going to be useless. Spends his move action reaching into the tents to grab his sword that he has there. 5-foot step to move up to stand next, so he can't quite flank at the moment, but to stand next to one of the little ones that's attacking Koa, that's flanking Koa. And he's going to use a standard to attack that one with his short sword. I rolled a natural 1. So he goes to attack it with a short sword. Unfortunately, is one of those things where he grabbed the sword and he went and he go attack it with the short sword and he lands a decisive blow, a really hard blow, and it slams between the vines.
Oh.
It slams between the vines and the sticks that are there. And as he pulls his sword back, the sheath stays behind because he forgot to unsheath the weapon first. So the sheath is still pinned inside the creature. And now he has an unsheathed sword and he's like, oh shit. Because he's still half asleep, guys. Give him a... Oh, man.
Yeah, the rest of us are so good.
Sorry.
Oh boy.
Yep. And now it's the big one's turn, who's going to spend his swift action to literally kind of like, do that same thing before, where he's pulling his vines back into his chest and his belly and whatnot to kind of pull the vines back in to shorten his arms as they were. So he's kind of like rolling his shoulders to do this thing. And that also presents the sharpened branches that he has beneath. And he's going to use one of those to swing at Koa. If it makes you feel any better, I rolled a Kiken, and so he goes to swing at Koa, but Koa is
does not hit.
Koa is no fool, and so as he was able to knock off the what's it called, the way he was grappled before, as the guy tries to pull in his arms, pull him shorter. Koa sees what's going to happen because he fought one of these creatures this close before and legit like stomps down in the hand as it's coming up off the ground so the vine doesn't recoil quick enough. So as he goes to take that swing with his other hand, he doesn't quite have enough reach with it. So the swing comes like 3-4 inches shy of what's needed to hit his face because the vines haven't recoiled into the body to give him the space he needs to do so. Now it's Koa's turn. You do not have Vroga.
Okay.
You have a little one to your left and Dwayne almost flanking him, not quite there yet. A little one to your right. Mikhail is also to your left, has his loot at the ready, and he recently cast a spell. Mikhail is not engaged with any of them at the moment. You have a big one in front of you.
I think I want to kill the little one to my left so I'm not flanked anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to swing at that one.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to use power attack because honestly right now I can't afford the bumps to my attack chance. How long do aid and whatever it lasts?
Last in combat usually.
A minute plus. You're good.
Okay, so I still have a +2 from those two?
Yeah, penance is I think a minute, and the other one is going to be for an hour, I think.
Yeah,
okay.
You'll have a +2 to hit and a +1 to damage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll have the mental math, the +2 to hit.
Also, I think your strength's too low now to power attack anyway.
That shouldn't matter,
12.
Keegan, because it's a temporary reduction, not a permanent reduction, so he still has access to his feet.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's also up to a 12 when I'm not grappled. So that is a 23 and a 7, I guess.
7 points of damage. This again, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Which one did you attack?
The little one on my left that Dwayne's not near.
Absolutely. So 2 details here, Wade. 1, you 100% take your heavy swing and you're able to cut through the center of this thing. And are able to, sever through all the branches, all the vines in every way that's going to make it, bleed out, collapse, dry up, everything that you've done beforehand. But you move with so much momentum from this attack. If you would like, in exchange for a -2 on your attack roll, you can continue the momentum of this attack and try to attack the big one, cleaving through the little one, feeling this kind of like, extra strength behind your attack.
I mean, if you're just going to let me cleave, yeah, why would I say no to that? Is this a trap? Admiral Akbar is on my shoulder right now, like, it's a trap!
Right? What is he ever nice?
I know, this feels wrong of you. Okay, so this is just a normal attack roll, then I don't get the +2, right?
Correct.
Listen, it's Scott. Even if you don't take the bait, like, something bad's going to happen. So you may as well get the bonus. Yeah.
Hey, that's a solid chance to hit. That's a 19, right?
No, 17 because you said I get a -2.
Oh, the -2 to your AC.
Oh, then yeah, that's a 19 and a 10.
And 10 or 11 points of damage.
11.
Okay, that's really good damage too. So you cleave through the little one and then slam your sword into the one next to it, and it gets caught amongst the vines and twigs or whatever that are there. But then with like a moment with, you know, Koa, just with his sheer strength, he takes a quick step forward, and with one of his, like, you know, grunts that he does, just unfortunately he's just so tired, there's not as much strength behind as he usually does. With one of his grunts, he slams his shoulder into the creature, making it stumble back just enough he can pull his sword free. And he leaves himself a bit exposed in doing this, but he was able to cleave into and harm that creature. He's feeling, unfortunately, very tired. He's, you know, still fatigued. He's still out of breath. His head is still pounding, but there's a bit more momentum to it. Wade, that was your standard. You still have a swift and move if there's anything you're going to do, or is that the end of your turn?
Oh, you're damn right I'm using my move.
Oh my god.
When you finally go against a creature that's not immune to it, you're
I know, I'm gonna roll like a 2.
1. Mikhail, it is your turn. You have not used your Vrogas yet.
I guess I need to use it now, huh? Okay.
Ooh, that's a good. That's a good option. It's a good option.
You want to lay back down so you can stand up for free?
Ooh, yeah, it's a free action drop prone. I could look really cool for a second. Until everybody gets mad at me and kills me. I guess I'll probably take the 4.
Okay.
I think I'll take 4 because so I can spend my move action to grab the short sword. Right? Oh wait, fuck, I'd have to draw it. Which I'd be out of actions for.
Oh no. You move actions to do it.
Just both. I can like grab it in and draw it.
Yeah, that's part of getting. Yeah, I imagine as you pull it from the
sweet.
ground, you pull it with like a swift, like a quick. I know it was like quick draw, but you know, you grab it. I also imagine your weapons were kind of like ready when you went to sleep, just not on the edge, same as the night beforehand, ready.
Yeah, it's just not like sitting there drawn. Okay. So yeah, I'll do my move action to draw the short sword. And then I should be able to 5-foot step up next to one of them, or is the only one the one that Koa already killed? So you can
5-foot step directly behind Wade, which I should say Koa, which puts the other little one in your reach.
Okay, yep. Cool. So yeah, I'll step over there, and then I will swing with the short sword.
Mm-hmm. Just no flanking at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So you're going offensive. That's why you took the +2. Nice. I wasn't sure if you were going to play your song, but no, this is good.
I thought about it, but
no, this is good.
Go with this.
I think Wade needs you to remove the damage on him rather than give him the ability to do it himself.
We must remove them.
I'm trying. We'll see.
Of course it's the one.
Of course it's the fucking one.
It's the one. A 20 and a 1, and of course it counts.
Of course I roll a goddamn... It's not technically a 0. I don't have any of the bonuses put in there, but still it misses.
Oy vey. Okay. So
you stabbed my other shoulder. Dwayne stabbed the other one.
Ouch.
Koa, is this helping?
Did that include the +2?
No, I didn't put any of the pluses, but it doesn't matter now. I was gonna just mental math them.
At least it's a positive number.
No, it isn't. It's a 0.
No, but Keegan, at least you got the total of a
2.
I hate you so much.
Chat, you know what to do.
I rolled a 1. Okay, just let me have my
Koa.
goddamn 1.
Hold on.
I was like, they're coming, and you guys are like just throwing sheets at them. It's like, yes, helpful.
Yeah, he like steps in, takes like a quick slash, but he was a little overzealous, so the sheath was still at the end of the blade, so it just sends it fucking flying into the woods.
Dwayne's like, you too. Did
one of you guys drop like what's it called, the horrible curse thing, the 10,000 point thing, to make sure that our swords had glue to the sheaths?
Right.
I mean, that'd be funny, like universal. No, the sovereign glue, whatever it's called.
Yeah, sovereign glue. That's what it is.
But anyways, cool. Aldo, your friends are useless. Maybe you're not. There's 2 of them that were coming around through the bushes trying to flank you. What do you do, sir? You want to shoot at one of the ones in the bushes where there might be cover or concealment to shoot them? Or do you want to continue trying to aid your friends up ahead where unfortunately now there's engaged in melee, so you might either have to deal with -4s or -8s.
How far away are they from me?
The ones that are coming at you.
No, the other ones.
Oh, the way your friends are.
Yep.
Yeah, honestly, probably like 60 feet or so away, like close enough that you can absolutely take a shot.
What if I wanted to charge?
You certainly could do that. Well, you have a horse on the other in front of you because you had used the horse as cover.
What
So
if
they're
he
in
still
front of
wants to
me.
charge?
You could technically mount the horse
Use
as a
the
free action with a
horse's
DC 20 ride check, and then charge on the horse.
No. Is that a standard or a move to mount the horse?
It's a move action unless you pass a DC 20. Or wait, Mikhail, Keegan, is it a move or is it part of a move or is it half a move?
Oh, you're talking about like the quick mount thing?
Quick is a free action with DC 20. Without the DC 20.
Oh, without it, I think it's a shit. I think it's a standard if you don't do the quick.
No, I think it's just a move. Fast mount is a free action if you succeed it, provided you
succeed,
still
it's
have a move
free,
action
that's why.
to gamble for it. Yeah, so it is a move normally.
Yeah, it is a move. Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to mount the horse, I guess, with a
Okay.
move.
Okay.
And then now I've got a bit of height. I'm going to take a shot at one of the other ones.
The bushes.
Yeah.
Cool. So they're gonna have a bit of concealment. That means a 20% miss chance. Because of they're not particularly.
Okay. I am going to hold my action until they come into the open, where I'm going to shoot them.
I should have said it after you attacked. Ah! Okay, that's fine. That's fine because they're trees and they're hiding in bushes, so it's hard.
Yeah,
to
no,
know.
I get you.
Yeah. All right, that's fine. You hold your action, fucker. You already used your Vroga, so we're good there. All right, so now we're going to have, of the two that surrounded Wade, one of them was killed. The one on your left that was over by Dwayne was killed. The one on your right is still there. It is going to attack again. It was attacking you before. You were a juicy, easy target because you lost your footing. I'm going to attack you. I rolled a nat 20. That is a chance to crit you. You have a very reduced armor class at the moment. Does a
Are you
9
factoring
hit
in your
you?
-1s from penance?
Fuck. Does an 8 hit you?
No.
Damn it! So I hit you, but not a crit. Would a 9 have hit you?
No.
Damn it. Okay. I didn't know. I knew it was a gamble, but all right. Wish me luck on the D6.
No.
That was a 6, but it was out of
I
my
stand
rolling
corrected.
area.
A 9 would have hit me, Scott.
Damn you with your penance. Damn you, Tyler. Damn you, Shide. All right, so I rolled a 3, which equals 2, -1, but -1 equals 0. So you take no damage. From a critical hit to no damage.
Crazy switch.
Damn
I
you,
have no idea how
Shide!
that feels.
What?
No idea how that could possibly feel. Rolling a 20 and you do nothing? Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, you know.
How do you think that feels, Jake? Any idea?
No.
Okay, to be fair, it is going around. And after that is going to be the two that were in the bushes. They emerge from the bushes. Aldo, make your prepared action attack.
Yeah.
Let's see. That is a 16 because you're higher ground. You were saying a 16 hits. Roll
Well,
something
isn't it a
decent.
17?
Hey, that's actual damage.
That's not just actual damage with penance. That's 5 points of damage. Aldo, Jake, my brother in Christ, describe your first kill in the past 100 hours of D&D. Maybe
well, I mean,
150
Aldo-
hours.
It's a squirrel.
No, you can imagine Aldo, he takes that shot, he thinks he's got it, hits it straight in the face, the thing just shrugs it off. He hears them coming behind him, jumps up onto the horse, quickly reloads, and then just waits for a second. Two of them come screaming out or whatever, and he just shoots one and it sticks. It seems to just crumple, I guess, and turn to plant matter.
Hit the right chord, the juices are oozing, and as you said, crumples into plant matter. That was your standard. Your turn's over. You're good.
Yeah.
Okay. So you killed one of those two. The other one of those two, however, is not dead, and it continues moving, and you're on top of the horse. Because you're on top of the horse, it's going to send the horse into a panic by attacking the horse. So I'm going to go ahead and do that real quick. Even a large-sized, fatigued or exhausted beast that has leg barding can have its day. I don't hit. I miss pretty badly. So
That's good. Appreciate that.
I don't send the horse into a panic.
Can you just quit attacking the fucking animals?
But it's fun. It's because he's too high up. I'm too little.
Jump. Do what little people do, man. Jump. Like whenever you have to get someone off the top shelf, Scott. Jump.
It's Groot again, trying to get from like A to B. All right. It is now Dwayne's turn. Dwayne, seeing his sheath on the ground, ignores it, of course. And he's going to roll around to Mikhail and line himself up with the other little guy. So he moves in such a way as to not provoke an attack of opportunity. And lines himself up with the other... not the little guy. Sorry. He moves himself around behind the big one. And you can see he's like, muttering under his breath, like, what the fuck is wrong with me? As he goes up behind the big one to flank with you.
Yes. Right in the bushy butt cheeks.
You can see, like, there's a moment of, like, panic in his eyes where, like, he wasn't going to attack. He legitimately was chickening out until Mikhail says...
Do it.
Wait, what?
Mikhail says, what? Looking at him because he's freezing. And he's like, yeah. And then moves
What's
up.
happening to us? I'm cleaving. You're giving like commands. What's happening?
And
I swear to God, if Aldo just like starts hovering in midair, I'm quitting. Looking like Matrix.
Aldo was thinking about charging. I mean, I've seen him do that before.
We're all doing weird shit. Yeah.
Yeah. What the fuck's happening to our party?
Fever dream.
This might be. Is this whole episode's just a dream?
Do you guys ever see
redeemed
that New Zealand kind of like comedy? It's like things that bump in shadows or whatever. It's like about vampires. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-mm.
Oh, it's a funny,
Great reference.
Funny show. It's the hovering thing, maybe. Anyways, doesn't matter. I can't think of the name of the show. All right. So what was I? He attacked from behind. He's a +2, but he's fatigued. So he hits against the AC. Thank you, Joey.
Does he get affected by penance?
He does. As an ally, he gets affected by penance. He doesn't get blessings. Doesn't go to him because that's for the PCs. Right. But he does get the AOE of penance. Anyways, he does a whopping 4 points of damage to the creature, which is still helpful because I think you did 11 before, so 15 total at stake in slashing damage. What we do in the shadows, that's it. I think it was a movie first, and then it became... But anyway, so that is his turn. As he attacks her, what? As you look at him, it's like, why are you waiting? And he just jumps up and attacks. I think it actually hits it. Unfortunately, now it's that big...
Mikhail and him both walk up with their fucking swords sheathed, hit the things, go, what? And then he maneuvers like, that's right. Now I'm unsheathed. I guess I'll go for the big guy. What a sequence, man. What a heroic sequence this has been for us.
Yeah, it's all happening.
Aldo's hitting headshots, exploding them, and I'm cleaving, and you and Dwayne are having like a fucking Beverly Hillbillies moment.
So the creature with the it being flanked now, it uses its swift action to start shifting and moving the once again the twigs and the roots, the vines and whatnot in its body in such a way to actually make it so that its backside has these massive spikes, like wooden spikes sticking. Okay.
Hi, Scott.
This happened. This happened recently too. That it did this. That was weird. So, anyways, these massive wooden spikes that are these massive wooden spikes sticking out of its backside, making it so anybody trying to attack this creature from behind is potentially going to be injured in doing so. But after it shifts those spikes up, it continues to attack Koa. Ooh, I rolled very high. That is going to be a hit. I got into the 20s for my total attack roll. I rolled very low for damage. I literally did 2 points of damage. -1 is 1 point of damage. It's the minimum I could do. And so you take 1 point of damage, but have to make a fortitude save.
-1 from it, and then -1 from my DR.
No, it doesn't take a -1.
Okay.
It actually has a +1. So I rolled 1 +1, -1 for your DR.
Gotcha. Let me go down to. That's a 14 with the penance. Do we remember what the thing was?
It was really low for the other ones. I don't remember what this one was.
For the little guys, it was an 11.
Yeah.
So this is a bigger one. A 14 is a pretty safe number. It's not guaranteed. A 15, you'd be like, there's no way a creature of this size is going to be above a 15. A 14 is a pretty safe number, but is a small gamble.
What do you guys think?
I think a 14 will do it. I just don't know if it's worth taking the risk.
Yeah, I'm on the same boat. I think you'll be
Yeah.
right, but on the off chance you're not.
Okay, yeah, you're good.
15.
Hey, 15, you're pretty safe. It still fails. So go ahead and I'm just kidding. You passed
None
with
of
your
us believe
15.
I'm about to cleave you.
So it scratches. It unfortunately only scratches you ever so slightly as it's growing its vines to the backside or whatever. Koa, it is now your turn, sir.
Is it flanked now?
It is now flanked.
Now maybe the time to power attack.
Mm-hmm.
It's already got 15 damage on it.
Yeah,
Right.
and you have a +4 to your attack roll at the moment, 2 from the spells, and 2 from flanking. Power
Yeah.
attack's only a -1. That's still a net 3. If Mikhail actually did something
Do it.
useful
Probably
last
worth it.
turn. Oh, what?
Oof.
Was that power
So
attack?
That's power attack.
Nice. 17, 16
that's-
damage.
16 damage, and that would be a 24.
So 16 damage equals a total of 31 damage. Koa, describe.
Dwayne gets behind, distracts it. It kind of shifts its armor around a little bit, and Koa sees an opportunity and just slashes right across the chest. Finally seeing this thing look like it's about to crumple down after it took the bait and tried to hit him.
It goes down, and from across its body, Dwayne looks at you and says, "I did that."
Good job, Dwayne. I told you we needed you.
He looks at Mikhail. He's like, "I did that."
Mikhail's still fighting the small one.
Dwayne immediately goes to go help. Yeah.
We take down Vegeta. Meanwhile, Mikhail's fighting a Cyberman.
I am still fighting the Cybermen, yes.
You still have your
It's
swift.
very wily.
You still have your swift and your move action there, Koa.
I turn to face the little one. That's right.
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
my god.
I'm
Is there
so
a free action to pee
intimidating.
myself?
Can I get a free intimidate hero point that can only be used for intimidate from like my 8 successes in a row?
Yeah, but it could only be used to intimidate another plant.
Done. Deal.
You're right,
Your
yeah,
point
take
to
that.
make it work. Anyways, Mikhail, it's now your turn, sir.
Yeah. Okay. I could, if I have 5-foot step, I could flank with Koa, right? On this little one.
Yes, sir. You are diagonally off,
Okay. I will do that.
or at the
And
very
I
least,
will
flank with Dwayne. Whichever. Yep, you're good.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the two. I don't know. I'll step over so I can flank it. And I will attack it with the short sword. And we'll mental math bonuses.
So that's 12 at 11 for you. No, 13. 13. Sorry.
Should be 13.
For a little one, you're pretty confident in a 13. You know you've hit with 14s. You know you've missed with 12s.
Yeah.
I don't remember whether or not you know what the answer to a 13 is.
Because these are small. Yeah, I think 13 hits it. I'm
I
just going to
think
keep
it
it.
did.
You happy with it?
Yeah.
Hit.
Okay. And I have, what, a +1 to
plus.
damage?
You do. Like
All right.
3 or more, man. That's all we're asking of you.
Well,
Natty
It's
one.
not a lot.
Natty one. So you can get
We're not
a
asking
two.
a lot here, Mikhail.
Natty one. So you can get
Okay,
a
plus 1 to damage. Here it goes.
two. Hey!
Woo!
3 total?
Yep.
So
That's
not
with the
4
plus one.
total, 3 total?
Yeah. Yep.
Huzzah,
That's with,
it's
that's
still
with the
up!
plus 1. Fuck. I have naturally a -2 right now because of the poison and the fatigue.
3 total, it's still up, boys. Ah.
Fuck.
Aldo?
Wayne's like, I took that one down, and Mikhail's like, watch this. And the thing's like,
just like lop off part of its body and it just keeps fucking thrashing.
Aldo, it's
How do
your
you
turn.
do it?
You're sitting on top of a horse. One of the things is attacking the horse beneath you. You got a crossbow in your hands. You already reloaded last turn as a swift action. Oh, wait, no. You took a shot after your turn was over, so you have to reload as a swift action. But
That's fine. If I acrobatics off the horse, can I get a flank like with the horse? Like if I put myself, because he's trying to attack
this
the horse.
isn't Nightstorm, so I would say no
Yeah.
because it's not Nightstorm. If it was Nightstorm, I would absolutely give it to you.
Okay. So using my
I said the name
actions
right 3
for
times
the
in a
horse.
row in like under 10 seconds.
yeah, it's crazy how whenever everyone's like, you have to give the party luck if you get the name right. All of a sudden, you're like all week, like,
I was
Brittany,
not
I
studying.
got the name down.
I
My
was
note
not
cards
studying.
work, Brittany.
It was not happening. Jake,
Scott,
you
you've
were
not
talking?
talked to our daughters in 4 days. I had to get Nightstorm down.
Jake, Wade rudely interrupted you on your talking turn. You talk turn, Jake.
So how does using actions on like the horse, like is my move more or less the horse's move? And
Yes, but it is a DC 20 to control a non-combat horse in combat.
I dislike you sometimes. I don't want you to know that. Fuck.
This is why I want to get some money and go visit the free folk.
To get actual
Dude.
horses that aren't about to die all the time.
The only thing I can do is try and acrobatics off the horse and get into a spot where I can try and shoot it again. Is that a thing I can do?
So, if you were just dismounting normally, it would be attack of opportunity against you, right? But because you're like, depending on where you're landing, right? Or actually, just in general, it would be. And acrobatics would be a DC. The DC is equal to its CMD to be able to not provoke to get off. It's just a 10 to not take damage jumping off the horse to land on your feet, but it's going to be likely higher than a 10 for its CMD. So whatever its CMD is will be the number you have to beat to accomplish both tasks simultaneously.
All right. Yes, because if I try and shoot it, am I still taking the -4 from here or anything?
You are shooting into melee. Sorry. You're shooting in melee, which provokes an attack of opportunity. So it just gets an attack against you, which you might be fine with.
I can't take strength damage.
And does he take a penalty for shooting in melee when you're adjacent to something? I don't think you do, Keegan. It's just it's a flat roll. He just takes the attack roll. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, correct.
Yeah, you just take the attack. I mean, who knows if it even hits you? I don't know what your AC is at the moment.
So will the acrobatics take up my move action?
It will be part of your move action. It'll just take up 10 feet of your movement to dismount from the horse.
Then you still have a 5-foot step if you need it.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna try doing that.
Or I guess you would. So
that's a solid roll. You roll off the side of the horse that the creature is not on. So safely rolling yourself away from the creature. So as it slashes up or whatever, it's like going to town at this horse. You're able to kind of like, while it's distracted, roll away. You still have 20 feet of your movement. Actually, what's your strength right now?
6.
With all of your carrying capacity stuff, are you at a medium or a heavy load?
I only have I don't have any armor or anything. I only have the thing, so no.
He also
Oh,
just rolled out of
I should
bed.
get
I
a
think
light
maybe
load.
he only
Yeah.
has what he slept in and
Yeah,
his
so
weapon.
it's probably got
okay. So you're
crossbow
still in a light
quiver.
load, so it's fine. So you still have 20 feet of movement left. So you can totally like back away from this thing and take a shot.
Yep, that's what I do.
Cool. So you like take an angle to back away from it, take a shot. We're not worried about whether or not you hit the horse by accident, so you don't have to worry about taking the negatives of being engaged in melee or all that. You can just go ahead and make a flat roll against the creature.
Yeah.
Rolling that one for me.
Did.
Yes!
Yeah.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
What the
Oh!
fuck is this combat, dude?
Oh, yes! Oh, I never get to use my percentage die. Here we go. Could you roll damage for me?
Nope.
I can click it for you. So penance is not going to give you a +1 to this damage roll because it makes no sense that a meta mechanic like this would harm your allies. You're not Maggie, right? So this is fine. You are able to do only 7 points of damage to poor Simone as you line up the shot, and you do hit the creature, but it goes straight through where its arm is. It goes straight through and hits Simone on the other side because it doesn't get pinned by any of the roots or twigs or whatever it is along the way. So yeah, unfortunately Simone takes a hit and immediately is going to whinny and cry, and he's going to turn to withdraw, run away, so on and so forth, right? And start like bolting it into the woods. After that is going to be the little one with your, you spent your stuff to reload, you spent your move, then you spent your standard. Yeah, that's your whole turn. Your crossbow's unloaded. It's going to be the little one that's between the three of them that's over there. These creatures don't retreat, they don't run away, they don't do any of that kind of stuff. So this one is going to continue to attack. I think you're going to attack Mikhail. Yeah.
Yep,
Let's stop
I
it
did
and
just
wait and
hit
attack
it.
Mikhail.
So that's good.
I rolled well. I beat a 15.
Then
Does
you
a
hit
15
me.
hit you?
Yes.
Okay.
But
This man acts like
15
we've
hits
never-
me even if I don't have anything else
If
going on.
we had the
Like,
better armor, a 15 would still hit us.
There's a 14 actually because my -1.
same answer as before, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man has this at level 2 with like an AC of 8 and is like, does a 12 hit you? And it's like, dude, a 12 is such a large number. What do you mean does a 12 hit us?
I got leather armor at 11 decks right now, bro. You got it.
The good news is 3 minus 1 because of penance. You take 2 points of damage. Please go ahead and make me a fortitude save.
Yeah. Trying to figure out how that's good news.
Yeah, I know. Good
I
news.
don't know where the good in that news was.
Okay, that's
I'll
good
keep that.
news.
That's good news. See, Scott, that is good news. What that looks like.
Did you lose a bet on like how much fucking con strength, whatever damage ability damage you had to do to us? Like, do you owe someone money,
Right.
Scott? Because you keep trying.
I do keep trying. I keep failing.
Are you okay, man? Like, do you owe someone like the mafia?
Wait, it's my
you
fetish, okay?
make a fucking wager?
All right, so where were we? That was that creature. The other one is going to be the other little one that was attacking over by the horse, which is whinnying and running off or whatever it is. It's not going to chase after the fucking horse. It's going to turn and it's going to run after poor Aldo, who's trying to get away. And so it's like, and chasing after Aldo and going to attack him. Here we go.
I
This
rolled
is-
poorly. Does a 16 hit?
I rolled poorly. Does a 2 hit?
No.
It's now Dwayne's turn. He's going to move into flanking if he's not already. Or oh no, because you're flanking with Wade as you said before, and I looked in my head. You're flanking with Wade as you said before. He's not flanking. He's just a normal attack roll.
Is it
against
still
this one.
flanking if it's in a 3-way?
No, there's actually feats or whatever around that. So he rolled very well. His total was a 20, so he hits the creature. He does the total of 5 points of damage. He only had 1 left. So the creature ends up, after that, like kind of emboldened by the attack he did before. With this one, he is absolutely not messing around. He comes up to the thing, he takes like a moment, he sees after Mikhail takes that shot, and then he boots the thing from behind and starts hacking at it like he's holding a machete in his hands. Starts hacking the thing down, and he kicks it one more time so it crumbles, and he stands over it, and he's like, "Grr!" And then starts looking around like, Aldo! As he sees like past it and sees that Aldo's in trouble.
Nice work, Dwayne.
Aldo still needs help.
Yes. Oh, and I have to remove this thing from the tracker. Remove this thing from the tracker. Aldo does still need help. Koa, it is your turn.
Does Dwayne move up, or did he use his movement?
He 5-foot step to get into that position to attack this creature.
Gotcha.
So he can't use his movement for anything else at the moment. I guess he could sheath his sword so he can go up and grab his bow next, but bows are useless. No, that'll be his turn. Koa, before you do anything else, could you go ahead and make me a perception check? It's a really good roll. You were about to say something, do something, you heard him say, Aldo. You look over, you see Aldo, but then you hear a noise. Oh, shit. You hear more creaking. The wood moving, so on and so forth. You hear more of it. Fucking more of it's coming from behind you. Go ahead, Wade.
Can I see how far away they are?
You turn around to look, and you do not see where they are yet. Even with the torchlight that's there, they're just outside of view. They're probably going to come into view shortly.
More coming. Is it a direct line to get to where Aldo is?
It is. Yeah, the tent is nearby, but not in your path. Is it? Yes, you can charge attack it. Yes.
Would it be flanking to charge attack from here?
The straight line, because of how it came over to Aldo, you can angle your charge to flank it. Yes, sir.
Can you power attack while you charge?
Yes.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, you should power attack when you charge.
Yeah, I probably should.
Yeah.
Well, no, this is the small one. I don't think I cannot kill it if I hit.
That's true.
It has 4 health,
That
but
is-
sometimes it's fine to 6x their health pool.
There's literally I literally cannot roll less than a 4, and 4 health is what they have. Why take a -1?
Yeah, no need to power attack then.
Okay.
Well,
All right. Flanking charge.
Which one is it? Oh, okay.
It's the 12, which I know doesn't hit.
Yeah, so
So hold on. So 10 plus 1 plus 1,
Or wait.
right?
Yeah.
Plus charge
Wait,
is
what?
plus 2 more, right?
plus charge is +2, so that's yeah.
I have charge checked though.
Damn it.
Oh,
So that is a
Yeah.
12 total. Oh, wait,
Which
but it's
I-
flanking. Is flanking included? It's already
I
calculated?
literally this is a 2. This is literally a Keegan
Oh,
roll.
you
So that's a
Keegan
plus
roll?
8. So I have 2 more. So this is a 12. Do you want Jake? Do you want me to kill this thing? That's our last luck, I think.
Yeah, kill it, because then for some reason, if I don't hit it, and they get attack off, and then we take ability damage.
13,
That's 13
baby.
is exactly what you need. You hit. And
No
you're
luck
7,
left, but I
8
saved
points
you
of
the
damage.
strength.
damn
So we have no luck left, but at least I got rid of it.
You did. Mikhail, it's your turn, sir.
Are they all dead
All
No,
the
there's
ones
more-
that you can
there's more
see
coming.
around you.
that
but
we can
here.
see?
Yeah, but
I yelled out
Yeah.
that there are more coming. Imagine rolling a 2 and succeeding. Okay. And Keegan.
Yeah, imagine, right?
so
It'd
soon.
be crazy. Never happens.
I could lie to you with it too.
If Keegan just played
It's
music
true.
2 turns ago.
Honestly, if Aldo lied to me with a 1, it would probably work.
Is there any indication how far the other ones are?
Yeah, probably like 100 feet or so. Same as last time.
Oh, so not enough time to
Pack up our shit and go.
Yeah. It's like 2
Oh,
rounds.
what's this? The sun is coming up, and it's cresting the horizon. Wow. What time?
Yeah, you know what that means? The creatures fuck off and the vines start.
Yep.
Hmm?
I guess I'll yell to Koa, what direction? And I
Same
move the lights
one.
that way.
Yep.
Fuck.
Cool.
I'll just like move the lights a little further out.
So you move the lights that
Imagine-
direction, and moving the lights that direction has 2 effects. One effect is you're able to see the creatures. This is where it's the unfortunate fact that before you had like the scouts, if you will, the big one and the 4 little ones that came out. This time, it's a wave of them, the little guys. They're climbing over each other, running after you, running through the woods, bursting through the bushes, so on and so forth. They're coming at you. Fortunately for you, the spell that you just cast slows them down enough as they're running by it, and everybody's like, oh fuck, kind of like gathering near the fire, getting ready to do what you have to do. They slowed them down enough that just as they're breaking away from the effect of your spell, and they're coming up to where you are, the first one kind of like throws itself at the tent, and it's like clawing at the tent and putting little, like little holes in the tent, whatever it is clawing up. Another one's going behind it. Just as that happens, the sun crests over where the tree cover is that's right there into the area where you are, and all of a sudden, all of them just start to like crumple up and fall apart, and all of their vines dry up, and their wood crumbles, and so on. So just as
You had
this
to put
wave
holes in our
was going
tent
to hit you-
first.
Hmm?
You had
I
to
was
put
about
holes
to
in our
just-
tent first.
Yes.
Drown all of us in oil and the creatures and just say into campaign, man. I'm done with Swarm.
But
For
the sun
real.
comes up. It took them so many hours to get here from when they originated. They came at sunrise, and so you are able to, like, it's one of those things. Everyone's like, ah, and then luckily it was like the scene from in the mines of Moria where everyone's like, ah, and all of a sudden, and they stop.
Get the hell. He just leaves the lights out there for now. I think we should go.
Yes, the vines will be next. Let's pack up and move.
Yeah.
Dwayne, the Simone's gone. Can you help?
Fuck. Yeah. He shakes his head and looks about and says, any good news? He says, good news is I don't see any vines. He's just kind of chuckling to himself, grabbing the pack of like one apple left as he goes to grab the bag.
Everyone all right?
I think so.
Yeah. As much as we're gonna be.
Mikhail, you'll have to patch the tent later. One of the little bastards tore into it.
It's a bit heavy for the spell, but we'll deal with that later.
Do some spell push-ups. I don't know.
It's
By
not
spell
how that
push-ups, do you mean
works.
eat some of that goo, or
He just goes and starts packing.
It's the reasons like this, Keegan, are why first level casters get that trait that allows you to cast one of your spells as 2 caster levels higher, or whatever it is. I'm like, that's right, I can't handle 4 pounds. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Okay, so
A tent weighs a lot, though, so I don't think I'm getting there, period.
one thing I want to say to Koa real quick is so you think they chased us from the keep all the way here?
That or else they just dispersed farther and on the way in, there was some bit of movement in the distance. I think we all just assumed it was animals, but it could have been them already scurrying about. The other group wasn't as far from here, and they were an hour from here, and they got killed. I mean,
Last
Is it-
time though, we seen them run back, and they started digging into the ground. These ones have just ceased to be.
maybe this is our punishment for being where we were and surviving. Maybe this is a retaliation for our presence. I don't know.
You have the map, right?
We'll, like, produce it.
Can you roughly try and, we know where the ruins are, can you roughly try and see where we are and mark it out as maybe what we know of the safest distance away?
Prior to trips, we were safe at the rocks. That's even closer. This is the furthest we've ever seen any kind of danger.
You're
Even the rocks had a little bit of the vines, which we hadn't seen before. So I think we've aggravated the curse or something.
So what, does it just keep going now?
I don't know.
Right. Maybe a question for Ghost Guy.
Yeah.
Because if we have aggravated and it keeps growing, what's to stop it now from taking the whole forest?
Whatever stopped it before, I guess. Mikhail was talking about shapes on the map. Perhaps they're confined to something to do with that. I don't know. We'll have to ask Mikhail. He may understand it better than we do, but this is well beyond, I think, our knowledge, Aldo. I could guess, but I have nothing to base it on. This is all new.
Yeah. Nowhere's safe then. Well, let's I guess, like you said, pack up and leave.
It is concerning because, I mean, from what we can tell, they emerge at the beginning of night, and wherever they were either close enough to get to us at the end of night, or they chased us all that distance all night long. So it's possible they just pursued us all night from wherever they emerged, but I mean, they fought until they died this time. It wasn't even like a retreat to dig, like you said. They allowed themselves to be destroyed. Their one purpose was to attack us.
I wonder if that weakens it at all. Like you said, questions for another time, but does losing any of those things and having to make more, does it use any type of, I don't know.
If it was just the plant, I would say probably, but being as this is a curse, does it have a limit to its power? I don't know.
There must be some limiting factor, or I don't know. Questions for Mikhail, I guess.
Perhaps this is like the tree in the inside, whenever it just kept spouting off the swarms of little ones. Maybe this is the last desperate act of what it has left for now before it has to recharge, and it sent what it had left after. I don't know. We killed so many the other night. How? This is a terrible place.
It really is.
Next time we get the whole town of Leshev to bring every barrel of oil in a deer, and we torch everything.
The whole forest?
If it's going to become this, if we don't.
You're not wrong.
But no, not the whole forest.
Just most of it.
Anywhere where we see, at least to take to the keep and just. Well, the trees weren't affected by the fire. I don't know. This old plains business is way beyond my understanding. All I know is that the crystal that gave the one tree life in Hod Gwyn perhaps can be used against the dead tree. I don't know what we use against the living tree.
Me neither. I accidentally shot someone. I went through the little creature and yeah.
I'll check on it whenever Dwayne brings it back.
Thank you. Let's get out of here.
Right.
You guys pack up the camp, whatever it is, and it takes a little bit for Dwayne to return, longer than you guys had hoped for. The good news is, though, you don't see any razor leaf spreading about. So maybe you are outside the effects of the trees of whatever happens over that area. Maybe it is what you suggested, that they originated at the base and spent all fucking night running just to get here and die fighting. You know, whatever the case may be, the you don't notice any of that stuff around as Dwayne eventually shows up and comes back with the horse. When he comes back with the horse, she does have the bolt still inside of her as he's leading her back very gently, and he's like, "Aldo, I think you lost something," and brings her over, and he'll say to Koa and Mikhail as they come walking up, he says, I couldn't take it out over there. It hurt for her to move, but it'd be worse. I didn't realize she was injured. I didn't have supplies on me.
He said he went to shoot one of them and passed through and hit her. We have to remove this before we go riding for long distance.
Well, he says, we shouldn't be riding them at this point anyway. We worked them hard the past 2 days. We should be walking. It's gonna suck making her walk, but let's address this. He looks to Mikhail, who's somewhat trained in this stuff, and he says, it's gonna take us an hour. Do you want to see if Oh, Aldo's back. Never mind. He looks at Aldo. He says, it's going to take us maybe an hour, a little bit more to get her dressed up enough that she's safe to travel. But I don't think we need to put her down. I think she's okay enough if we dress her wounds. At least this gives us time to put on a kettle if the fire's still going. He says, kind of hopeful.
If we see any razor leaf, we have to leave immediately. But I've not noticed any yet.
Yeah, we can get the tents and everything ready to go. Everything but the mess kit, I guess.
Okay. One of you guys can make food, and who's going to worry about patching up the horsey horse?
I mean, I would ask Dwayne if he needs my help or if he thinks he's got it. So if he doesn't, then I'll...
Your assistance is, of course.
Can I handle animal to help keep her calm so they can work on her?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to, but you can. Just to roll a die and feel important. Look at that, you were so helpful. Mikhail, go ahead and roll your heals.
Do I get a plus from having an apple?
My turn to be helpful.
Please be helpful. Please be helpful.
Oh, thank goodness.
I'm not lying. I got a 19 total. And so I really needed your +2. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of an hour and supplies.
And 2, yeah.
So Simone has what HD?
2.
So she heals 2 health points. And the wound gets bandaged up and whatnot.
So Daisy and Simone are sharing HP at the moment.
Yeah, I put Simone's in the notes by the HP.
Okay, so you're keeping track of that?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you could also separate it by
the-
having like green for one and red for the other one on the, so on and so forth. But anyways, so you guys are after an hour or so, Aldo is able to, or whoever is able to get some food put together, maybe some tea, whatever it is. Maybe you guys have what's it called, like traveler's soup or whatever it is, that like hardened, almost like a cough drop you throw in the water and it turns into like broth. Whatever it is you need just to kind of like get something into your belly. And then once you guys are finally like, sustained enough, you all have finished your rest. So, like fatigue goes away. All the other details able to return. You have -1.
Do we heal any
mental stats.
ability damage?
You heal
One.
one ability score, one ability point from one ability score.
That's all I needed.
And
It's just 2
and so
HP,
on.
right?
Yeah,
Is
2
it so
HP.
level?
Well, pre-bully.
How do I get rid? Oh, do I have to do it up here?
It's called like
Yeah,
it was called like instant soup or something like that. That old shit.
Yeah.
And we heal how many health points too?
Yeah.
Have my temp HP worn off at this point?
Yes.
Oh
Yeah, I was
man,
hoping
this
to
is the
whoop
best
your
I've
ass.
felt in like 3 days.
I kept missing. I couldn't even whoop your ass. One time I hit you, I did 1 point of damage.
Did you forget the collective ass whooping we've already taken up till this point? Like,
Koa's fine.
I'm only fine because I've rolled fortitude saves out of my ass to stop that from doing things. I think I've rolled 10 fortitude saves and failed 1. Like, it's been an
Yeah.
astronomically rare occasion that I'm not fucking like dead.
So anyways, you guys are spending your time, whatever it is, everybody's feeling a bit better, and so on. And Dwayne's feeling quite proud of himself. Not only did he patch up the horse well enough after finding her, which finding her was easy because the blood trail. Getting her to come back was fucking hard, which took him so long. And then she's moving slowly. But also he's a little bit bragging about taking down the big one, which 2 of you know the truth. And like
Koa
somewhere,
is letting him have this moment.
somewhere in his heart of hearts, he might have to know the truth in there. But like he was so tired and he was just kind of like swinging, he's just excited about it. He's like, I contributed,
oh yeah, no, yeah. Mikhail is absolutely letting him. He's just like, yeah, those things are pretty tough. I mean, we saw some in the keep. They're no slouch. We really needed you there. You pulled
One
through.
moment I was in that thing's clutches, and the next moment you slashed it across the back and it died.
So he's excited about it. His spirits are high or whatever. as you guys are leaving to go head towards the bandit camp area. Wade, if you want to roll me the survival check, sir, you do have the +2 from your compass. I am able to give you a +2 from Dwayne.
Okay, I didn't factor those in, so we'll add those to this result. So that'll be a 21.
21. You're able to make good time. It takes you about a half a day's travel, a little bit more than to get there and pull into the camp. And the good news is the camp is still empty. I mean, it's a little bit overgrown compared to last time. Even the packed down dirt areas are starting to have like a little bit
They've
of
not respawned?
Or what? No.
Are we supposed to farm XP here?
No.
Okay.
But there's wild hogs. Lots of wild hogs around.
How much money do
That's
they
a level
have
2
on
enemy. I need 10 meat to complete my fetch
Is
quest.
this how we unlock the gunslinger class?
Yes.
Just killing pigs.
You have to kill 30 to 40 of them.
Turns out they're
About
also
30 minutes.
they're also
game.
fucking venomous.
When you come across the CR20 boss hog, the matriarch, it'll be named.
We call her the ex-wife. No, so you are able to come into the camp. It's a little bit like weeds or whatever it is starting to grow in a couple of areas, so it could use a bit of manicuring. But for the most part, it's actually a decent place to pull up to. A solid spot to set up your camp. There's a decent size area for like ring for your putting a campfire into and maintaining some warmth overnight. There's even stacked wood nearby that it's a little wet, but not all of it. So like there's a supply here for you to hold up for a bit if you needed to. Probably a solid like 2 nights without even having to worry about anything between, I believe you have enough rations on you to survive 2 more nights. Or you could just like hold up and also just go hunting for food if you wanted to. If your characters just needed like an extra moment to maybe like recover before going anywhere. Also, because you traveled so much further from the area, it might not be a bad idea, knowing that you can maintain a solid fire, to test the theory as to if they can come this far, or if they do try, if they even can come this far, or if anything else can happen. It's up to you. Obviously, you might also just be homesick and want to head back to Dathomir.
2 of us do have beds there now. But only one of us has a Dathomir witch to put in one.
Ew.
Damn.
I think we should stay at the thing for a full day and night.
The bandit camp.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it makes sense that we'd be so fucking worn out that we would.
Yes. Yes, it does.
And during that time, Scott, I want to read that notebook.
Yeah, sure. So we'll take care of the resting part in a minute. You guys get there. We can just say like even the first night you finally flip through the notebook, you're actually awake enough to check it out. Maybe even I don't know if your character's going to drink or not. I'm not going to put that on you, but maybe even has like a couple.
There's none left. It got slashed. Remember?
Oh, that's right. Ha 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 ha. Oh, poor guy. So anyways, you open up the book and what it says in there. So the book is actually the opening of the book. So when you first open it up, like kind of like leafing through, there's a whole bunch of like areas with this like some scribbling, like almost like notes to self, little things like that, almost like shopping list items. You can tell because there's like lots of herbs or whatever on there. So for the first, like if you've ever seen like an old composition notebook or an old notepad or whatever it is, you can see that there are the first several pages are just useless, just like nothing in there. But the first page that has like writing on it that's not completely scribbled off. I mean, that's, I guess, of note. It has like a fun little rhyme on it or a fun little poem on it. It says, couldn't carry all, couldn't quit. So I got rid of all of it. Where the straw is stacked and no one looks, between the stalls and hanging hooks. The tavern sleeps, the fields don't mind, just dust indoors and time to find. And so you're able to like see that little poem or whatever that's written there. And I'll gladly repeat it if you want me to. But then like leafing through the rest of the book that's there, for the most part, it just seems to be like little journal logs of their travel, as well as, again, little notes or keeping track of things or like notating, like it would have like 2 names on there. and it'd be like squabbling again next to it. And then like later on you flip through and it has like another date on it. It's like squabble quashed, such and such will need to be compensated. Like, you know, things like these little basic notes. But overall, it's hard to see if there's an overarching story. Aldo, go ahead and roll me a linguistics check. I believe you actually have proficiency in that.
Ew.
Of course, Keegan's frothing. He's like, I do. I'm good at that.
I am.
You're 17 total in linguistics. Are you happy with that, or did you want to get a use luck die or anything like that? Actually, I don't know if you guys have any luck left to use a luck die. So this is one of those times where you slowly decide whether or not you want to.
We're out of luck.
So anyways,
Does that work?
Jake, I do have to ask, do you want, like, are you comfortable with a 17? Feel free to ask your team here, or do you think that you want to try to shoot for like 20 or at least a higher
What
number
is
in
this
general?
to find out? This is just to decipher the riddle or what?
The book in general, try to get some like information out of it, see if there's anything kind of like hidden into it, if you will.
I think we've gotten so little from the damn keep that if it has anything useful, it'd be nice, because we've gotten nothing else other than what the elder told us and what we've figured out.
Yeah, I'm just looking at what I have with me, if anything can help. But I don't think I do. But I'm not really comfortable with a 17.
I'd say yeah, roll it.
Did we get a
We'll
plus
see
one
if
or
we have
anything, or
any.
did the hype train not get a plus one?
It never completed level 1.
Okay. So maybe we have a luck at this point. I don't know, but you could try.
All right, I will try.
Yeah, we'll at least find out.
Chat was not hype for the session. Hey!
We did have a luck.
A
Oh, yeah.
21.
Made it count.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chad.
So,
Made it count.
overall, the vibes of the book, let me start off with that. Very much give the impression of this individual was the band leader. You kind of already got that belief before, but this is just like, if you will, the enough evidence for you to kind of like prove to yourself that whatever they were doing beforehand, this person wasn't alone. They were a part of another group, likely that bigger group, because there's enough names referenced in this that it accounts for all of the bodies that you had seen except for 2. So those other bodies probably just got lost somewhere in the woods, right? So it accounts for all the bodies you'd seen plus 2 additional names are referenced inside the same periodic ways that honestly you could probably put together kind of like a vibe or like a belief of this person's interpretation of those personalities or individuals. But considering they're all dead and you don't have any last names or origins or whatever it is, there's not enough information to go off of. However, one of the things that you did notice was that back going to the poem, couldn't carry all, couldn't quit, so I got rid of it all. So couldn't carry all, couldn't quit, so got rid of all of it. Where straw is stacked and no one looks, between the stalls and hanging hooks, the tavern sleeps, the fields don't mind, just dust indoors and time to find. This person has kind of like a funny handwriting or whatever it is, and some of their spelling seems a bit off. But all that being said, some of the spelling being off, you realize one of the words was spelled funny in a funny way. It was actually the word rid, like got rid of it. It's spelled RIDH. And you remember at like kind of like in the like wait a second. Isn't there a town named Rid? Couldn't carry all, couldn't quit, so I got rid of all of it. Where straw is stacked and no one looks, between stalls and hanging hooks. The tavern sleeps, the fields don't mind, just dust indoors and time to find. You think that this is a riddle pointing to where something was stashed or stored, likely in Rid. You only know one person here that's been to Rid before. Go ahead.
Yeah, he would at some point he would go over to Koa and Mikhail when Dwayne is off doing something else. And he'll be like, so I read through that notebook. Turns out this person was the leader. But, lots of irrelevant information in there. Nothing really noteworthy, except there's this one little passage, and it looks like a poem, but I think it's a riddle. I think he has a stash in Rid.
Grid. Grid's a pretty small
Yeah.
town. Where would his stash be?
Well, and he'll read the passage out to you.
Go ahead.
I don't remember what it is.
There you go. I can copy and paste it. For
When you
later.
need to take a shid, go and sit right here in Rid. We have an ass that will not quid. Get some money, make a bid.
Quid is in quid pro quo.
Oh, there it is.
So he'll read that to you.
I can feed you some details, Wade, unless you want to take a stab at it first.
I mean, what all buildings are there in Rid? It sounds like maybe it's like the horse stall. Between the stalls and hanging hooks where there's hay. Like there'd be hay and stalls and like a horse stable, right?
There's almost nothing in Rid. Rid can be described in really only one word: sleepy. The only building worth noting inside that place is the one small tavern they have, where obviously your session 0 was 200 hours ago, where your one small the one small tavern. Other than that, it's just farmhouses and barns. There is actually a barn right by the right by the tavern.
This is just a Koa, right?
Koa is familiar with Rid, and Aldo just walked up to Koa. So
Okay,
They walked
I'm
in
gonna
both
run to the
of us.
restroom real quick.
yeah,
Oh, he
answer.
did. Oh,
You did,
Yeah,
but you
oh,
can
well,
step away if you
yeah.
need to.
Yeah.
I can wait. It wasn't a big. It's not a rush.
There's a barn near the tavern. There's farmhouses. There's not much in there. I mean, it's a few homes, few farms, and a tavern. So the barn is my best guess with hay and stalls and hanging hooks. Perhaps that was their farmhouse, or perhaps they just broke in and hid something there, or their family, a friend. I don't know.
Whatever it is, it's needs to be found.
So you
Yeah.
want to go to Rid to break into a barn to hopefully find a stash from someone that's dead here.
The
We
person
don't have to go right away, but yeah.
the person whose stash is the one individual that had like the alchemy supplies and lots of coin, and it was that individual with the axe with them.
Do I know
Yeah.
like who lives there? I don't know how familiar I am with Rid. Do I know who lives there? It's right.
You
by
know
the
one
tavern.
girl. And the bartender. You had a rapport with the bartender.
Yeah. I'm familiar with at least 2 people in Rid, one of which I'd like to avoid, the other one serves a mean drink. Well, I should avoid her now, but I definitely want to avoid her father.
Oh, huh. I think that
What's
shouldn't
that
be too
barn?
difficult.
It was a barn. It could have been that barn.
Oh, you know what? You could we could disguise you as who are you again, Robbie? You know, we could do that. We could do that again.
Only if I can get Mikhail's pants.
You'll have to go get him off the guy that we traded him to.
That's too bad. We don't have to wear a disguise, but it is worth I suppose checking out.
Hey, you could get us a few dining room chairs, maybe. You know.
You don't want the chairs that are in Rid. Those chairs have been broken and re-repaired 100 times over. They're
No,
very-
no, I was referring to if this, you know, this cash has any.
Oh,
money
I
in it.
see.
Yeah, if the cash has any cash.
I suppose it's worth checking out, and I believe one of the keeps is a bit north of Rid, so that would be a way to go there.
Well, let's get back to Lesheb first, then, and we'll head over to Reed after we've had some time to rest and recover.
I think we make our way back to Hot Gwyn. We go that route. I do not want to cut through the forest again.
But
Yeah, I can agree
long
with
way
that.
around.
It is a long way around, but if we've pissed off this keep and caused any issues, I don't want to risk running into that or the water again. Or that group that apparently caught the bandits in Forvin. If they have some kind of settlement in the forest.
I'd really like to avoid them, given how they dealt with magic users.
We're not even out of the woods yet, Aldo, and you're ready to go back through?
No, I was just wondering on the state of Hodgwen, actually, but it's probably good in one way if we at least know where they're at. And Beltran's probably back there by now.
The woods don't sound so bad, actually, now that I think about it.
You guys see Dwayne is grabbing some small like vines, or if you will. He's kind of like weaving together a very simple, almost like loose, look kind of like a net or basket or something. It's very loose though. It doesn't look like it's going to properly be able to hold much or anything particularly heavy. It's kind of like a poorly made one, if you will. Continue the conversation. He's sitting by the fire doing this.
Yeah, let's go. Stop by. Dr. Curve Rock, bid farewell to Jim Smith, and I guess make our way back to Hot Gwyn.
All right. Well, it'll be good to put the forest to the back of us, I guess.
Do you think Leon's left yet? Should we leave word of him that we're going back to Hot Gwyn? Perhaps with Jim Smith, being as they seem to be fast friends?
I mean, we can spend a couple of days in Leshev and,
Sleep in our new beds.
Yeah. That'll be nice.
He looks at Aldo realizing that his bed wasn't there yet.
Aldo looks at you and he smiles and he says, "Don't worry, thanks to do we have that person's name? Is their name in there at all?"
Theirs isn't, because they referenced other people.
Yeah. He says, "Thanks to the owner of this notebook here, I'll be paying the rest of my bet off."
Oh yeah, they did have quite a bit of money on them, didn't they?
Oh, they did.
And the alchemy.
Be nice. Yeah, actually sleeping in a bed in our house.
We never divvied that up, right? Aldo just has whatever it was.
Yeah, I've got it marked down, I think.
I've got
Yes,
a list of
26
it in
gold,
here.
17 silver, 6 copper, and 11 slivers.
We also found a body we found a combination with all of the bodies. It was another 7 gold, 93 silver, 227 copper, 95 slivers. That's an addition to that, because that was on the other bodies. I have that marked down. Wait, there was 33 gold and all that other shit on those bodies?
So that's how much we've got all up? 33?
Well, if you have the 26 gold... Scott, am I doing this right? The bodies, plural, had 7 gold, 93 silver, 227 copper, 95 slivers, and the other body had 26 gold and 17 by itself?
Yeah, it had a lot of money by itself, yep.
Dude, being adventuring is finally paying off. Let's spend it in 3 seconds on a couch.
Right? It's time to buy that
So do
rug, boys.
we want to just, divide that up now and just add it to your things? It's like 11 gold and whatever.
I can work on doing the math, because I got to break down the slivers, copper, and silver. I imagine there's a place in Leshev where we can actually trade that out to gold. We're not carrying the 5,000 thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't have a proper bank there, but yeah, you could do that.
One of the conversions is weird, though, right? It's not 10 to 1 for all of them.
Correct. It's slivers to copper. It's 5 slivers equals 1 copper. Because slivers are like very small money. It's for buying the stupid things like twine and stuff like that. Things that
So 95 slivers would be 19 copper.
Yeah.
I did the math right.
But anyway, so while he's doing that, so Dwayne, like I said, he finishes weaving this very loose, almost sad-looking net basket or whatever it is together, and then he goes over and he starts grabbing in fistfuls of dried leaves and packing them in there. Some are falling out the sides or whatever it is, but he's really packing in these dried leaves. So he has this huge wad of dried leaves or whatever that's there. And you guys kind of finishing your conversation as he's done doing this. And then he goes over and you can see he's grabbing one of the empty burlap sacks whatever you guys have for, that supplies that you've used up by now. And he's grabbing a couple of stones from around the just outside of the camp and putting them into the burlap sack, and decent sized ones. There's going to be a good amount of weights to this inside of the sack. I don't know if anybody interrupts him before he comes over to talk to you guys, but he's kind of pretty decently working on this. as maybe somebody else here is tending to the fire, or setting up the tent, or choosing who wants to go and watches, going about those typical kind of details.
Yeah, I mean, Mikhail would probably at some point go, oh, "What are you working on?"
Oh, he says, "Oh, it's a surprise. I'm going to need a volunteer, though."
I don't do that anymore.
He shrugs and looks at Aldo and Koa with a smile. He's still tired, but he's got a smile.
Dwayne, after you killed that beast, how could I not trust you? I volunteer.
He goes, damn, I think Aldo would have been would have been the right one here. Being playful, obviously. And you guys are good to go. He says, all right, but we're gonna have to wait till nightfall.
Fair enough.
So,
I did the math on the money. I can boil it down more, but I've got it pretty close to even numbers.
Yeah, go ahead if you want to hand that out.
We have 15, 15, and 14 gold. One person must take one less gold piece. Or I can convert one. Well, hold on. Let me do it.
No, just do the 15, 15. Yeah, it's fine. Just give Aldo less.
Well, I had
shot a
24
horse.
silver. I could break the silver down into one less, so I can go 14 silver. If I do this and make this 2, that gets that to 15. So everybody would get 15 gold, 5 silver, 1 copper, and then there's 1 sliver left over. Once we take it to a bank and break it down.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because there was 18 gold, 7 silver, 6 copper worth on the bodies, 26 gold, 17 silver, 6 copper, 11 slivers on the body. I added them both together and condensed it down to as few coins as possible. So 15, 5, 1, and Aldo can have the extra sliver for whatever reason. If you owe more money on the bed than that, I'm happy you can take it. It's fine.
Yo, we'll do.
Just let me know.
Yeah,
I'm going to mark 15, but just we can RP it out if you need more. Yep.
Yeah.
But put 15, 5, 1, and 1 Aldo, and then you can put 15, 5, and 1 copper.
Gotcha.
Mikhail, heal checks, just for taking the overnight and whatever. I assume you guys are properly resting tomorrow too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
It was
For
we're doing 2
RP's
days.
sake, for realism's sake,
Yeah.
we spend an entire night swinging our fucking arms, no matter what kind of shape you're in. Our bodies are gonna fucking hurt for 3 days.
Yeah, 2 days of rest is not weird at all.
I need from you a long-term care for each person that you want to affect. You can affect up to 6 people. DC is 15. You obviously can't do it for yourself, but you can give long-term care to Koa, to Aldo, to horses, and to Dwayne. Aldo, long-term care matters for the sake of recovering attributes.
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
You're back up normal.
I also don't need attribute help. Did we sleep a second night though? Did I heal 2 more health from a second night of sleep?
You only slept 1 night so far before we do any of this.
Okay.
And then I'll tell
I
you.
also
the
don't
full
have
result.
ability damage anymore. Do the horses need long-term care?
Yeah,
Just one of them, I think.
I think they all might need it. Let me see again. Especially,
Jacobo took the
Simone.
biggest beating. Well, Jacobo
Jacobo got fully healed from his from the potion.
Oh, Jacobo took.
Yeah, but Jacobo took a big hit during one of the things and
was
went back
running
down to
away,
5
but that
again.
big hit
Oh.
was 6 points of non-lethal, so that would have healed
Yeah.
already.
And they each
Yeah.
took a run. Oh, that was non-lethal.
That was
Mhm.
non-lethal.
And we had a full
Yeah.
night's sleep, so Jacobo would be back to full then.
I think it's just Simone and
Assuming-
Koa we have to worry about.
Koa, I'm just missing regular health. It's 10 HP.
You're not missing any more of your strength?
I only ever lost 1.
Oh, you bastard.
Oh,
So, Mikhail,
yeah,
are
and
you missing a lot of
So it's
strength?
just I'm missing 1 and 2 HP, so I'll be back to normal.
What? You
with
guys
another night of rest.
all skirted around all of that?
I tanked every fucking hit minus 3 of them. We all rolled crazy well on fortitude save.
And I've already
Don't-
had an actual extra night of sleep compared to everyone else.
Don't waste the resources on long-term care then. If you guys are about to spend 2 nights of sleeping, you're gonna heal 4 health points and 2 ability scores anyways. If that gets you back up to max before you start adventuring again, then don't worry about it. If it doesn't get you to max, let's talk.
I can do it
regular
without
HP?
using the kit.
Regular HP, 2 nights sleep. I'm still gonna be missing
Yeah.
6 hit points.
So yeah, I would just be worried about Koa and Simone, really.
I lost like 50 hit points during these battles. I used
So
3 healing potions.
So I could use 2. It'd be 2 uses from the medical kit, and I still have 7. I don't know how much Dwayne has left of the supplies.
That's nuts, dude. I have DR1, and I used 3 health potions. 2 were moderate that got me to full health. I'm still at half health again.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to think 14, 20, 14. Like, that's all the damage I took, and then I also reduced another, like, 15 or 20 out of that.
You soaked up a lot. Like, I would be
Out of game, that's awesome. In game, Koa's gotta look like shit.
I got that aid last time. That gave me like 13 temp or whatever. Because otherwise, I'd have been down to like 6 hit points.
I'd have been back down to like 12.
Dwayne has 2 uses. You don't want him to use them up though, because if you get injured or something, right? So
yeah, I'll just use the 2 out of mine.
Sure. And you're just doing this for Koa for long-term care?
Koa and Simone.
For long-term care?
Yeah.
Do you want to run primary or secondary?
I think his was better than mine,
Yeah,
so I'll do secondary.
Okay.
So that is +2 from the kit, right?
Mm-hmm. Does that include the +2?
Yeah.
Great. So he passes, and so for the full day of rest, which we'll do the long-term care during the full day of rest, not the 1 night of rest. Wade, instead of healing 2 for the first night and 2 for the second night, instead you're going to heal 2, 4, 6, 8 points of damage total.
Hey, 1 more night of sleep and I'm going to be at full health.
Wait, hold on. No, not 2, 4. Hold on, because you're level 2. So 4 points per level. So it's actually 8. You're going to heal 10 points of damage total.
I'm at full. That's exactly the amount I needed.
And it's going to be the same for Simone. Simone, who is also a 2 HD creature, can heal 10 points of damage total, which I think heals the horse entirely.
Yeah, that gets her back to full.
Yep. And Wade, you also would have healed a bunch of ability score, too. I think 4 or 5 or some shit like that over those 2 days. So those 2 days of healing really, it's not that your character's not in pain anymore. It's just, all right, so what ends up happening is that evening when it gets dark and, things are situated and, dinner is like cooking, whatever it is, Dwayne will come up to you and hand you the burlap sack. It's heavy. It's full of rocks. And he's like, all right, come on, we get a surprise. And he starts leading you out of camp.
On my way. This is heavy.
Yeah, that's why you're carrying it.
It would have been very cruel to ask Aldo to do this.
I would have been carrying it, and he'd have to carry this, he says, holding like this big, it looks like a beach ball of leaves inside of like a woven, net, if you will.
Right. Well, I'm following your lead.
He walks with you for a little bit, and he's like, all right, gotta keep quiet at this point. Stealth check. As he's creeping forward with you. You guys creep forward quite slowly and quite quietly, and he stops and he's like, I don't hear anything. Start making a ring of stones so we don't start a fire by accident. And you can see, like, as he points out for you to make the ring of stones, he's like plucking away and moving away any additional like debris, like leaves or whatever it might be, from maybe a foot or 2 feet away from around where you're putting the stones. He's moving it all to in the middle of where the stones are, so he's making kind of like a bit more of an area where I guess there might be a fire that's set there.
My God, Dwayne is an anagram for Orsugo. I put
And so he you guys put the ring there, and he gets everything going, and he grabs a couple of sticks and gently puts them there as you guys, stealth or whatever, get it all set up. And then he smiles and he's like, all right, now for the exciting part. And he starts lighting the fire to get the fire going, and gets like a small, simple fire going. And then once the fire gets started just enough, he takes the netted thing that he has, and he puts like a longer stick through it, so he has it kind of like bound up inside the things that are there. So he has it at the end of a stick, and he sets it on fire, and then waves it around so the fire goes out, but it's smoking like fucking crazy. So it's like embers burning inside his little ball, and then he holds it up, and now there's enough light with your dim vision, you can see that there is a big bee's nest right there, and he's holding the smoking stick up in the sky, and he's smoking out a fucking bee's nest.
This whole time I'd be like, what in the actual fuck are we doing?
And then he's like,
Koa's eyes widen for a moment, and he's like, I mean, I guess it's not the worst idea in the world.
all right, Koa.
It'd be funnier if Koa's like, I'm allergic to bees.
Koa's not that smart.
He's like, Koa, climb up and get the branch. Get that branch.
Has it been long enough? The bees are gone, right?
Climb up there, Koa.
He's like, yeah, they're all gone. Go before the smoke's out. Huzzah! Koa is able to climb up there and get the branch, and he shakes it, and a couple of the bees start like getting agitated because of the shaking of the branch to break it. But the fact that it's too cold outside and the smoke of this is keeping them in. And so once you climb back down with the branch, he has you hold it over the fire enough that the smoke kept the bees in, and the heat of the fire is going to kill most of the bees that would naturally be a part of the self-defense. And sure, you're wasting some honey as it's dripping out and going into the fire, but since honey's made mostly of sugar, it also will eventually catch fire after a little bit of spitting or blurping or whatever before it gets it to ignite, and just makes it a little bit hotter. And eventually gets to the point where you guys are able to bring the hive, you holding the stick with the hive, and him holding the smoking thing underneath it. Try to keep it smoky as much as possible before you head back over to where your actual camp is. And there you're able to prop up the stick and put a pot underneath it and keep it over the fire, so as the honey is melting from the heat and killing the bees inside, all the honey is melting into the pot down below. And you guys get a combination of a wonderful sweet treat for yourselves, a sweet treat for the what are they called? The horses.
Animals.
And also a means of patching your wounds. The honey can be used after you've boiled it to sterilize it to
Damn it, that was
literally
the
be a
bee!
wound patcher. And so he can get back one of your uses of your medical kit, because the honey is able to supplement some of the bandages that you can use to it. So
dope. All
Scott's
right.
really cutting the poison. Oh, that's awesome.
Unfortunately, these are cursed keep bees.
Right.
Oh.
Oh, you eat the honey? All right, roll a fortitude save.
And your characters have like a nice, Koa's first time getting a beehive in many years, since he was a dumb kid and just kicked a hive out of a tree, out of a dare, and got stung to shit, but ate the honey afterwards, and whatever it is. So you guys have like a fun experience. You have some delicious honey to snack on over the next not only the rest of your time at this camp, but also some more that you can have while you're making your trek back to Leshev. Any other details you want to cover on while you're in the bandit camp, but before you inevitably head back? Because you don't get attacked in the middle of the night. It's just quiet, peaceful time camping in the middle of the woods. You are posting up guard here and there, but you're just watching nature and occasionally killing a mosquito.
Oh, we'll have a moment. We don't have to RP it out, but he'll have like a nostalgic moment of like, this is where the Valiant Few started, boys. Remember being here the first time?
Yeah, remember the piss tree?
Dwayne's like a piss tree?
Oh, simpler times, simpler times.
Yeah, Aldo, tell him about the piss tree.
Well, I'm pretty sure I had a song for the piss tree. But,
Oh my god, you did have a song.
Did.
Piss tree, better not miss tree.
Oh, Aldo's first kill was here.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
his first kill actually was at where they were fleeing from before you got here.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I don't
A
think
little-
Aldo wants to swing back through that.
I don't think any of us did. That was like the shitty camp, and this was the real camp. Right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see. Which books were we borrowing? Okay, I deciphered one. That was Purple 10.
Yeah, so we have purple 10 and 12 are the ones we're borrowing.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can spend the whole
I
day
have a
researching if you
13
want.
on that.
You spend a day researching before we have you travel back to Le Chef.
I'm looking at the Mole Encyclopedia note that we have in the thing.
So it's 12. Okay, that makes sense.
10, 12, and 27 are owned by Nathan, but I think we own 27, so we're borrowing 10 and 12.
Okay, yeah. So I just typoed. Okay, so yeah, I'll spend a day
13 is a
on
blue book.
12.
We have 13,
Okay,
and it's
yeah,
blue.
I got that over there. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I just typoed that one then. Okay, so I get 1 day on 12, purple 12. Scott,
Yes, if you can pass.
I thought I didn't roll to the end.
Oh, you're correct.
Oh, okay, yeah.
3 days of studying.
This is my
to roll
first day.
once. You are correct.
Yeah, this is the first day I've studied it.
Otherwise, you're like, oh, I failed. I guess I give up. All right, cool.
On to the
Start over
next.
tomorrow.
All right, so yeah, if there's nothing else you guys care to talk about or handle out here, we can just kind of like jump those 2 days and have you heading back. In which case, Wade, you can go ahead and make your survival check. Your compass does give you the +2, and he gives you a +2 as well. You can mental math
Okay.
those.
Oh,
Jesus,
29.
29. Oh my golly.
The gods themselves are like, damn, they're navigating well.
Get the hell out of the woods.
Almost. They almost noticed you.
Should I luck it so the gods notice? Do I want that kind of attention?
I don't know if we want that attention right now, man.
Jesus,
Look at the way he looks at the piss tree and knows it's the piss tree.
Jeez. I don't know, man. Hitting 30 is kind of dope. I wonder if that means we find something else cool.
We've never found anything from these survival checks. Chat says do it. Do we have a luck, chat? I don't know if we have a luck.
There's one way to find out.
Yeah, I do it. Why not?
Fucking lucky. Hey, 32!
32!
32.
That's high as hell.
Okay, this is
Oh,
what happens.
thanks, Naga. You're so late on that.
You're
Right.
you're navigating back, and you're making some pretty good time. And conversations sort of that we were having beforehand, so on and so forth. Something comes to mind for Koa as he's making his way back. He eventually kind of like pulls up to have a word with Mikhail, or at least could. It's up to Wade to do so. When you realize, you're pretty close to that area that you had seen in the camp before. You're pretty close to the area we had seen in the map before of it being a zone, the wet zone, if you will. You could intentionally circle by that spot just to test the theory of this sacred geometry or any of those other details around that. It might be worth looking into.
Michaela Wood?
Yeah, what's up?
We're right. If my mapping is correct, we should be right next to that zone. In your geometry you were talking about, the wet one.
Oh, yeah, the water-aligned one. Huh.
We
That'd
could
be
stop
kinda
by
nice
and
to-
at least fill up our water sacks.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be nice. We got a little bit of trek back. I mean,
Unless
It
it's
was
cursed
really-
water that we've been drinking.
what would the curse have been?
Tastes good, but it's made from the tears of 1,000 babies? I don't know. Mikhail, you're the one who knows these things better than I do.
I don't know anything about that, so if it is the one of those bad things, we don't know.
Ignorance for the win.
It is bliss sometimes, but no, it would be kind of nice to swing through, even if just for the water skins. But I don't know. Maybe there's some other observations that I could make now that I have a few other ideas about what's causing it.
If there's anything you don't want to get wet, I would recommend not bringing it into the zone. We don't exactly have tons of waterproof cases. The books and such I would not want to take in there.
That's a good point. I mean, we do have quite a few of them with us. And some are borrowed.
We could leave them with Dwayne and Aldo, and you and I could go take a quick look, but that leaves them waiting here for a couple of hours.
Yeah, they don't mind.
You're
Aldo?
pretty confident in your direction to be able to give them direction enough to skirt around it and to meet them afterwards, especially with Dwayne's competence in this region and the fact that you're close to the edge of the forest anyways. We continue, Wade.
If you two don't mind, make sure you keep heading this way a bit. Take all of our items that we don't want to get wet, which we would canonically know, because it would make sense that we would.
Of course. Oh shit, you forgot about that super important thing. Oh no, now it's ruined. Oh, shucks. Your
I
crown
didn't
is
know
rusted.
that mole coin was made of paper.
Oh.
All of it dissolving.
Basically, Jake, we're gonna go take a look at the wet zone, and we're gonna have you and Dwayne take the things we don't want to get wet, like the books and such.
Yeah, that's all good.
Well, we'll see you. We'll try to meet around this point here.
All right, see you there.
Dwayne goes off with Aldo being like, trying to find the wet zone?
And he just like winks at Dwayne.
He just shakes his head and says, I'm not surprised Koa needs Mikhail to help him find it. Phone a friend. And rides off. Cool.
Hey, I didn't catch the stray for once.
You'll hear in the distance, "Ready to get wet, Mikhail?"
The two of them snickering.
Why'd you say it like that?
Well, it's not avoidable. It's unavoidable there.
I guess it is. At least it'll taste nice. Why'd I say it like that? Yeah. All right, cool. So we go to the nice tasting wet zone.
I'm sorry. According to Steve, suddenly a droid drops from the sky and pulls out their vibro spear and stabs a character to death. You guys.
Phil dies again.
Just apparates.
Philippa was coming to meet with Koa.
Anyways, so you guys you find the wet spot, and you are able to go and do some investigations. I have suggestions, but I'll leave it to you, Keegan, for what your character specifically is looking for, based off the description you got last time of the what's it called, sacred geography that you saw on the map. And that's not a small thing. That would be kind of like a big area you're trying to like make markings to. See if you can find like the central area, whatever you're trying to do. If there's any magical tests that you want to do, whatever it is, I will leave it to you, sir. But as a reminder, the air is damp.
Yep.
Do you think it
the
could be one
water
of those?
skins.
Oh yeah, we're
Yeah.
those bad boys. There.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just hope it's not.
We're gonna be
people.
hydrated as hell, right?
You don't think one of those stones could be doing this, do you? It's too big of an area, right?
I mean, I suppose in theory it would depend on the size and quality of the stone. I mean, it would have to be very impressive to make a zone this big. But no, I think it must be something else. Though, I imagine something like this could aid in attuning one of those stones to an element. Like if we had one that was open, right? That was empty.
We could fill it with water.
Yeah. Just as one was filled with radiance or another was filled with fire. I
So
don't
do
necessarily
I
know what the
currently
effect
count
would be.
as one of the stones, if I like.
No, not really, but
Can I piss water radiance?
I guess you could try. But likely not. I wonder what the border, if the border's like really rigid, you know what I mean? Or if it shifts, or if it's like really, is there a gradual effect or is it immediate?
Well, we came in this way. Did you notice when we first entered if it was rigid or subtle?
Not really. Yeah, I'm gonna try to like sort of step in and out of the wet zone, see if it's like a very defined border.
How long are your characters going to invest onto this investigation?
Maybe a couple hours at most. I don't know if we want to spend that long. Weren't there some other bad effects last time?
It was wet.
I think it was just like
your
there's
boots got
papers, that
wet,
kind of stuff.
You felt wet. Everything was wet. It's all wet.
Yeah, and I had limited cantrips, so I couldn't like dry people off infinitely.
Oh yeah, now you can just dry us.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we would spend more than a couple of hours doing this because we don't want to make them wait for us. I'd say maybe 2 hours max.
Yeah, 2 hours max for sure.
Okay, couple of hours is a short period of time for trying to investigate something so large and alien and what have you. But absolutely, you want to try to find its boundaries, is what it sounds like. To discover its boundaries, that could be something as simple as and Koa can assist you in this. For you, Mikhail, it's going to be a perception check as you're trying to notice when you feel different. But for Koa, you're welcome to do a survival check to notice if you see the terrain coming off as different from it. You're going to assist Mikhail. Wonderful.
Okay, that's a +2 then.
Mm-hmm.
I went ahead and added it.
Hey! Is it 20?
It's total of 20.
Cool. You happy with it, or?
Yeah. I think we probably just keep it, right?
Unless you think this is going to have some drastic effect on the curse and you think maybe we can get more out of it. I mean, me, Wade, this is beyond my knowledge because I've never played. Vice Lord is the only magical character I've ever played. I think he was a warlock. Everyone else has kind of been not this. So dealing with the planes, never done it. Pathfinder played a big dumb brute. So I'm not going to be of much assistance to this, and Koa definitely isn't. So if you think you can figure it out, save the luck. But if you think this, I trust your judgment.
I mean, we're just trying to find the border of it. I think if I rolled
which maybe
crazy high,
yeah,
like I get something extra at it. I imagine if I rolled like really crazy high, but from here, difference between I don't know.
So with your 20 total, you are not able to find a defined border in the sense that it's gradual. You realize that it's not one of those things where it's like, I am dry, I am wet. I am dry, I am wet. It's, I'm more wet. And then you travel for a bit and you're like, oh, I'm realizing I'm less wet over here, but still kind of moist and so on. So that means that it has a gradual effect. This is a kind of like, on the downside is there's no obvious rim that you can find. So whether it's move or rigid, it's too loose of an effect and too gradual of an effect for you to be able to find that. But the plus side is, if it's not like that, if it's not like a hard edge like that, that means there's likely an epicenter to where this is coming from, and it would make it easier to find the epicenter. However, God, trying to find the center of this, you could spend days just trying to like, okay, where is it here? Where is it more? Where is it less? And just trying to like really plot that out. That could take days if you didn't understand how this, what's the word I'm looking for here? Geography kind of worked. You did already have a bird's eye view, if you will, of the area that could help you. I'm not saying that you can definitively pass, but there's different things you can research here while you're here, Keegan. You could go for a geography check and just try to find that with one shot. And if you miss it, then time's up, you got to go. Or you could try to figure out other details as well if there's something else that you have in mind.
Would knowledge, nature, or survival be able to assist him?
I would say a knowledge, nature, or survival will be able to assist him in the sense that you can, once again, same as you looking, but whereas he was feeling the wetness, you're looking for plants that maybe grow in more of a wet environment. You're looking for like those kind of details before. You can continue to do that to assist him now, looking for like, that seems like this kind of a plant is more of like, I can't remember the name of the plant, but it's like a cousin of cabbage. And it's really fucking smelly if you step into it. It's like almost like a swamp plant that's around. It literally smells like farts. Anyways, or like rotting farts. Either way, so like those kinds of plants require some heavy dampness. And you're like, okay, well, I see that plant shouldn't be growing around. That's the way that you could assist. But
sure.
Oh no, well, hold on.
Nice.
He didn't define that. That's what he was going. He could go for.
Oh, I was. Sorry. I was.
Oh, you were doing
that,
the geography.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I just kind of
So
went.
that, as a matter of, because we're not spending a ton of time on it, so I figure I'll take the check. So that's a +2 again.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh
Nice.
shit!
does that
might be
include the
worth
two?
watching. Yeah, it does.
We're at that cusp again. We're tickling that edge.
I kind of want to luck it.
Go for it.
Good. Okay. Woo!
And again,
32.
32. Wow. Okay. First pass through, first guess. It's not a guess as in like, oh, I blindly stumbled across it. It's like, no, you and Koa had an idea in mind when you were trying to find the rim before. It was frustrating to not be able to find the edge, but taking the W from discovering that, you turn around and just invert it. And instead of trying to find the ends, try to find the center. And the two of you guiding each other as you go and whatnot, and certainly having Nightstorm with you has been I almost said Fury with you as you go has been helpful, because you can see her I almost said paws, her hooves sinking into the ground a bit more in certain areas as the ground there is a bit more wet. Either way, you eventually find the epicenter again in one pass, one go. You go there and are able to get to it pretty fucking quickly. Not only do you find the epicenter that's here, you can find that it's affecting the area around it so much that the trees and immediately at the immediate center actually are no longer growing healthy, happy trees. They're rotted old trees, because anything that would kind of start growing in the area just kind of like decays and rots because how wet it is. It's just too much for most plants to be able to survive. And you're not in a natural swamp area where a swampy kind of plant would be able to be planted. Oh, well, that's not true. You do see other swampy plants around where the seeds have kind of like taken, like maybe from somebody's boot from far off, or fell off of a shoulder from traveling, or whatever it is to get that seed here. Some of those plants do grow, but specifically what you're defining as the epicenter, it's so wet, it's so otherworldly moist here that even, swamp-like plants are rotting. They can't last for very long. And so you're able to find that. You're actually able to find it soon enough that, Mikhail, I'll give you the W of you can attempt another test here. So you're able to find it unerringly. You know for a fact it's here. You do not see any crystals. You do not see any buildings. You do not see any foundations. You do not see anything that suggests anything along those lines. Whatever the original geography was of this place has absolutely been transformed by the fact that it's been hundreds of years of just heaping wetness that has caused for the ground to be transformed because of it. Small, like it's almost like quicksand. Because you're stepping through, you're kind of like sinking into it. So if you want to get directly and stand inside the epicenter, you're going to have to, I don't know, maybe get snowshoes could help you or something, or take your pants off and go wading through it. But it is pretty intense here. You have enough time for another test if you want to, potentially even with one of the crystals you have on your person.
Yeah, we have. Let's see, we didn't take that one. We just have like the tiny ones, right? Yeah. Oh wait, no, didn't we leave those with Gemsmith?
Did you leave all of them with him? You may have.
I think we
I
might
don't
have.
remember.
I'm trying to find.
He identified
where
some
I
of
put
them. Because we got some of them back from him. He identified some, and then I think Aldo left another
yeah.
batch with him or something.
Aldo left some other gems, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah, and he sold some stuff that wasn't those kind of stones.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did give some back. I don't know if I noted specifically, because they were just kind of loosely described. Oh, we left the stone cutting schema with him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I would still have the old, some of the crystals, whatever he gave us. I imagine they'd be some of the tinier ones.
Yeah. These are yeah.
Because we wanted him to look into the others.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But yeah, I'll bring some of those
you were able
out.
to identify these and what they seem to lean to. You had that. Did you mark down which ones were which?
I don't know that I learned specifically which. Like, I remember being told that I learned what they lean to, but not specifically
Yeah, I don't
told.
know that we were specifically
This one
told.
leans to this. This one leans to this. Just like you know what they do.
Okay, cool. So you're gonna kind of like look through your little notepad or whatever it is you have there of the stones, and maybe marking the colors or however it is that you note which one it is. And so you go to take out that notepad to see which stone is which, and you realize, oh fuck, I left that with Aldo because I didn't want it to get ruined here. Damn it.
Yeah.
And you hold out your hands, and you and Koa look down at the stones, and you go, do you remember which one's the water stone? As you both stare at it, wondering, if you're going to be able to catch the Eevee not too far off where you are, looking for your water stone. You can both roll an intelligence check and see if you can remember which one it is. Hey, that's a pretty good roll, Koa. Koa looks down.
Rolled good.
And he's pretty confident. He spent a lot of time at Gemsmith. You know what I mean? And you guys talked about this kind of stuff or whatever. Koa sees one. He feels confident one of those ones in your hands is it.
This one, I'm at least 78% sure.
That's better than me. I can barely see them. It's kind of dim. Okay. This one here. All right. Now
What? Yeah, in unison.
All right, just
Hold it
yeah,
out and
hold
say
it up
some
and
magic words or something.
yeah, he holds it up and I guess just like observes it for a while to see if it seems to change over the next like minute. We'll try and like recall if there was anything specific in the notes and whatnot that mentioned what you need to do to attune them.
The notes didn't say anything about how to attune them. It's about how to cut them. So you're holding it there. You watch it for like a minute or so. Time's almost up. You guys really got to meet up with the others. That way they don't have to worry about you, so that you can align with where you're supposed to go. The problem is it's really exciting shit, and so you don't want to lose it in case, God forbid, even though Koa's pretty good at tracking, but if you have a hard time finding this place again, God forbid, what if it ends? Like, this is your first time being at the edge of, not death at least, but of like maybe the edge to another place. Like, it's really exciting, but you're not quite there yet. You're going to have to get a little bit closer if you want to truly get to the epicenter. You can see where it is, but the ground here, like I said, is almost like quicksand. You're going to have to go that extra distance. It's like maybe 200 feet or so from where you
At this point, Mikhail's curiosity has him, so he's probably just like starts walking that direction, still looking at the stone.
Do you take your
Mikhail?
pants off, or do you want to leave your pants on? I'm saying it because, oh wait, you have magic, so you don't care about cleaning you as much. No, I was asking because, like, legitimately, if you try to wading through mud with
please
pants on,
explain.
it's so heavy.
I get it.
But it doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah, I
because
get you.
Yeah, you
Why
have
is the
magic.
DM smiling? Do you take your pants off?
It made sense. It just took a second. 'Cause it was
When Mikhail loses his pants and when Koa and him come back to the party, Dwayne's like,
right.
He's like, honey.
Only the bottom halves are soaked.
It's quite wet there, huh?
Mikhail, if you're going
so
in
no,
further, you should have
do
a
not
rope or
remove the
something.
pants. A rope. Oh, right. Yeah, this is.
This way I can pull you out if something starts to go wrong.
Yeah. Okay. We'll be quick about it. We got to get back. I know.
Do
Break
you want to
out a
wade
rope.
through the mud with your pants?
Oh, yeah. No, I'll be fine. I can clean them.
Good luck.
You take your shoes
hand him
off.
Rope. He does take the shoes off.
Okay.
Yeah, because he'll just lose them. We can't press digitation them back if I lose them in the mud.
Koa's no idiot, so he knows not only to have the length of rope, which is about 200 feet on you, I think, tied around your waist, and the other length tied around, Nightstorm's horn, like of the saddle, so that, in case you get in trouble, she can slowly and gradually. She's not a lost my intestines.
Yeah, just cut me in half. Yeah.
He can slowly and gradually kind of like move her forward or whatever because he has pretty good control with her. He knows well enough to do that. And the good news is you took your boots off, So I am not going to have you lose your boots in the mud. I am not going to do that to you. The bad news is you took your boots off and now you're walking barefooted through, a muddy area where who knows how many like sharp rocks or sticks or whatever are down there that are gonna be really uncomfortable for your feet. Yeah.
The sticks would be too wet to be a problem. Rocks though might.
Yeah.
Why don't you just go ahead and make me, hopefully you're lucky enough that this goes well, a reflex save as you're making your way across.
Okay. Yeah, reflex. All right. Yeah, I can do that.
You had to say it. You had to say it.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, reflex is all right. All right, Lance, you can hit him.
He's been doing it. It doesn't matter who rolls the two. It barely means anything for me anymore. It happens anytime anyone rolls a 2 now. You've ruined it.
But it's because you own them. They're your role. It's like you're messy. You're half the man Messi is.
I hate them so much.
You step on a muddy, sharp rock.
Listen, if Wade ever drops a what's it called to make it so your character controls the scene, are you also going to blow yourself up?
No.
That's right. You'll try to do so, but the bomb goes.
I listen.
The bomb somehow blows like Wade's.
You take this jacket you're trying to put on me. All right, you can be messy if you want to. Do not put that jacket.
I'm not even
on.
In the campaign, but they bring my character into that game to kill him.
You can have that back.
I'm just kidding. I love you too much to call you messy. All right, so
how much damage do I take from an errant rock in the mud?
Yeah, this isn't lethal damage that's going to like legitimately hurt your character in a bad way. It's just non-lethal damage from like cuts in your foot or whatever. Think like caltrops, right? So it does unfortunately like slow you down, makes you move slower. I think caltrops also give you slows your speed. I think it gives you a penalty on certain treks, but the damage is not insane. It's 3 points of non-lethal damage. You have like little cuts on your feet. It's uncomfortable. If you had a couple of hours to bandage it up or whatever, you'd be pretty much fine. But it is uncomfortable. So you're making your way over there, and you take the rope, the 200-foot length of rope that you have, and you go to the full extent of it, which is pretty good distance, which is about 180 feet, 190 feet of the rope that you're able to take, because some's tied around the horse horn, and the horse kind of like pulled into an area where she's not going to sink in. Some tied around your waist, eats up a little bit of that length, and you're so close. You can feel like just like literally your every part of you is wet. Even your skin is getting if you're like in a shower, a pool, or a bath for too long, even your skin is getting a bit soggy. The air itself is like almost getting heavy to breathe. Like when it's really, really humid, like it's like breathing in like a sauna. It's getting hard to breathe, even though it's not overly hot in here. But you're not quite there yet. If you want to get the rest of the distance, you're either going to have a call back to Koa to have Night Storm back it up a bit, back it up a little bit into the mud, or you're going to have to untether yourself to go that extra. I don't know, it's probably 15, 20 feet you are away from getting to that center.
Okay. He looks back. He's kind of measuring it.
It's a really nice horse. Can you back her ass up?
So instead of that, he's going to... This might be a bad idea. He's going to back up about 10 feet, and he's going to use Mage Hand to carry the stone over to the center.
Ooh. You outsmarted the DM. You fuck. Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah.
So you move the stone to the center. And as you go to move the stone to the center, and you get it kind of like to where the epicenter is, where you believe the source of this is, you actually see the stone start to glow. Same as you saw before the air stone glowing when I believe it was Koa had walked through the wall before. You guys are able to see the.
I was trying not to react.
It's worth claiming Mage Hand.
Sometimes you just go, why did I look at chat? Why did I look?
I didn't even say it out loud and not interrupt, and y'all still got distracted by it.
Oh, you didn't realize that was Wade because it's the same color. I thought it was Solo. Because the name is the same color in chat for me. That's funny.
Dislike. Oh boy. All right.
It's moist. So anyways, your mage hand takes the stone and closes the gap, and you can see it starting to glow. Same as what you saw before, Koa, with the air stone before. I don't know if you try to call that out.
I see that, or he sees that?
You both see it glowing. I think only you saw it glow in the cave before. I could be mistaken.
I think we were messing around with it in the cave, so I think we all probably saw it.
I think only Koa was in the area where it was dangerous when you were turning it on.
Oh, that's when it glowed. Okay.
Yeah.
So he just shouts back, "Hey, it's glowing!"
It's done that once before, Mikhail.
Is it good?
Oh, no, sorry. When he says it's glowing, Mikhail, you have, Kiken in real life, you have had your head underwater when other people have tried to talk to you before. If you could even make out what I just said right there, right? Roll me a perception check to see if you can understand what Koa is saying.
Well, okay.
Unfortunately, Koa's it's glowing, Mikhail, or whatever he says. You just hear it's unintelligible to you.
Yeah, you see him like turning, like he looks at you confused and just goes, "What?"
When you take that breath, because like to project like that, you go to take a breath in. As you take that breath in to do so, you can almost, it feels like a little bit wet in your lungs. And instead of saying what, you end up coughing a little bit because it's really wet with where you are. Not that you can't successfully do so, but your character is starting to realize there's maybe a little bit of danger of your being here for prolonged periods. Actually, more than that, since that stone started glowing, it almost feels as though it's getting wetter. With your perception check, it wasn't high enough to hear what he's saying, but you do realize the ground around you is getting a bit more loose. Actually, it's feeling like it's getting more wet, like almost like it's going from just being really bad mud to being almost like puddly. And you're like, oh shit, I might have to swim through mud. But
did the stone do the thing like it's slotted into a spot like the Windwood did, or is it just hovering where I've got it?
So realizing the dangers of what's here, you kind of like look back, realizing this is probably the tail end of any testing you can do, but again, you're still curious. You know what I mean? You're locked into that curiosity, like you said, one of Mikhail's downfalls. And so you start trying to see if you can wiggle it just a little bit. And yeah, it still moves. It doesn't seem like it locked in. It's still kind of there, moving. It's still collecting.
Shoot.
Maybe you haven't found the exact. Maybe you haven't hit the right spot.
Okay. I'm like 25-ish feet away, and I can do mage hand 30. Then yeah, he'll keep trying to see if he can get it to the right part of the epicenter, but he does take a deep breath, like to hold his breath.
You take a deep breath. Make me a fortitude save.
Yep. Man, one of these rolls could have been good.
It's a considerable amount of water in your lungs. You're going to take a deep breath. You end up starting to cough a good bit. I need a concentration check from you. It's just a DC 10 to see whether or not you lose the spell from the coughing. You should be fine for this. Yeah, you're solid. You fucking crushed it. So you actually hold on to the concentration of the spell. So despite all of your coughing, you hold strong concentration onto the spell, but you are maintaining a bit of a cough. Koa, you do hear kind of like a gurgled cough coming from there. It sounds more gurgled to you than it does to him in his own ears because of the way that the sound is passing through the air. The air is so wet, it's kind of like passing through water. And then because of how far you are, it's just kind of like exaggerating that effect. So you hear kind of like a gurgled, muffled cough from where you are, because his cough is not weak, and sound does travel faster in wetness. Keegan, you're trying.
Mikhail! Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Keegan, you're still trying to get up to that area, whatever it is. What I will say is this. Oh, let's let Wade do his thing, and I'll describe what happens.
Mikhail, raise your hand and I'll pull you back.
Perception check. You actually do hear your name, and you do hear the word hand and back. Maybe it's a head back? No. You're pretty sure he said something about raising your hand, maybe to pull you back. You don't hear all the words well enough, but you're smart enough, you know his speech patterns well enough to understand the general meaning of what he's saying. You get that. Okay. But before you're able to respond, before you're able to raise your hand, even look back to him, the stone, as you're moving around the area, unfortunately, maybe it's the size of the stone. Maybe it's the lack of refined approach to this. Maybe it's how poorly the stone was cut. You don't know what the reasoning is, but the stone continues to glow brighter until the point where the stone shatters. But as it shatters, a literal what's sort of over here? Waterfall starts pouring out of the sky. Where the stone shattered from, a waterfall starts pouring from the sky, hitting the ground and loosening where you are. And a significant amount, this isn't like a narrow waterfall, and waterfalls drop tons of water anyways. A significant amount of water just starts pouring from the sky all at once. It's fucking scary. Koa, from your distance back there, you see this shit happen too.
Yeah, the hands go up as he's starting to try to run
hands
back.
Go up, but you don't see the hands go up. What happens is you see him get pulled under, and just the hands. You just see him. He's just kind of like. Hold on, let's see if I can represent this physically for you here. He's kind of like.
Yep, that's a hand up. He taps Nightstorm to start pulling, and he grabs the rope and starts pulling himself to assist.
Absolutely. Nightstorm is too strong, like a 22 or some shit, too strong to fail this check. There's no way that Nightstorm can't pull Mikhail out. However, what I need for you is to do a handle animal to try to make sure that this is a steady pull. Because you don't want to go too fast. Oof. What I need from Mikhail is a fortitude save.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on. You know that's a 9. Are you comfortable with that roll? You technically can try to luck it. I will say, you know the DC is a 10.
You probably have a better chance of passing than I do.
I know. I'm just trying to figure out whether I want to.
Come on, it's just a little. Oh,
well, we don't have any luck.
Now we know.
Almost like I knew that.
It looks like I tried for you, though.
It does. Okay, an 11.
So this fortitude save is, just so you know, it's against the fact that you just went underwater. You weren't able to take a proper breath of air because your deep breath that you wanted to beforehand, because you're coughing. So you effectively have no air, and now you're submerged under mud. And then even though you're trying to hold it together with more force than was intended by Koa and Nightstorm, you have a bunch of force applied against your ribs and your sides or whatever it is, not directly pulling you out of the mud. They have to get you to an area where you're, because of how slack the rope is, you're underneath the muddy water, and more muddy water being made, right, as the waterfall is pouring in. So this fortitude save is, unfortunately for you, because you couldn't hold air, is part of the initial steps of drowning, right? So yeah, because you don't have air, and he forced all the air out. So this check was forcing the rest of the air out. So you're not unconscious yet. If you fail a second check, that's where you fall unconscious, and we have to start dealing with the bad parts. Koa, she pulled harder than you anticipated. Bad news is, well, actually, I don't know if Koa would realize that it was harder than he wanted. But you're trying to be gradual. I don't know if you would try to keep slow and steady, or if you would try to pull out faster.
I mean, can I see if it looks like it's working, or that he's like back out?
No, I mean, the rope is being pulled, but he's still underwater because.
Well,
again,
yeah,
how
but I
slack it
understand.
is.
Okay. Do I need to roll an intelligence check to see if we're pulling too hard or if I need to pull it up?
Wait, can there be slack in it if it pulled me already?
I mean, I'm talking about angle because like he's pulling you from a.
Angle.
Angle.
Okay.
I'm saying
so
slack.
not
I mean
slack.
angle. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm using the wrong word. I'm sorry. Because the angle is in such a way that it's pulling you lateral as opposed to up. Wade.
Yeah.
I am fine because you already gave the command to Nightstorm and she's just going to follow you, continue with your commands. That frees you up to stop and perceive and make your intelligence check or what have you. That's fine.
Okay, what do you want me to roll?
Intelligence, actually, or wisdom. I'll accept either of those. Those are fine. Nat 20. Yeah, you realize that that probably wasn't good, especially how gurgled and everything he sounded beforehand. You're genuinely concerned with his ability to breathe, or if you took the air from him. You have two choices. One, well, you have a million choices, right? But two kind of jump to your mind. One, make Nightstorm go faster. It might hurt his ribs. It might do some amount of pain to him, but it'll get him out of the water faster. So at least you could check on him and make sure he's able to breathe. Or two, let Nightstorm do her thing and swim into him to try to at least pull him aloft.
I think I'll let Nightstorm keep doing her thing and I will run in and try to assist.
Sure. Then as you're realizing this and, a little concerned, you're like, fuck. Maybe take the sword off of your shoulder so you don't use it inside of the thing. I don't know if you'd even stop to take your boots off. But then you can dive in and, do you stop to take your boots off or no?
No, they're pretty well strapped on my feet, I think. So.
Okay, you wear proper boots that strap up more than just a single lace, right? So you jump in and make me a swim check. The DC is not easy, of course. It's swimming in mud, but...
I have a rope assisting me.
No, you're going opposite the rope.
I'm following the rope to where Mikhail is, right?
Oh, yeah, you're following it, but you're not, like, touching it. If you grab the rope to assist you, it just pull you backwards. But yes, you can guide the rope to get there, but use the rope as a guide to get there, but you're not able to make a ton of progress. A combination between the heavy clothes, the wet clothes, now that's covered in mud and already were wet, the boots that you're wearing and swimming through mud, you're not making a ton of progress. Keegan, roll me a fortitude save.
Better.
With a 13, your lungs are burning, your face is on fire, your brain is screaming at you. You hate everything that you're experiencing right now, but you remain conscious. Wade, swim check.
Yeah, I have no idea what the DCs are.
10,
I thought it was
12,
I thought
14.
it was. Oh,
11. It's better.
The typical gradual.
wait, but I beat a 10 the first one.
Does it go up based off failure? Now you're making me question.
Oh
fuck it. Type.
I didn't look because I was like, I'll just write it out, but I don't remember.
I don't know if we have luck. I can try to luck an 11. I don't know what I need. If it's a high DC, I would need probably a 15.
DC 10 Constitution check. I said Fortitude. Fuck, it's actually Constitution.
It's the same for me.
Yeah, I think you pass. Okay, cool. It increases by 1 for each previous success.
Okay, so I rolled an 11, which is 1 more than 10, and now I rolled a 13.
Well, so you pass this one, so you're good to go. The first one was a Fortitude. That was correct. That was the bump against your ribs.
That was the
This is the suffocation one or the drowning one.
Okay,
and this
because you said something about it being whether I got the air forced out of me, but I see what you mean. Okay,
so
good,
next one is going to be a DC 11. Wade,
Right,
you're still making little to no progress. It's frustrating progress. But when you stop to look around and you realize you've moved barely any distance, which is annoying, but also remember there's kind of a current now coming your way because of the ripple of the water coming this direction and all that because of how much water came down. When you stop and you look around, your face is covered in mud, your long hair is covered in mud and all that stuff. You actually see that the waterfall has stopped. A couple of droplets or whatever are hitting the ground and the waterfall.
Good, it'll dry any moment now.
Yeah, sure. Only Tons of water jumped in here. Mikhail, fortitude, Constitution check.
Okay. Should I be doing anything to like try to help myself, like swimming or pushing along or anything?
You're just being pulled by the rope.
Okay. No.
That one's bad.
Yep.
Bad. It's not even luckable. So with that one,
Next
your
one, I'm
character
dead.
falls unconscious. It's 1, 2.
Yep.
Okay. Wade, you go ahead and roll.
14.
14. You want to look
Okay.
it?
I'm
If
debating.
we have any, I mean, I don't know.
There you
Hey!
go, 17.
So with how much time she's been pulling and you getting over there, you're actually able to swim far enough. It was 3 rounds. So you're able to swim far enough that you can get to him and start trying to pull him above the water. So you
Okay.
get to him, but next turn will be a swim check to get him above. Okay. So Keegan, I need a Constitution check from you, sir. It's still an 11 because it's based off how many successes, not failures.
That's not what I'm worried about.
You hit the -1. Wade, swim check.
I think good.
Are you happy with that result?
11.
Okay. You were not successfully able to pull him out of the water to get him to breathe. As a last ditch effort, you could try to give him the kiss of life and see if that can buy him some more time.
What does that mean mechanically?
Give him 1 round.
Okay, do I have to roll anything to do it? That's what I'm
Nope.
asking. Yeah, then I mean, I would.
Absolutely. Cool. You breathe a little bit of air into his lungs and give him just enough time to hold things off. Keegan, you don't have to roll this round. Next round, your roll would be the final roll. If you failed it, you die.
That's it. Yeah.
Cool. Wade, go ahead and make your swim check.
Drowning is scary.
Unfortunately, you don't make it. Keegan, as you're priming up to roll that last Constitution check, the good news is it's been so long of you getting pulled by her at the speeds that she's pulling you faster than was originally intended. She actually pulls you guys into a shallow enough area that Koa's like, I can touch the ground. And he's able to get his feet onto the ground and is able to pull you free. So there was a genuine chance of death there, but she shaved a round off for you, and Wade bought you an extra round. Plus, you passed at least 1, so you guys are able to save Mikhail. And
Once he wakes up, we're gonna do this again with another crystal. We have 2 water levels.
You guys are you get him up there, and there's a moment where you notice Koa that he's not breathing, and so quickly like, oh no, and you like do whatever it is you know to do. It's like CPR is like a known thing or whatever. You're not the one that's trained in medicine, but you know that if somebody's drowning, like roll them onto their side or whatever it is, and you go to like just try to assist him in any way possible, and eventually he coughs up muddy water and so on and so forth.
Mikhail, can you hear me?
I think I'm still unconscious, aren't I?
No, that's what I'm saying. You wake up from it.
Oh.
I
What's
was
my
about to like,
HP?
get a healing potion
Oh,
out.
your HP returns to normal. You don't sit it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You just disabled
like I
at
said,
first?
I didn't look. So
You're disabled at first, but you do come to consciousness and after like a minute or whatever, she'll be fine.
but yeah, he coughs for quite a while, takes like several big deep breaths. And he's just like, what? Fuck, what happened? I was trying to swim and then I feel like I hit something. My ribs hurt. Starts to get up.
I told you to raise a hand if you wanted help, and you raised 2 hands. So Nightstorm and I both started pulling, which I think might have helped you more.
What? I mean, I raised 2 hands because there was a lot of. I fell. Okay. Ow.
You
Get
remember
this rope off
anything
me?
while you were under there?
Starts taking the rope off of him. I think that's gonna bruise. No. The stone
We should
broke,
get out of
right?
here. I don't know. I couldn't see it from here, but there was a big waterfall out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think it shattered. I thought I thought one of those living elemental things was going to come out. Is it still just gushing water from over there, or is it just like one
It
big...
stopped.
Okay.
It gushed for like a couple rounds or a few rounds, and it stopped.
He's like, yeah, let's get out of here.
You don't want to try it again with another stone? I'm kidding. Yes, let's get out of here. Don't
Oh. He's still a little dazed. So he's just like, well... How bad was it? Was I out?
Oh, no, you were fine. You can sense motive that if
God
you
damn
want, or
it.
you could just assume you beat it. You
God
were
damn
fine.
I was out? I was unconscious? Oh,
I
shit!
would barely call it unconscious. It was just not fully conscious, you know?
Oh, man.
I had
Okay.
to breathe some air into your lungs under the mud, so,
Yeah. Well, thanks.
your breath was terrible.
No, it isn't.
Maybe it was the mud. I don't know. There was a bad smell.
I could have died.
Only technically.
Yeah, that's not better. Holy shit. Okay, I'll be more careful next time.
It turns out that having a rope go straight through the mud only drags you more through. It doesn't lift you up. We didn't have really leverage for up.
No, and to be fair, we weren't expecting a sudden flood like that. Yeah, I probably should have left it alone earlier.
To be honest with you, with shittily cut and tiny stones going into the epicenter of some kind of horrible water zone, I'm not sure what we expected to happen.
I think we expected to learn something, which we did. That this was a bad idea, and that this is the center. And I think if we had a better stone and had a little more time, and maybe like an air bladder or something to breathe out of, I could find the right place to put it. I don't know if it'll set like the other one did, or my ribs, or if it just will hover for a while. But and my foot hurts. I think I stepped on something.
You might want to clean yourself up a bit. You know, you have mud in your nose and ears, and
Yeah.
and in fact, if you have it in you, he'll kind of like gesture to his own muddy body.
Yeah, I can do that at least. We'll prestidigitation.
Aren't the better stones like hundreds and hundreds of miles east of here or something?
Yeah, they're pretty far. I guess there's that one that Jim Smith was looking into. You know, that's one of them. That was a pretty decent quality.
I don't remember which stone that was, if it was for water or what it was for, but let's get out of the wetness before we continue this discussion. I think you and I have both had enough of this.
Yeah. I wonder if maybe I just let it cook too long. Maybe I left it in, like, maybe when it starts glowing, he's just talking as we're walking. Maybe that's when you're supposed to pull it away. Maybe it just like overcharged.
These are good questions to possibly ask Jim Smith. Maybe he would understand, or if we find someone who knows about imbuing stones with elements from other planes.
Yeah.
Like Casper, maybe he.
No,
Or-
only Casper would know.
Elliot.
Maybe if we give Jim Smith enough time, he'll learn more about him. That's why we left the schema with him. He'll know how to cut them at least.
Visit
And
your
he can
school,
tell us.
perhaps.
Yeah, I could ask about it. I really should send some kind of report back. Let them know that I'm making progress.
Let's again get out of the water, and then you can worry about writing a letter, huh?
Yeah, won't be able to do it here, that's true. Oh, I guess thanks for saving me again.
In my defense, I didn't really fully know I was saving you until you didn't come up at all for air after a while. But
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I think the wind got knocked out of me a little bit there. And when it was glowing, it was like it was a lot harder to breathe. Like I tried to take a breath, and that's when I ended up coughing. So, but I have
like
ideas of how to more cautiously approach it.
Yes, we'll get like a big bucket and put over your head next time.
Yeah, that or like I said, air bladders could work, just something I can breathe out of. But maybe it'll fill those, right? Can you even take something like that into this area without it becoming saturated?
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, okay. So we got all this stuff off of us, off of our faces.
My parents nor the
Yeah,
free
let's
folk
go.
really covered this kind of thing in my schooling days. Tying a rope, yes. Preventing water buildup from another plane whenever you approach it with the wrong cut stone that you find in an ancient keep hundreds of years old. I either overslept that day or we didn't do it.
Yeah, might have just overslept. To be clear, we are leaving as we have this conversation.
Yeah, we are.
I want to be anywhere near that shit that almost killed me.
I also imagine, like, when you cast Prestidigitation, like, don't worry, Koa, I'll take care of that for you. You cast Prestidigitation, and it just removes the mud off of his face and some of his hair, and you're like, huh. Usually it's a bit more effective than that, and you try to cast it, but it's not that the spell's any less effective. It's just the spell covers, like, cubic footage, and there's so much thickness of mud on you that it takes quite a few castings to get all of the mud from, like, under your shirt and on your shirt. It's like several castings just for a shirt. You're just sitting here and you're like, guess it's a good thing I ate those people. You know, not that your character would say that, but, you know, it's one of those good thing that my magic has been enhanced, because holy shit, if you only had, what, 6 castings, that would not even be enough to properly clear one person. Anyways,
Nope.
So get it all out of there. And then when you finally do leave this wet area, you're able to dry yourselves off as well. Just kind of like pulling all the moisture and just letting it fall to the ground. Anything else you guys say amongst yourselves before you intend to get back? And then I'm going to cut to Jaaek for a minute.
Did we tell Aldo how close of a call this was?
Do we have to?
It was your near-death experience, not mine.
Then we don't have to.
A 50% chance I'll remember.
We'll take it. Had enough embarrassing things happen to me.
We all got our ass kicked by tiny little plant monsters. I think this wasn't exactly a sweeping victory like some of our previous endeavors.
And yet somehow we got paid pretty handsomely.
By the death of 12 to 20 men.
Yeah.
Small price to pay, right?
I mean, we didn't bring him out here. It's not sad. It's not our fault.
I'm just saying getting paid handsomely is an optimistic way of putting it. Kind of robbed the dead. Didn't bury or burn their bodies.
He definitely wouldn't be here talking about it if we had, though.
No. Well, hopefully Aldo and Dwayne had a better trip than we have. But we learned some things, I guess. Knowledge, right?
Yeah.
You can die in mud.
Yeah, knew that part. But like the glowing and the other stuff, that was interesting. And at least I guess I sated that curiosity. Well sated. And I'm hydrated now.
We do have full water skins.
I don't need one. I think I'm good.
Cole, take a sip. I think we're good to get back.
Yeah.
Cool. So for you, Jaaek, you and him are just kind of like wandering off for a bit or whatever, just kind of, heading over to where it is you're supposed to meet up. And, it's a very mild conversation here and there. Nothing, you guys have been traveling together, so a lot of the typical light details have already been discussed at this point. Nothing like really new, if you will, to go over or chatter about, right? But then he gets excited at one point. He's like, oh, I think I know exactly where we are. Mikhail, this way. And he, leads whatever horses he has, and you leave whatever horses you have over down a different way. He's like, oh, yes. And he'll go over to where there's like a knocked over tree.
Watch out, Jake. He's gonna do something bad to you. He called you Mikhail. Like,
fuck.
Just be ready. Be ready for your pants to disappear.
Aldo.
A mule comes out of the tree and bites you.
I say, Nightstorm, let's go. No, so he leads you over to where a knockdown tree is. And he goes over to the tree and just kind of like loosely ties like tethers them to one of the trees nearby. And he goes over to the trunk and he like reaches pretty far in there and you hear him like give a bit of a start. And he pulls his arm out and like flicks off like a massive spider from his arm. He's like, sorry, and like reaches back into the thing. And then he eventually pulls out what looks like another like smaller log, but he grabs it and he like hits it a couple times against the bigger log. And eventually opens up. It's like a cash box, if you will. It's pretty simple looking. It's not like it's like crazy well designed. Certainly, if anybody picked it up, they'd be able to see what it is. But with it being like kind of wet and having like moss growing on it or whatever it is, and being tucked inside of a big fallen trunk, it wouldn't be super obvious to anybody. But again, in your hands, it is. Either way, so he takes the thing and he whacks it a couple times to open it up. And he opens it up. He's like, yes, nobody found it. And he looks over and he's like, it's one of my caches, one of my supply spots. And he goes over and he pulls out some details that are in there. And he's like, want to smoke?
Yeah, I do. But can I just say, and Aldo looks around. And it's like just like trees, like forest everywhere, right? He's like, was there a chance somebody could find this?
he shakes his head and says, it's happened before.
Right, well.
And so he'll pull the thing out and starts going into this like diatribe of like, well, it depends on, different people will find different kind of places for. So if you know what you're looking for, you know how to pilfer somebody else's too. Not that I would ever do anything like that, he says. And you kind of wondering for a second, he's not a particularly good liar, that maybe this isn't his spot, like maybe, kind of a thing. You don't know. Either way, maybe it's just one he found and stumbled across before, whatever the case. He ends up like rolling up a bit of leaf or whatever for you guys to smoke. And he's kind of like rifling through and he's like, you guys travel a good bit, right? Didn't you say that you head towards the mountains sometimes?
Yeah.
He pulls out a pack, like a small little, almost like imagine like a dye bag, like a D&D dye bag in size. But it's a some sort of like cotton or whatever. And he holds it up and he's like smelling it, and he's like, sorry, it just being around all that razor leaf, my allergies are kicking. Does this smell minty to you? And he hands you the thing to sniff.
Yeah, Aldo does.
Yep, it smells a bit minty.
Yeah, is it supposed to?
Yeah, no, it is. You should hold on to that. That's catnip.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I can see how this could come in handy.
Yeah, well, you got to be careful with it because it does work on the plains cats and the house cats. It's pretty cute. It works on the plains cats, and at first it can be a little it can have quite the explosive effect with them, for a little bit there, maybe even a couple of minutes. They're like really ramped up, but then after that they can mellow out, and so it can be useful. So just be careful if you need it for any reason. Oh, and they have a really good sense of smell, and they love that stuff. So make sure you have it inside some sort of a scent blocker. Maybe pack it in salt or something so they can't smell it on you. Otherwise, you're just going to make your life miserable.
Thanks for the tip, Dwayne. I definitely will get on that as soon as we get back.
And he's kind of like rifling through the pack, that's the stuff that's in there, and he pockets one or two things. The way that he's rifling through it, you're definitely getting the impression maybe this isn't his supply pack. Again, you don't know if it is his, and he's just happy to take the stuff that's out of there to replenish goods that he's lost, that he doesn't have on him, or if he just found this before and he's happy to find it again, or if he just found it for the first time. You're not 100% sure. Whatever the case may be, he then pulls out one more little thing in there, and he's like, "Oh, please tell me this is what I think it is." And he, pops open the tab.
When he says that, Aldo's like, "This definitely isn't yours, Dwayne."
You say that?
Yeah.
He's like, "Yeah, it is. I just don't always remember the stuff I leave behind."
Listen, it's fine. It is now, and that's what matters.
He dips his finger in it, and he tastes it, and he's like, "How long did they say they were going to be?"
Couple of hours.
Gives you kind of like a sly look. Want some milk?
Oh, Aldo's like, "Oh, I thought it was Keith."
He chuckles and says, "No. We smoke keef and or whatever, because there's different ways to ingest keef." He's like, "We take keef, we might end up fighting each other." He's like, "No, this is midnight milk."
What is that?
You've never had the dreaming drop? Aldo.
I don't know. I black out a lot.
Aldo. Points to the side. That's a nice little patch of moss. Here. Why don't you have some of this? Go lie down for a minute.
You have some first.
Shrugs, takes a thing, and he takes like a proper swig from it. Probably drank about half of it.
All right.
Hands it to you.
Yep, we gotta do it.
Okay. You take it, and honestly, it tastes horrible. Like if you've ever had have you ever, for whatever reason, because you were unwell, have you ever had to drink milk and magnesia before? You might call it something different in Australia. You guys have different names for medicines, but it's more or less like it's a powdery, chalky, nasty, milky kind of liquid you drink to make you shit your pants if you're constipated, or if you've have to get like something out of your system or what have you.
Yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Sometimes you give it to kids.
Take that every weekend.
Oh, hey. Gotta prep for your boyfriend. I gotcha. So anyways, you
Not where I was going with that, but hey, if it fits.
And if it doesn't. Anyways, so you are you take the drink, and it is pretty nasty tasting, and it leaves this like nasty residue in your mouth. You're almost like upset that he gave it to you because of how gross it is. Borderline gag gross, right? Yeah. So you finish drinking it, you're like, ugh. And like as you're finishing reacting or whatever line you want to say, you start to feel over the next like 30 seconds or so, a little, like if you move your hand, it almost seems to drag behind it, and you feel a little spacey or lightheaded. You start to feel a little, warm. All these effects of being fairly intoxicated are settling in pretty quickly without the necessary time waste of drinking a lot of alcohol first.
No, Aldo's kind of just like closes his eyes for a minute, and he opens and he's like, "People really keep this stuff in trees?"
He shrugs and smiles and says, "Some trees. I'm gonna go take that patch if you don't want it," he says, pointing over there.
Aldo says, "I want it!" And like crawls his way over there.
He looks very sad, but in like an exaggerated way, as he's also being, hit a couple moments before you even by the drug as well. You end up settling into the moss area and fairly quickly end up passing out because of how intense the drug is. It end up falling into this nice deep sleep. You wake up and you look around and you realize you're not alone. You're in a field. There's other people like not immediately adjacent to you, but not too far away from you either in the field as well. You see there's a Perrin man standing there. He's holding a sickle. Huh, that's weird. He grabs a bunch of the wheat or whatever it is in front of him. You don't know plants that well, and he's cutting it and he's collecting it and throwing it into the. And you look to your other side and you see there's another woman, a Perrin woman, and she's doing the same thing. and you're just kind of like baffled, like, where the fuck am I? What? I mean, it's a nice day out or whatever, but where the fuck am I? And then you just kind of like, you realize how warm you are and how sore your shoulders are and everything. And all right, anyways, so you realize how warm you are and how sore your shoulders are. And as you like raise your hands to like wipe the sweat off your brow, you realize that you're holding a sickle as well. And your arm doesn't look the same as yours does. It's a bit more slender and in some ways a bit more muscular than yours, at least in the forearm area. Your hand is the hand of somebody who has worked like a field or what have you their life. They're like it feels like a hard worked, worn down hands. You know what I mean? And looking around, you realize, oh no, I'm in a field harvesting right now. What the fuck? And kind of like, taking that in, and you see that there's not just you, there's a bunch of other people there as well. And then looking even further beyond, you can see that there is another Perrin that's walking through the area as well, that has on them, they're wearing a type of like very simple looking, not fine at all, leather armor, and they're walking around with a whip in their hands. And you're realizing, holy shit, what the fuck is going on as you're seeing this. As you're like taking it in, what does Aldo do at this point?
Aldo he watches the guy with the whip for a second. As soon as he turns around, he kind of just like takes in his surroundings and like takes in himself, looking down, looking at his arms and, checking out his own body because it doesn't seem to be his.
Yeah, I mean, by all accounts, everybody around you seems to be Perrin. You don't seem to see anybody that's not Perrin around you. So that even gives Aldo the impression for a second, reaches up and touches the side of his head and feels he even has slightly elongated ears. His jaw is kind of, it comes to like a sharp edges and whatnot. Comes to the realization, he's Perrin too. That's strange. And then you look as you like look to the side, you realize that because you haven't been working, the Perrin has the whip is looking at you like furiously, and they're coming towards you. With the whip in hand as they're coming towards you.
He looks around and just starts working again.
As you go to start working again, you can hear the person say, you can understand them, but the words sound strange to you. Even if you understand them, I don't know, the accent, the words, something about them sounds strange to you. You can't quite put your finger on it, but you do understand what they say. You say, oh, you don't get off that easy. As they walk up and as they reel back their hands to start going to take an action, you like almost like recoil or prepare for the impact. And that's when you realize you're standing in a different spot. It's no longer in the field. You're in a... Using the word tavern is the wrong word. Maybe a speakeasy is the easiest way to say it, but it's even worse than that. It's like barely even a building that you're inside. But the good news, Aldo, your back is sore, but you got a wooden cup in your hand. You look down, it smells like alcohol. You go to take a sip. Holy shit. This is the worst made alcohol you've ever had. This is clearly some sort of like water, grain made, flavorless, nasty stuff that probably would make you go blind. Just not quality stuff at all. But at least it was a good sip. And before you go to take the second sip, you hear other people kind of hushing up as somebody comes in and wearing like a very poorly kept, very poorly made cloak on them and a hood drawn over them. They come over and they start whispering to a crowd of people, and others are going over to listen into what they're saying. What do you do?
I take the drink. I finish that drink off. And then he's like, as he's almost like wincing as to that thing, he's looking around and he'll just take note, and join the people that seem to be like looking on whatever's happening.
You can hear that there's the person over here is spreading word, news that the time is going to be soon, that it's going to happen soon, that everybody needs to be ready for when it happens. Everybody needs to be ready. You either have to fight with us, or you can't be with us. Just fight with us or get out of the way. But it's going to happen. When that happens too, you see one of the people just kind of like, who clearly has heard this, you see one of the other Perrin just like very nonchalantly try to slip out the back and go a different direction. As you look up to that direction, you see that person going, and you're analyzing, hey, welcome readers. And you're analyzing the fact that they ran out the door. You're realizing, oh shit, no, that's a rat if I ever saw one. They're clearly going to go tell what's happening here. As the door slams shut behind them, with them trying to like run out and get out of there as quick as possible, that slam of door rings very heavily in your ears, as instead the sound of iron on iron, as you realize that you're inside of a cell, that you're inside a prison cell. You have, your cuffs over your arms, kind of cuffed over your head with a bit of a chain over it. There's a whole line of other Perrin that are cuffed in this cell as well. The stone around you, you know what kind of keep that you're in. You know what kind of building you're in, because there's that wonderful woven electrum running through the stone that's here. You can see it. And there's a bunch of Perrin that are lined up there. And you can see that there's a hobgoblin that has one of the Perrin, chained to the ground in front of you, and they're questioning them. The one that they're questioning, you're not sure, but they do. That nose looks familiar, even if it is bloodied at the moment. You think that's the person that had the hood pulled over their head that night in the tavern, just moments ago in your perspective. Their question is like, tell me who she is. Tell me who she is. And then the person looks up and just kind of gives like a bloodied, toothy smile, like they'll never break. With the sound of the sickening thud of like the fist of the hobgoblin crashing against the side of the person's head, another skip happens, and you can see that the person's broken, if you will, on the ground. And as they're coughing up a bit of blood, they can say, "You won't catch Venny," and that's kind of like the last words that they're able to get out before eventually. You're not able to see much of what's going on, because the next thing you notice is that there's a piercing, blinding light. You realize that you're in the midst of a crowd of people that are running, like just actively running away from the keep. You realize that you were running yourself until you come to a stop and somebody clips your shoulder to the side. Oh shit, your shoulder hurts. Probably from your arms being over your head for so long. Holy hell, that hurts. But another person bumps into you and ends up stumbling, knocking both of you to the ground because you had stopped and people were running. Eventually, Aldo, you're able to push yourself to your feet, and you can see that a whole bunch of people are running in one direction. But looking back to see what they're running from, you can see that there's a woman that's standing opposing several hobgoblins on the other side. And not just any hobgoblins, I'll describe them in a second. The woman that's standing there, she's slender, has very, like, her hair really shines out as being like bright, almost like a brilliance. Not necessarily that she's blonde, just that there's like almost a glow to her hair in and of itself. You can't quite put a color to it. The woman that's there, she's standing there. She has this majestic look to her, almost like she's so beautiful. It's almost divine kind of look to her as she's standing opposite the hobgoblins that are there. And these hobgoblins, these are not just any like hobgoblin that you would bump into in Hogwen or what have you anywhere else, right? Not some tavern owner. A few of them are very comfortably brandishing, the weapons that are inside of their hands, wearing extremely finely crafted armor. This stuff looks like it's worth a fortune in and of itself, like prepared to attack at this woman. But you also see other hobgoblins are off to the side wearing strange looking clothes, not robes or anything like that, but strange looking clothes. And one of them, without even incanting a word, without even saying anything, barely even a motion, you can start to see a ball of fire starting to well up in front of them. and then blasts at her, much like you would see like a Kamehameha wave blasting at a target. Just starts blasting at her. And as she is standing there, she just stands and sees that the fire kind of like wraps around her, but doesn't seem to affect her too much. It doesn't burn her too much. And she continues to move towards them as the others are raising their swords to go at her. As you're, standing up and you're seeing this, one of them swings the sword and she throws her hand up, and again, there's another blinding light that's there. As you look back, and you can see that there is another figure that is not far away, because as you clearly have run some distance away, you can see there's another figure that's over by the keep in another spot. And what they're doing is they're reaching out and they're placing their hands down into the ground and causing a whole bunch of like havoc to happen in the area around them. You're seeing a whole bunch of like rot and decay. You're seeing a whole bunch of the hobgoblins just start to collapse into themselves and just wither and die just from the being in the vicinity of this individual that's has like a robe over them, kind of disguising what who this person is or what they look like, what their features are. But as these hobgoblins are decaying and dying, the Perrin running past them are not decaying and dying. As a matter of fact, seemingly bolstered or emboldened by the hobgoblins dying around them, you see that many of the Perrin are slowing down and stopping, and then turning back, and with a fury that you can only understand because you're starting to feel this true fury, this anger inside of you welling up. They turn back and they fight. They're not fleeing anymore. They turn back, and whether it be with something that they can pick up along the way, a bit of wood, a fallen sword, or just their bare hands, they run back at the hobgoblins, and you feel yourself sprinting back at a hobgoblin. And as you jump at one of them and they pull out their weapon and stab it into you, and you feel that iron piercing into your side, you feel the pain of that happening. You don't care because you can see their face pouring blood as you dig your thumbs into their eyeballs. And as you feel that squish into their eyeballs, you all of a sudden wake up and realize that it's just moss that you're just grasping really hard and really digging into with your hands. And there's tons of moss kind of like eeping out onto the back of your hands between your fingertips and whatnots that's there. As you're just like, you have this like fury, this anger inside of you, almost like frothing in the mouth kind of anger, like you've seen Koa have before you realize where you are, what you're doing, and you can start trying to calm yourself down. But even across the way, you heard Dwayne being like, whoa, Aldo, return to me. Are you okay? Aldo?
I guess Aldo, with all this anger, he'd probably turn at Dwayne and kind of like advance towards him a little bit, just as that look starts to wear off. And he like comes to his senses a bit more. And then he takes some deep breaths, looks back at where the moss was, and he was like, thought he was pushing some person's eyeballs in. He looks to Dwayne and says, what did you give me?
You came at me. You came at me so ferociously. I swear, if I didn't move in time. He looks down at like your hands. He just looks at the state that you're. He's like, I'm so sorry, Aldo. I've never seen anybody have a reaction like that. I'm so sorry. And you can see that he's visibly shaken because like he probably came out of his trip to you fucking going nuts.
Yeah. Aldo is probably not fully himself yet anyway. So he like turns away from Dwayne. He just says, "Did you? What happened to you when you took it? What happened?"
I went to my happy place.
Which is where?
It's like, not with you. He says like, tellingly. We're in the woods. Nymphs.
I wasn't myself.
Yeah, you still don't seem like yourself. Here, let me get some water for you. You know, he tries to head over to one of the horses unless you stop him.
I don't. Aldo's still trying to make sense of everything in his head. They'd probably just quiet until Dwayne comes over.
He comes back and he gives you a water skin, and you can clearly tell it's your water skin. Like just so you feel like,
Yeah.
you know, he's probably trying to regain your trust or whatever.
Yeah. Aldo kind of snatches it, but it's less aggressive. And he says, that I don't think we had the same experience.
I'd say not, unless you're.
You don't understand, Dwayne. I was somebody else in a different time. I don't know if this has something to do with the keeps. Curse? He just looks at Dwayne, almost like expecting an answer.
He doesn't have one. He's just looks. He's also still coming back from his own high too, and then seeing that, so he's just like, he probably came back off of it maybe a minute or two before you, and again you were just chaos. So
yeah. Thinking back on it now, almost like he's having a drink, and he thinks, is that thing that he's seen, where the guy touched the ground and that spread out, is that clicking to him as like, that's the same thing I just seen, not like 3 days ago?
it could be. I mean, it's not the same exact thing because that was just like a patch of whatever, but you definitely saw like the ground mutating in a way, but you didn't get a ton of detail about it, and you definitely saw, you know, the hobgoblins withering and rotting away. So you don't. It could be the same thing. Who knows?
And what was the name I heard? Was it
because like magic is one of those things where like you don't, because magic is unfortunately one of those things where like multiple effects can look the same, or like multiple similar. You know what I mean? Like it's not easily translatable, but that is a very fair bridge to gap.
He just says, Dwayne, did we finish that?
Finish what?
Whatever that was. Milk, whatever that
Midnight milk
stuff was.
Yeah, that was all that was in there. I wonder if it was.
Do you know how to make it?
No. It's not even legal everywhere. It isn't a deer, but
Do you have any contacts?
I can probably get one.
All right.
Ask somebody in chat to roll a D2 for you, by the way. Sorry. And keep talking.
Is Joey here?
Yeah, Joey. Continue.
He just says, do you have any contacts? Anyone that you could get some from?
Maybe, but it could take me a bit. I might have a contact in Forvin.
I'm
Wisdom damage.
I'm gonna need you to reach out for me. To what?
Wisdom damage.
Damn, Scott.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, he says, yeah, of course. But I mean, maybe it was sour at the bottom. Maybe it was kind of rotted at the bottom. It's been sitting there for a while.
I feel like I just lived somebody else's life.
He says, yeah, I usually do too after mine, but, you know, in a different way. You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
He frowns. He's not going to get into the nitty-gritty details, but also it's not the time for it. If that joke didn't land, it's not.
I had a nymph orgy, Aldo.
He's like, what was the name I heard, Scott?
Venny.
Venny. He's like, Venny. Does that mean anything to you?
Not me, no.
Venny. They were willing to die for Venny. I think I seen something I wasn't supposed to. Just
You mean like a vision? You realize this thing gives you visions, and don't get me wrong, some people, you know, the what do they call themselves, the druids or whatever, they do kind of, you know, vision journeys, if you will, and they think it tells them about the future and the past, but I don't really know of anybody else that, like, usually it's just, you know.
Don't we know that name? Something?
Yeah, the druids. Yeah, he's the one that told you about them. The people that came to the town before that. You
No,
missed.
Vinny.
Oh, Vinny. Yeah,
Oh.
we do.
Do you?
Yeah.
Who told you
Sounds
Vinny
familiar.
before?
I don't know
remember.
what, but it sounds familiar.
We learned about it from the elder.
Oh, okay, cool.
She was the one that led the revolt
Okay, cool.
against the mole. Yeah.
Cool.
that was in the other keep, which Aldo couldn't hear anyway. So
Aldo could not hear that. That's what. Yeah.
That's true. Okay, fair enough.
and then he just says, I mean, stranger things have happened. I mean, there was creatures. You saying what attacked us? He came out of a tree. They just kept coming. I experienced something that was too real to not be. Well, you were with the nymphs. I was working a field. I was whipped for not working, and then I was in a tavern. The drink wasn't great, but at least it helped ease the pain on my back. And all of a sudden, there was a meeting, and someone. We weren't supposed to be there. Someone
Oh shit, Aldo.
ratted
Aldo,
us out.
Aldo. Hey, you guys made it! Oh, is that the two of them come round the bend, as they're like kind of getting close, but also somewhat distracted because they've also gone through their own bullshit or whatever it is. He, you know, with a tree, kind of like a couple of trees between you guys, he leans over and he says, "Yeah, I don't know if you want to tell them about it yet. I'll see what I can do to get it for you. Sorry."
Okay, thanks, Dwayne. I think.
He's just like, he looks genuinely concerned for you, and as you guys come over, as you guys are
Aldo
approaching-
is gonna go over to his own bag though, and he's gonna get out his disguise kit. He wants to check the mirror there. He wants to just look at himself.
you look like you, or whichever you're
Yeah.
meant to be at the moment.
This is just normal Aldo.
Okay.
Right, so he kind of ignores you two coming back in as he's just kind of like staring into this mirror into his own reflection.
Yeah. I will say Mikhail was a lot quieter on the second half of that trip once the like adrenaline wore off. But yeah, he'll wave back to Dwayne, say, "Yeah, we're all good. Anything interesting on you guys' trip?"
It wasn't much of a trip, really. We just kind of came over here and sat on a stump. Aldo got a little shut eye, he said.
That's good.
Is he bluffing
Um,
us right now? Or like, is this a... You going like this while you talk, Scott?
Oh, that's
Right.
just me scratching my head. Sorry. That's
Oh.
that's a,
Nothing here,
technically
nothing here,
speaking-
not shady, nothing
technically
questionable.
speaking, he is bluffing, and he's not a particularly good liar. So I will gladly roll against you guys.
Okay.
It was more so your actions that made me think, like, I don't know that we would be suspect. We're too tired. We've been through too much.
Awesome. I was like, well, they're gonna beat me. You
It's
guys
us.
get happy with your results?
I'll take
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
take my 8. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. I'm not even joking. I got a 9. I was like, they're gonna beat me. Like, there's no way somebody doesn't beat a 9. Wow. Okay.
Have you met the party?
Yeah. Yeah, but Mikhail's obviously too distracted or whatever. So,
And you'll never
Um,
catch Aldo in a lie.
especially not rolling a 2. Yeah, he'll just he'll go over to see what Aldo's up to.
Aldo is not paying you any attention. He just seems to be staring almost intently at this little mirror that he has, his own reflection.
Trying to kind of move things along, he says, "Hey, we're pretty much at the edge of the woods. I'm familiar with where we are. If we keep moving now, we can get to Leshev a little bit after dark if we really push it, or early tomorrow. But we can, camp close by the river."
Like he was like about to bother Aldo, but then that like kind of pulls him away. And he's just oh yeah. I don't know, Koa, what do you think? Should we
I think
do
I've
that?
had a fill of the woods.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd say so. We did find the middle of the wet area out there.
Packing up the stuff, because things never really unpacked. Packing up the stuff and make sure things are good. He's like, oh yeah? Anything interesting? And he's just like turns and starts like going to walk with you guys. So again, so you can get to Leshev hopefully by nightfall.
Hand him one of the water skins. Just go, taste it.
Shrugs, opens it up, takes a drink, and is like, holy shit! In the name of all that is good and holy, may the martyr have mercy. What spring did you find this in?
That's what that area does to the water. That's why we took so many water skins. So, should last the rest of the trip, hopefully.
This is incredible. I spend most of my time out in the woods, and I've not drank from a spring this good. Wow. Hey Aldo, wanna and then he kind of like drops off.
Yeah, is he...
Yeah, there's no, Aldo doesn't phase him.
Is he thinking of a new disguise or something?
Aldo, do you want some water?
Nothing.
Was there anything exciting there aside from the water?
A waterfall for a moment.
Oh, is there a mountain over there?
No, it's not really like a natural thing. Aldo, are you okay?
It's still nothing.
He actually will walk over again now. I go and like put a hand on Aldo's shoulder.
As you do that, there's almost like there's this like last spurt of like anger in him. He snaps at you and he just yells like, "Leave me alone!"
He jumps way back. He's, oh shit! Okay, my bad.
Yeah. Like Aldo gets up and he like almost like tries to get in your face before you can see in his eyes like there's just something there.
Okay, look, you need your space. Got it.
Was it a bad nap? He says, looking at Dwayne.
Dwayne shrugs and says, we probably sorted out at Leshev. Let's at least put our mind on the road."
Yeah, sure thing.
Koa's feel like he feels like a crazy person. He's like, Aldo is acting very like he just nearly attacked Mikhail, and Dwayne's like, we'll figure it out tomorrow.
Yeah, Mikhail looks at Koa like, what did I do?
Have you gotten so bad with animals you can't even talk to people now?
What? No, not even bad
give
with
him this
animals. No, you give him the apple. He's like stepping away.
I have a better idea. Aldo, the water skin. We have the good water.
What?
Trying to distract a little bit, but also genuinely curious. What's his name? Dwayne would say, "Hey, Mikhail, you know a lot of stories. What do you know about nymphs?" And then just kind of like goes to walk with you to talk with you about that subject.
What do I know about nymphs?
It's funny enough. you're not the person to ask. Koa heard the question. Wade, you're
I'm
welcome
always
to roll
the
your
person
lore
to
check.
ask.
All right, let's roll another natty one.
Hey!
Ah!
Let's go! You
Sorry.
grew up with those stories, baby!
Choked myself like the nymphs do in my dreams.
I imagine he asks Mikhail and Koa's like, nymphs!
He just like
Way too
shoves the
excited.
water skin into Aldo's chest.
He's as excited as when a 13-year-old boy first starts learning about Greek mythology. Huh?
See, Snaga, it was worth it.
Oh.
Well, what does he know about nymphs?
Everything. Not everything, but you know.
They have
The
four
story.
nipples.
Go ahead. I guess it's yours. Go for it.
Yeah, have fun with what you know.
I get to invent nymphs.
I mean,
They're very
mechanically.
small. They follow around people named Peter Pan. They wear tiny little green dresses and have
Whoa!
a wand.
Wow,
Oh, they're pixies now. Sweet.
she's. Oh, poor Tinkerbell.
You should see when they cast a spell. They have to do this little thing where they scrunch up and bend over. It's a beautiful sight. I don't know, Scott. What the fuck do I know about nymphs?
Oh, you know a lot. I mean, you Wade know the story. Nymphs are so beautiful that if you lay your eyes upon them, without them welcoming you, they can strike you blind. As a matter of fact, they're so beautiful you can be struck dead even just from seeing them. They are, the most alluring creatures. They're at one with nature. Goddesses on lands. Things like that.
Wade doesn't know this shit. All of my D&D experience has been with you.
Oh,
when have we covered nymphs?
sorry. So
They weren't on Dathomir, man.
in the original D&D books, they literally did not have a picture of a nymph because nymphs have the ability that if you see them, they can either kill you or strike you blind because how beautiful they are. So the original D&D monster manual did not even have a picture of a nymph because it was too dangerous. But also the artwork back then was not very good.
I'm gonna Google and find hot nymphs.
Google
in my area.
Google 3.5 nymph. That picture will be burned in my memory from my teenage years. So, or
I
was it
don't
3.0
want to
nymph?
see Scott's Dwayne dreams.
Is it still 3.0 nymph? Is that images? Nope. That is fishing supplies. I click shopping, not images.
Scott's like, I see a rod, I'm all in.
Yeah, this picture. Here, I got it for you. It's this image here. It's the one on the right. Where is Wade?
Oh,
I don't know if I want you to. Ollie's gonna have some questions later. Whenever I'm looking at this, like Wolverine holding the photograph in bed later, like.
Yeah, but too large of a file. No. This is from the D&D book, and it's also in our group thing.
I don't like the creepy one of the lady underwater saying "shh" with the lily pads covering her. That's creepy.
These are the nymph picture from.
okay, that one. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
this is the old 3.x monster manual.
Nymph
version.
Basil, they're nymphs.
But I either way, I remember being like, "Ooh," when I was a young lad. But either way, so generally speaking, they're naked, all that fun stuff. So, Mikhail forgetting to unsheath his sword when he attacked Dwayne first time. I'm just seeing the meme from Joey. If you've never seen
It's like
that movie,
the same
it's
thought
great.
I had too.
Oh, that movie's great. Such a fun movie. So stupid. Anyways, cool. Back to game.
So I don't know anything about nymphs. Or
Oh no,
only what
you
Koa?
didn't like. He specifically has Fey lore, so he has
Yeah.
a fuck ton of knowledge versus yours having general knowledge checks, and you can absolutely. And so Wade, in your mind, so you're welcome to roll.
Mhm.
Wade, in your mind, you are 100%
stuff.
like you believe full fledged. They're real. The stories about them are real, so on and so forth. You know people that had firsthand accounts with like you have a ton of stories. Whereas Mikhail, what you have is like kind of the old lore, kind of the old knowledge of it. That's, you found this at the archives. Yours comes from the perspective of poetry written about it and literature written about it. That's your understanding. Whereas Koa is more of like the folktale, living in it, living among it kind of approach. And he has just kind of a bit more rich knowledge when it comes to it. But also, Wade, to bring it one step further.
Well, yeah, since Koa has so much like has heard so many firsthand stories and stuff, Mikhail would be like actually really interested in him talking about it.
My first girlfriend was a nymph.
Wade, you even know things like nymphs are, so beautiful, again, they can blind you, that kind of a thing. You know that they can move from one location to the next without having to walk there. They just can move so quickly. You know that animals come to their beck and call whenever they need them. No animal can resist their charm, same as people. You know that that even the skies will bend to their beauty and their will, as they will call the skies to enact their vengeance. If you treat a nymph kindly and so on and so forth, if you're able to win her favor, she can even mend your wounds. The nymphs are hard to find because they can take the shape of trees. All sorts of things like that. What is it? Steel cannot hurt they cannot easily pierce their flesh. Only what is it? Iron that has never been touched by flame can do so. Which, by the way, Mikhail, this is the point where you can chime in and be like, iron that has never been touched by flame. No. That's cold iron. Cold iron isn't actually iron that's never been touched by flame. Cold iron is another alloy in and of itself that has also never been touched by flame, but it's not just iron. Like, you're like, I brought value, if that's true. That kind of a thing. That even just spending time with a nymph, they're so inspiring. They can push you to write better than you ever have, sing better than you ever have, craft better than you ever have. Blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. Like, even they're so beautiful that you even don't want to hurt them. Like, even if you are trying to actively attack them, sometimes your subconscious will make you miss on purpose because they're so beautiful. You can't bring yourself to harm such a magnificent creature. Like, that's just...
Very, very dangerous, but I imagine the most beautiful thing you could ever imagine seeing. But you must be careful. Like a siren of sorts. Call you in, wrap you around its finger, and next thing you know, you are drooling on the floor and obeying its every beck and call.
Guess you'd have to be pretty charming for them to even like be able to look at one, right? To let them allow you to look at them.
Oh, if they don't want to be blinded or killed, yes.
Yeah. Probably good we didn't find any out here. Not with our luck.
Not in the places we've been looking. If you want to find one at all, you probably don't want to find one in a place full of curses.
No.
Boy, oh boy, the stories people would say about nymphs.
Well, yeah, tell us some.
On the journey.
That we're on.
All right, well, there was a guy named, I think it was Stephen, I traveled with for a while, and he had all kinds of tales. Some of them I think were exaggerations, but he told us one story where he found himself in a grove of sorts, a little patch of prairie surrounded by these tall trees, and resting on one of the branches was, in fact, a nymph. He'll go on and describe in detail a sexual encounter the guy had with a nymph. And how his buddy who was with him never did see again. But him, no, he was chosen.
Scott
clearly was the story was exaggerated, but Koa, like, as a kid, probably like latched onto it and tried to believe it.
Right?
Like, that's so cool.
Like, I'm gonna meet a nymph. Hell yeah. Yeah, Scott didn't get the hint that we were trying to be like, we leave.
Yeah. Gotta make it back to Lishev.
Yep.
Why do you ask, Dwayne? Oh, you're not here to tell me.
I was thinking about nymphs.
What happened with the nymphs?
Probably just thinking about him. That's my dog. What the fuck is that noise? My dog's drinking water.
I mean, it feels weird to transition into RPing with Aldo right now, but like I feel like that was the next step on the travel. Was like Aldo back.
Yeah, I mean Aldo's
right, buddy.
like quite quiet. He's not reacting much. Seems to be in his own head. If you try and talk to him, he'll kind of just be like, something happened. I can't. I need time to make sense of it.
Okay. Sorry. Whatever I did to set that off.
Oh, sorry, Mikhail. No, it's me who should be apologizing to you. It was like, I don't know. Something happened to me. Once we have time, I'll make sense of it, and maybe we can work it out.
Okay. As long as you're otherwise all right.
I think so. At least I'm
Good.
me. Again.
Yeah, that sounds like quite the story.
Yeah, I thought we were the ones in a dangerous place.
Why? What happened to you?
Oh,
We were in the middle of the muddy, wet awfulness.
yeah. I used one of the stones to see if it would attune. It seems like it was working. Like it glowed, and the air got very humid. Like, more so than that, like it was hard to breathe. But I think the one we had was either too small or too low quality. It burst and it let out a lot of water. Like a lot. It got pretty dangerous for a second, but thankfully we got out of there. Good thing Koa was around.
Scott, we're traveling, but RPing while we travel.
I was peeing
know.
while you traveled too.
Great. I know you sent that photo.
How did you reach the toilet seat?
I have a little step stool and I sit in it.
Why were your pants on but shirt off? Never mind.
I don't even have a retort. It was too weird.
I had a follow-up to that. It's gone.
Sorry.
Nope, I wasn't going to top it. It doesn't matter.
You can pause it.
Reverse Donald Duck.
Ugh.
It's funny we call that.
Damn it.
We call that Donald ducking in our house.
All right, back to Leshev.
Yeah.
Yep.
You guys
do we
push.
push,
You guys
or do we
push to get to
rest?
Leshev. No checks need to be
Yeah.
made. You're able to make your way there.
cool.
To get your way
Yay.
all the way back. One thing I do want to say before I forget is if Koa and Mikhail could each make me fortitude saves, please and thank you.
Why?
The water.
Oh, god damn it. Do we have any luck?
Find out.
Oh, look. Okay, that's better. I'll take that.
That's like, you leveled up since the last time you were here. It's actually higher DC. now.
Okay, cool. Well, it was different DCs for each of you because one was more effective than the other. All right, cool. So you guys make your way all the way back to Leshev, and as stated, it was after nightfall, it was after nighttime, so on and so forth. Certainly not the last time. So it was like you guys were already exhausted. Not mechanically. You're already exhausted when you finally get back after all of this travel, all this hard time. Poor Aldo's got like his head is messed up. He has 2 wisdom damage at the moment and everything. As you guys are kind of like pulling up, but oh man, if that's not a sight for sore eyes, seeing that broken bridge, oh, that is so nice to see.
2 of us aren't covered in ash and plant remnants anymore.
That's right.
We got
two of you,
drenched in water and mud.
yeah, 2 of you got a proper mud bath. Isn't that nice? So anyways, when you guys get making it back there, I do need one final thing as you guys are crossing the bridge. just because I am cruel like that. If I can get a
Goddamn
reflex
needy.
save from 2 of the horses, give me a second to choose which ones. That's going to be Nightstorm and Nightstorm and Simone. Or Simone. Okay, solid. As you guys are walking across the bridge and coming to the part of the bridge that's really broken, the 2 of them happen to be walking nearby to it, and just the weight of the horses there ends up causing another portion of the bridge, like another square foot or whatever it is, of bridge to crumble and other parts to crack, which causes the horses to have a bit of reaction. Everything goes on, so on and so forth. But the horses are able to move quickly out of the way enough that neither of them have a chance of like, bumping in or falling in or panicking in, or even bumping one of you guys in either. So there's like a moment where there's like a crack or whatever it is, and you hear the kerplunk, plunk, 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 as a bit of stone falls into
This is the Molestone Bridge?
the old Molestone Bridge. Yeah, remember there's already like a big broken portion on it and everything. And the people of Leshev have not, they argue over the repairs of it and whatnot consistently. There's something that was noted a long time ago, multiple times. But they argue over the repairs of it. So another chunk fell off because you guys are coming across like 5 horses at once, plus your own weight, which is bad. If somebody would like say Philomena were to come by and Philippa were to come by with their wagon or whatever, but average person walking across the bridge wouldn't be affected.
Before we leave Leshev, I think we need to talk to them about fixing this bridge.
Oh, you really want to get into that mess with the council?
Did you just see how close we came to losing a horse? Traders coming through with wagons and such?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not a problem, just...
I'm not saying tonight, I'm just saying before we leave.
Yeah, probably.
Most people just complain about it. You're over here sounding like you want to be on the council or something, Koa.
On the council? No, but we know enough of the council members to make a difference, maybe.
Humble
True.
brag?
Oh, I mean, Kervrock, we just talked to Kervrock. He probably won't agree. But the other ones that we know, maybe.
Yeah, Jim Smith, Fox.
He's saying names like, yeah, like my old buddy. And to him, these are people that he does not interact with.
The one guy pops up who wants to go into Jim Smith's house and have dinner with him. Like, it's just raining on him as we talk about all the different councilmen we know.
That anime scene. Oh. Anyways,
I
so-
think
Bloody
the
mask.
Doctor Who image where it's just like raining. Is just
cool. So you guys are finished crossing the bridge, and you're able to make your way back into Leshev. Again, it's late, but on the flip side, at least Mikhail knows who's up.
I'm going home.
Of course.
I almost
Aldo will
died.
say,
My feet
as
hurt.
kind of walking that way, he'll say, I'll go see Kervrock, give him, the respect of being told straight away that, what we encountered, and I'll mention to him that we didn't find any artifacts or anything, there's some information, and that you're able to talk with him about it because you speak Mole.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I don't think the rest of us should go tonight, though. It's probably fine if
No.
we do.
Yeah. I'll see you back at home.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Alright, Aldo will peel off, I guess.
Dwayne will say, did you need company?
It's fine, Dwayne. Go get a drink or something. We all need one.
Yeah. Looks at you guys and says, is your floor still an option?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
and Cole will reach in and grab a gold piece and flick it his way. Dwayne, nice work on the fighting and sticking by our side. Appreciate that. You might have saved our lives.
Thanks. He says,
You see,
looking at the
Mikhail
gold.
has a gold coin in his hand, and he was like, hey, fuck it, take both.
2 gold? Am I paying the ferryman?
Try not to. Not so
I
soon.
think we're just happy to be alive and be here. So just take the generosity and don't remind us of this tomorrow. We might regret it.
Shrugs and says, "No, not a problem. Aldo suggested we were going to going to get a drink. I mean, drinks on you."
Not anymore. He says,
Hey, you're a big spender now.
He goes, "Yeah, I wasn't in the mood for drinking tonight either."
Oh, laugh.
And legitimately will follow you to your house to sleep free on your floor.
Yeah.
Which, of course, yeah.
Yeah, the fireplace. There's a rug.
He's like, "Wait, did we buy a rug? Could we afford it?"
Yeah, I had to think. I was like, oh, yeah, we did buy a rug. We just didn't get the super expensive rug.
Mikhail, can you make sure I'm like as clean as possible before I get into this brand new bed? I do not want mud or twigs or...
Yeah, I do. As many
Bippity
castings as
boppity
necessary.
boo.
Right?
So Dwayne takes off his shoes at the door just to be polite, and you still cast prestidigitation before you shut the door to take all the mud out of the front way.
Yep.
Oh man. Anyways, cool. So you guys are able to go in there. Unless there's anything to cover, you sleep tonight.
Didn't Aldo go to see Curve Rock unless there's nothing else to say there?
You going straight to Curve Rock? Cool. So
He is.
again, with your -2 wisdom, and that's probably why, you head straight to Curve Rock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Knock on the door.
You know he doesn't keep a servant of the house. So you do the polite knock. I don't know if you do a second polite knock. So either the second or the third one, you do the loud bang to get him to open the door. So eventually when he opens that door, he goes as though he had been doing a string of curses the entire time down. "And then I'll feed your intestines to the fuck do you want?"
Aldo just gives him a blank look. He says, "We're back. We've just returned, and I figured I would show you the respect of coming to you straight away. Don't want you thinking that we're sleeping on your dime."
When halfway through what you were saying there, he his seething is slowly starting to deflate. He's starting to gather himself and kind of fix his robe or whatever it is and stand up as straight as a bent old man can do so, and says, "Right, it's the right thing to do. Yeah, come in."
Yeah, Aldo would just follow him in.
Shuts the door behind you, and he'll lead you over to the same room where you're in before. And he says, "Sit here a minute." The same, room, whatever it is. There's no fire lit. That's there. I imagine you don't go over and just light one yourself.
No.
But you can go and sit or stand or whatever it is you're doing. He'll disappear, heading at the right of the door and being gone. He comes back a few minutes later. When he comes back, I guess kind of to your surprise, he comes back with a bottle.
Yeah, all right.
And he will go over and he'll open the bottle. And as he goes to open the bottle, he goes, "It's blasted cold in here. Cold spring nights. Light a fire."
Aldo would get up and do that.
And he goes over and pops the bottle, which takes more effort than his... It's almost like... I don't know if Aldo's paying attention or not, but if he's noting it at all with his current state of mind, it's painful to watch. Because it's not that hard to open a bottle, but he's such an old man. It's genuine struggle for him. Almost like trying to pull your friend out of drowning from mud for, 200 some odd feet, away from the shore. Kind of struggle. Anyways, so eventually he gets that thing off. Heroic action. And pours glasses for each of you. Oh, sorry. He pours one glass and he goes over and puts it on the table. And then he picks up the glass and will drink it.
Yeah, that's good. Right. Aldo will wait for him to finish and I guess say the first thing.
God? Oh, yeah, he says the first thing. He says, so, you're alive, and looks like you've been through hell and back, but are on the mend. Plains cats don't generally go in the woods, so bandits or something more exciting.
You can call it exciting. That's one word for it. It's worse than before. Remember last time we told you there was that area and we were surrounded by the plant with all the thorns?
Yep.
Yeah, well, it's much worse than that. And it seems to be stretching further from the keep. We got to oh, wait, it's gone. We got to that spot that I was telling you about, and there was already dozens. There was already over a dozen bodies. People who must have been trying to make their way there didn't make it.
Huh. Well,
not
serves
sure if
them
it's
right for trying to go ahead of you.
Yeah, well, it makes me think too. I wonder if they'd heard about it from anyone and tried to beat us there. Just lets that hang.
You say that one more time?
He said, what did I say? It makes me think, if they heard something about us going there and tried to beat it, more or less beat us there.
He shakes his head and says, no. From plans you're leaving is be too short a time for an expedition to be put together. Though you did drag feet for a couple extra days.
We were in no condition to. We barely made it out, if I'm being frank. It is absolutely terrible. You see, it's not only the razor leaf that you have to worry about. There's also creatures made of vines and wood, and while the razor leaf is effective in the day and it comes after you, you can kind of avoid it sometimes. Whereas these creatures will pursue you all night, and there are hundreds, if not more, of them.
Weeds can
So
be
if you visit the keep,
insidious.
have to make it in the day. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details, but we got in. The keep is not like any other. It is overgrown, falling apart. It is a ruin of a ruin. Inside, there are plants just look like normal vines, but they try to strangle you. We started clearing the keep, moving from one section to another.
It sounds like it's a good thing. I told Wade. Sounds like it's a good thing I told Dwayne to bring a barrel of oil and a couple of axes with him.
Yeah, well, the oil came in handy. It definitely helped. Anyway, we got into the main room. There was a tree, and in this tree, it seems to be where the creatures are coming from. Dozens attacked us. Yeah, that's where they seem to come from. It sent dozens after us, and we managed to put them down. A lot of fire helped, definitely. But after we managed to clear it, soon it became apparent that it wasn't the end. Anyway, we looked as much as we can. Like I said, this seems to be a ruin of a ruin. There is no intact artifacts or anything else here. However, there is one thing of note, which I think you might find very interesting and maybe worth more than an artifact or two.
Go on, he says, leaning in, not even pouring himself more drink, just too excited to hear what you have to say.
Aldo says, your encyclopedia collection there.
Go on.
Apparently, now I cannot read it. I can't read Mol. but Mikhail can. There's more than meets the eye about what they're actually about. I'm assuming you've read through them.
When you say Mikhail can, you can see he looks skeptical, like, you know, because the pronunciation that Mikhail used before, which, you know, Mikhail was properly educated, and so Mikhail's like, I know I'm speaking it correctly, but this seems like he maybe feels as though he's the one that's correct or whatever. Anyways, continue with what you were saying, Jake. Sorry.
He says, I assume you've read through them.
He nods and says, several times.
Well, there's apparently a code in the books that tells a different story.
Go on. Yeah, now looking a little like what?
There's some type of something that happened, and the author, I forget his name.
He says the name,
Wrote,
the T. I don't remember off the top of my head because of the T. Yep.
Yeah. He says he wrote a different, not history, but a different accounting in these books.
Hold on.
I can't, like I said, I cannot speak it, but Mikhail has worked it out.
So
I wanted to let you know.
Was a servant of the mole. He was a well-renowned, well-respected, historian even of his time. Sylvanus is known to be an excellent writer, but to be one that hides things, that doesn't seem like something that he would do. That seems strange.
Very. However, it's there nonetheless. There's a key to deciphering them. I can't, like I said, I don't understand it. And I can definitely have Mikhail relay that part to you, but I wanted to get here tonight to let you know that the trip wasn't in vain. And it seems like what we've come out is worth more than what we could have found within.
Interesting. Well, you said you can't read it, so you can't even show me exactly what it is that's... Fine. I will look into this. But it's a little strange that there was nothing inside that place. And how did you discover this? He says, gesturing at the books. How did you discover this there?
I can't read it. There's inscriptions etched in stone, but like I said, there's it's, if you were to see it, you would understand. It is so overgrown that the plant life in there alone, it is a ruin of a ruin. There's
for
nothing
that part,
salvageable.
Sorry, for that part, you have to roll a bluff check, but you're good to go otherwise.
I was also trying, you tell me if this works, trying to set myself up for a modifier here by really harping on and trying to get his interest at the books.
Oh, his interest is absolutely on the books. Yeah. You're saying more or less as like a decoy. No, that's fine. His focus is over there, and to be clear, when you're dealing with a bluff, it's not just against a sense motive; it's also how willing the target is to believe you. So Pathfinder bluff. I'll have the overlay semi-fixed while Wade is fixing his interweaves. So
I think if they want to believe you, it's there's a huge difference.
So if the lie is believable, that there's a hidden message inside there, that's the thing. If they want to believe you, that's a +5. But you're not lying about like the messaging that's inside there. It's the fact that there's nothing of value inside that place, so on and so forth. And considering how those places are always renowned to have value, so on and so forth, I actually would say that it's unlikely that would be seen as lie as unlikely. It's unlikely that the ruins had nothing inside them, even though it's close to the truth, because there was literally only one thing that you found inside of it. It is an unlikely lie. So there's a -5 there, but I will allow that distraction to give you a +2, so a -3 total
All right.
against his sense motive. 14's a solid start. 17's a solid number. And I don't think there's anything you can do to modify that. I think 17's going to have to be where you live.
Yep.
Cool. Sorry about the janky overlay, everybody, but I'm just trying to get something up there. No names on this version yet, because I've never had to do the 2-person one. We've had literally every PC, literally every session. It's crazy. I mean, if you think about the original Kingmaker and how we were like every third session was missing a PC.
Yeah.
It was pretty crazy. Anyways, so back to this. So yeah, you tell the lion, and he seems to, whether or not he believes you're not 100% sure, but he seems to accept it one way or the other. And he says, "Bring me one of those books."
Aldo just nods. And he says, I will return tomorrow morning with Mikhail.
Okay, and you grab one of the books before you go.
Yeah.
He'll sit there and, he'll read as you leave. He's gonna sit there and read.
Yeah. I'll return to the place.
Okay. And you would go to the tavern or inn or whatever, or your house.
I'd go to our home. I think that's where everyone is.
Yeah. I imagine they went to bed, but I don't want to put words in their mouths.
Mikhail would probably be studying continuing studying the other purple book.
Doesn't count as a
Probably
day. It was a travel.
Yeah, but it's probably what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's probably gonna do that for a while. He's like not quite ready to sleep yet.
So you come in, you see him there. Aldo's might be, he got cleaned and put into his bed. Not Aldo, Koa. And then what's his name is pulled up. I forget how many bedrooms are here. There's 4 bedrooms, right? And
Yeah.
and so he's in there with his bedroll and whatnot, just kind of passed out. Aldo comes walking in. So Mikhail, you see the door open, so you can instinctively look up. See each other. I don't know what you guys do from here.
I'm gonna give him a wave since everybody else is asleep, so he's not gonna yell. Down or
Aldo will head over to the. You're at the table. We don't even have a table, do we? We'll just head over to you.
Yeah. You be at one of the chairs by the fire.
Yeah.
Because it's 2 chairs and a couch by the fire, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I hope Aldo takes his boots off.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
Ah, damn it! You're that guy. By the way, in my house, I'm that guy. My wife gets so mad at me. I just always forget to take my shoes off, and we have a baby that crawls on the floor. So I'm always in trouble. Anyways. The coffee table's by the fire. Hammerhead. Go ahead, Jake. Sorry.
Yeah, and he says, well, I spoke with Kethrel. He told him, the basics. Told him there was nothing in there. And I did tell him that we worked out that there was an inscription there that only you could read because you speak Mole. And it's almost like there's a code in the books, and there's something else written in them, blah blah blah. What there actually is. So very seemed a bit hesitant that he thought we were just lying, but he definitely wants to believe it. And I told him that we would come there tomorrow morning, and you would take him through decoding, the one you've already decoded, I guess, right?
Yeah. I'm not looking forward to that.
Oh, yeah, I really wasn't in the mood for him tonight, but I figured that it would be best to deal with him now, lest he think, we're hiding things in here or something when he hears we're back and haven't gone to him yet.
He might. And you said you're going too?
Yeah, I'll go with you.
That's good. Honestly, I'm not sure how well I'd deal with him if it were just me.
No, I get that. So however you want to spin it. There's a you learned somewhere there's inscription, weathered somewhere in the keep. It alludes
Yeah.
to something, whether it be somewhere hidden as it's
Yeah, it'll be like the first inscriptions we found in the mountain keep. I'll just say they were here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Easy enough. I can gloss over that enough and get him interested in the cipher instead. We don't
Does
dwell
the
on
same
lies.
cipher work for all the books?
Yes and no. Breaking one does help understand the thinking behind the others, but they aren't a one-to-one. So
know what I'm
he by
thinking?
himself won't be able to get through all of them. It'll help him a lot more with others of the same subject.
Well, if you can play nice, I wonder if we might not use the situation to our advantage. And, once you show him the one you already know, maybe, you help him out with some of the others that we don't have access to.
That will be the hope. If he'll give me access. I imagine there will be a phase of him wanting to do it on his own and not involve someone like me. But we'll see how well that goes.
Yeah. I mean, just because you know the cipher doesn't mean you're able to do it. You might want to outsource, but if he's got it right in front of him, I think he might be greedy enough that he just takes that chance.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I'll definitely push for it, much as I don't want to spend any more time with him than I have to.
Yeah, well, hopefully you'll be spending the next week or so with him, with any luck.
I'm gonna need a lot more drinks.
You're not going to get them from him, that's for sure.
Nope.
Unless you bring somebody else that's lesser than you with you.
Mm.
Because he always pours drinks for everybody but one, and the least person in the room doesn't get to drink. Which is why he poured a drink for everybody but Aldo. Because it was just him and Aldo.
Yeah. Wouldn't want to subject anybody else to that bastard that doesn't need to be there.
Just bring somebody to Casper and tell him, I'll get you better drinks later.
It'd be an evil act. Come deal with this asshole with me.
Slip in a flask, like a hip flask. That's where hip flask.
But yeah, I can handle that, I'm sure. I still need to decipher the ones that I've got that I'm borrowing. I'd like to get those back to Fox's estate before we leave, so it's not an issue.
Yeah, well, you've already started it. Hopefully,
Hopefully a couple more days, as long as nothing goes wrong.
Mm.
It's really nice having Elliot's help. Like, he's really good at filling in some of the gaps in my knowledge. He's quite an expert at that. But
I wonder if he's
sometimes you gotta go solo.
Right? If he's a bit hesitant on you, I wonder if we could spin Elliot. We'll get the information either way.
It's true. We have to get him all the way from Hot Gwen. But I guess we're going to head that direction at some point, too, aren't we? We gotta go get our armor.
And Elliot's known around here, too. He was contemplating buying the tavern at one point and stuff like that. So he's actually viewed not poorly. Well, until, Billy started to hurt his name with the locals. You know how they do. They buy it out from under us, jack up the prices to make it fancy. And all we want to do is have a beer.
Hot Gwen down here.
Maybe they forgot about that by now.
Bastard.
Maybe they forgot. It's been a while.
Yeah.
But he'll say, no, that's not a bad idea. I think we can probably swing that. Even if he's okay with it being me, it might be better to push that off to Elliot. It'd be something he'd be interested in too.
Yeah, I still think, we push for you first, but if he is a bit funny with you, well, there is an expert around.
Yeah. Yeah, we can get that done in the morning. What else do we need to do while we're here? I guess we need to talk to the council about the bridge.
I don't really care about the bridge. Look, the bridge has been there for hundreds of years. If it's, if it's its time after however long to fall down. Look, it sucks. It is what it is. But I'm not spending, 5 different council sessions petitioning them to save their own bridge.
I don't want to either, but Koa brought it up, so it's gonna be a thing.
Well, if Koa brought it up and he really, really wants to do that, let Koa sit through the council sessions.
I'm fine with that. That'll give me some time to do some research and sit on my ass for a while. Having us do that for a bit.
What though? I don't like where it came from or the circumstances around it, but man, I'm paying off my bed tomorrow. I'm paying it off.
Hey, that's pretty nice. That's a good investment. You spend a lot of your life sleeping.
You do. That's why I've never had a bed like that before. I thought, why not? I'm only just going to spend the money on alcohol anyway.
It's probably a better investment. It's definitely a better investment.
So I paid for my wedding.
Yeah.
I stopped drinking. I know it sounds funny, but I'm not even joking. I was like, oh man, weddings are expensive. If I stop spending this much money a week on alcohol, I could actually save up and pay for my wedding. And it worked. I was like, oh.
That's wild.
Yeah.
And I've been sober ever since.
So you already stopped now, so you may as well.
Yeah, I'll just keep going,
No, yeah, that's gonna be great. You think they're done making it already, or were they waiting for you to pay the whole thing?
I think he was he was building it. I just had to pay the remainder on completion anyway. So
yeah, but they know we're good for it at this point. Our names are
100%.
Actually, our names are pretty weighty, it seems.
Yeah, well, remember what I told you that the lady councillor said that some of the councillors are almost trying to use our names to an extent to push their own agendas.
Yeah. Like being attached to us makes them look more important.
Yeah.
That's weird. I came here as a student just to study curses and whatnot,
You're gonna be playing Dan at the next RNC.
Wouldn't catch me dead.
Am I alive?
Hey, he's back.
Did Tyler
returns.
Did Tyler text you?
Yeah, he said you guys are playing Inscription or something. I don't know. I was like, what's going on? What am I missing? He's like, oh, they're talking about Inscription. I was like, oh, that's a fun little game.
Were?
I was hoping you died.
You're hoping I died? No, still alive.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
No, he was kind of saying the humble beginningsness of just, I came here as just a student to study this stuff, and now there's counselors wanting to be attached to us to raise their own stock. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, Aldo will walk off to I don't know, one of the corners of the room or something where there's just some stuff, and he'll grab one of the bottles he got from Fox, and he'll walk over and grab a mug or something, and he'll hand it to you, and he'll say, I told you once before I wasn't supposed to be here, and I'm still not 100% sure I'm happy where things ended up. But hey, it's sure is different, all right?
It's very different. And now you're getting a fancy bed, if nothing else.
Yeah, he'll hand you the mug and go to pour you a drink.
He accepts. As you're pouring, he says, "Think we can find any more money in walls? It seems like the move these days. That or carpentry."
Well, speaking of money, he pulls out a coin and he looks at you.
It's a nice looking silver piece, I guess.
He says, "You want to call it?" And he gives you that look.
Wait, what are we flipping for? What am I agreeing to?
You've already agreed.
Heads. He just shrugs.
Aldo will flip it. He catches it, brings it down, holds it over, and then just pockets it. And he says, "You're out of the running for the next couple."
And now I'm confused. I didn't even see the result.
I'm giving it to you. He slaps you on the shoulder.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Appreciate that.
You better. He said it was like 6,000 gold, he whispers.
Yeah, it is.
No, I just let
I
you
honestly-
know, I've never killed on, I'd never murdered anyone before. I don't even like saying murdered. But, talk to me 12 months ago and tell me there's $6,000. You might have got me there. And now I'm just giving it to you.
That's kind of what I started thinking, even talking about it. Wearing that thing around is a danger of its own kind, you know? Like, yeah, you can wear it for enough time, attune to it, then you can not wear it for a while, but then you have to wear it for that long again. And it starts drinking because it's like gesturing. It's like, then you have to wear it for another full 24-hour period, right? To make sure that you can take it off again to do things like sleep or just walk around for a while without wearing a crown. I think for most people, you might just look kind of stuck up, like, what's this weirdo wearing a crown for? But walk by somebody like Curve Rock, who knows what it might be, it's going to draw a lot of attention.
Yeah, well, we definitely don't want to wear it around here. Wait, hang on a
No.
second. You saying you don't want to?
Not saying that at all. Just discussing the other downsides of having it.
Okay, I see. Yeah, well, you said it strengthens your magic, right?
Yeah, it would.
Well, when do we most need your magic? It's when we're out and about.
It's true. In general. I mean, I guess I could, Nah, I think I leave it put away for now. Maybe when we're about to head out.
Definitely well out of this place anyway.
For sure. I guess we could also work at trying to disguise it as something else?
I could work on something for you. And maybe a nice hat to go with those tight pants you had, hey?
Please don't do that with the pants again.
You did well
I
with
don't know if
Von
my
Berg. I'm just saying, you might have, what it takes.
I
That's
mean,
coming
I
from
can
me.
pull off a lot, I know how to pull off an outfit. It's just I don't know if my circulation will ever be the same.
Well, sometimes you gotta deal with the good and the bad, right?
Yeah, I mean, they make you look different.
Yeah, that's the
Not-
point.
Yeah. No, I don't know. Maybe it could, like a hat could work. Maybe like a headband or something. Could just keep growing my hair out. Either way, listen. Thank you for that. I know you probably could have done a trick with the coin or something. I never would have noticed. So I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
You feeling any better from earlier?
Yeah. Speaking of that, we'll want to talk about it properly with Koa, but I seen something. Dwayne gave me this stuff, and it's a hallucinogenic, right? But it took a turn that wasn't what was apparently expected. Like I said, I don't want to get into it too much now, but I think I've seen into the past. Like, really seen.
He gave you... So When you said he gave you some stuff that was a hallucinogenic, like an herb, like a drug.
He names it some milk.
And you think you saw? What made you think you saw into the past?
Keegan, heal check, please, because I don't think you have any poison or drug experience. So, heal check will give you some knowledge.
I do have drug experience. I don't have it like a thing on my.
You know what I mean? I had like skill.
In Mikhail's history,
Yeah.
discussed way before this
You have
point.
knowledge meth crafting?
Yeah. Well, Wade, he wants to play that game with you.
Eh.
Is that a 2? Did you roll a 2?
No, I rolled a 4.
Oh,
2 twos.
Remember, it's not a class skill. I just get to use my intelligence.
yeah.
So nothing. I'm assuming on an 8.
Oh, correct. No, nothing on it. Sorry. I was hoping. Sorry to interrupt you.
So, what made you think it was the past you were seeing?
I think I seen the rebellion.
Oh, like the Perrin rebellion.
Yeah. There were things that
Interesting.
just I've had, just give me 1 second, sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
I'd RP with
Eyelashes
you, but I
coming.
think I'm dead.
Yeah, at least that's what Scott decided to tell Tyler.
Yeah, Tyler
You just
texted me. I had almost no phone service either. Everything went out, and I was like, "This is weird. Am I about to be like attacked?"
Right?
And then Tyler, like one text came through. It was Tyler, like, I think he said, "Are you dead, or is your character dead?" I was like, "What happened? I don't know. Am I? I was at home. What went wrong?"
I oftentimes, if I don't hear from a friend for a while, I'll text them on the lines of "You dead?" And I imagine at some point in time, it's not going to play out well when the cops look at it.
Probably not.
Well,
Right. They get that text minutes before being actually dead.
You're hiding from the person that broke into your house, and your phone's like, zzz, zzz, "You dead? I am now."
It was
Yeah, good.
Yeah, he says it was different. I was somebody else. I kind of knew who I was, but it wasn't like the only way I can explain it is I was that person. I felt what they felt. I seen what they seen. Like I said, do you think we should get Koa, or can this wait for the morning?
Yeah, it can wait if you'd rather not have to tell it twice. Sounds like a heck of a story, for sure.
He shakes his head and he says, "Let me do it now so I don't forget anything."
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
He'll go up and he bangs on the door where Koa's room is.
Am I in there?
Koa had just passed out. Didn't even hear the murmuring downstairs. He was like legitimately enjoying a proper bed after tanking for so long, after exhausting himself working so hard for so long, and literally even just earlier today doing everything in his power just to save Mikhail. Only should be sleeping, but he's staying up because he's had a near-death experience, so he's still trying to mellow out his mind. But Koa's in dream world. He's happily, blissfully floating on a, cloud, whatever the fuck he dreams about. And then all of a sudden,
Nymphs.
When you've been a nymph this whole time? I knock, knock, knock. No,
knockers?
no.
Knockers?
Turns into Aldo's voice. Koa, you awake? No. There's a.
Oh, come on, Carl. It's only been like 20 minutes. She should be energized.
I know it's cold.
You probably hear the sound of him like smothering himself with a pillow for a moment, like hoping to knock himself back out. Yes, feeling great. I'm not gonna roll a bluff. I fail.
You're good.
He opens the door and just looks again like, one day I'll get a good night's sleep. Yeah.
This won't take too long, but we need to go through this now while it's still in my mind, in case I forget anything.
He like perks up a bit, wipes the drool from his face. Right. Yes, of course. Yes, what?
Follow me. We'll head back down to the fire. When we get
Morning.
there, yeah. Aldo just will turn to you and he'll say, I went and seen Curve Rock. We'll deal with that in the morning. But yeah, I wanted to talk about what happened earlier. As I was telling Mikhail, we found some type of cache in the woods, and Dwayne gave me something called Joey posted it. What is it?
Midnight milk.
Midnight milk. Do
Does
you know what that is?
Koa?
I maybe.
Ride
You
check?
can roll a heal check too.
Heal.
It's a medicine. A
Made
drug.
from nature, right? It's nature stuff.
No, it's a compound. Yeah, it makes sense you wouldn't know. I was hoping Mikhail would. DC was even different for you guys, but anyways, go ahead.
I do not know of midnight milk.
Well, it's supposed to be some type of hallucinogenic or something. That's why Dwayne was talking about nymphs. Apparently, he was frolicking with them in his
Did you
dreams.
say the word nymph? Koa kind of like sits back again. Say that line again.
What, Dwayne dreaming about nymphs?
Yes. Okay, that's what I thought you said. Go on.
Anyway, something different happened to me. I started to, 1 minute I was sitting on the moss, and the next minute I was somewhere else. Wasn't like a dream or something. I was somebody else. I was seeing from somebody else's eyes, somebody else's hand, in a time that I'm positive was the past. I was in a field. We were working, and there was someone with a whip. He noticed that I'd stopped, and he came over and raised the whip to hit me. But then all of a sudden, I was in a tavern. Had a drink, and there was some kind of meeting, some secret meeting. But they were talking about fighting, and now's the time you either fight or get out of the way.
Who was having this meeting? Do you know any of them? Did you recognize anyone?
No, they're all parent. And I was parent. I could feel my ears.
Were you
Anyway.
parent in both places, the field and the tavern?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
The same all the way through. Then someone ran out of the tavern. I think they told what was happening. Anyway, the next minute, I'm in a cell, hands above my head, and they were talking to another parent, a man, and they were asking him questions about where someone was or something, and he wasn't telling them. He told them that he'll never break, and they beat him really, really badly. And the one thing that he managed to, it was like almost like a smile through these, his bloody mouth, tooth missing. He managed to smile, and he said, something about a Venny, something about
Oh.
Venny. I think that's
I
the
don't-
person that they were looking for.
Who was whipping them? Who? Another parent?
The whipping happened ages ago. This was a different part.
Beating. Is it a parent beating another parent?
No, it was a hobgoblin.
Venny. That name sounds familiar. Do we know of
It is. Aldo, You haven't heard that name before, right? I don't
No, I
think you were
asked Dwayne
listening
if
to
it
that
meant
conversation.
anything
Hello, Raven.
to him, and he said no. But it seems like it's got your attention.
Well, yeah, that's one of the names the elder told us about. She was the one who led the Perrin rebellion against the Mull.
Okay, well then that's who the next person I seen was. Let me keep going. Save your questions for the moment.
Sure.
I was like,
It transitioned again, and my arms were sore, and we were running. There was a group of us running away, and a bright white light. Then I turned around and I could see a woman standing there. There was Mole. They were in the most exceptional armor. And then there was a group of mages. One threw a ball of fire at her, and it just seemed to dissipate around her. Yeah, and then there was another, someone cloaked, and you won't believe it, but they bent down and touched the ground, and it just withered and died and spread towards the mole, and they all just seemed to just decay, fall apart. And the thing being is that there were Perrin in the path too, but they weren't affected. They were. They got angry, and you can see it almost in Aldo's eyes as that look, and he's like, they got really angry. We got angry. We turned, and we attacked them. They hurt us, but we kept going. And then
you were still
then
Perrin and you attacked the Mole. Sorry, go ahead.
And then that was it, I think. Oh, that's right. We were so angry, and I remember I got hit with a weapon, but I pushed my thumbs into his eyes, and that's when I came to. I had my hands around the moss, and Dwayne was freaking out. Apparently he came out of whatever nymph dream he was in, and he noticed something was different and was worried. I couldn't shake that anger. I couldn't shake it for a while. Yes, Cole, you may ask questions now.
Oh, thank goodness, I had a lot of them. The people casting the spells, they were other Perrin?
No, the ones that threw the fire, they were Mole. The one that cast the spell seemed to be, I don't know, they were cloaked. I couldn't really tell. They're on the Perrin side though.
And they had this ball of fire that just hit some lady and she was fine? Who's this
Yeah,
lady?
it just, I think it was Venny.
And she was Perrin.
Yeah.
And she just had balls of fire bounce off of her?
It dissipated around her. It didn't affect her in the slightest.
That's interesting. Is that what it was supposed to do? This midnight milk stuff?
No. I don't know. I've never taken it before, but I've actually asked Dwayne to get more of it. If I can induce something similar. I don't know. There's too much information for this not to have been some type of vision.
Well,
Some type of look back in time.
that's not impossible. You got to be careful with these things. The last thing you want to add is to all of the stuff we deal with is an addiction or another.
We should all
addiction,
take this milk and
potentially.
see if we have the same experience.
It's
That reminds me, Fortitude
dangerous.
save, Aldo.
It's dangerous if it's causing hallucinations. I believe addiction is a disease.
I was going to
also.
say it's technically a disease. I just didn't want to interrupt you again. It's technically a disease.
Yeah.
You get to roll twice to get the higher of the two.
Do I need to roll again?
Why don't we say yes just in case?
What if you get immunity?
Yeah, I'll take the 18.
You should go with the second one.
No.
I don't think he gets a choice. It says you take the better roll.
Yeah. So
Not better for
Yeah.
the DM.
he says we have to be careful with that kind of thing. If it's causing hallucinations, even if it's causing legitimate visions, it can have adverse effects on your mind, on your body.
Mikhail, I was part of the rebellion. I don't think you understand. I was
I'm not in
there.
your shoes. I'm not in your shoes, so no, I don't completely understand. And it's not that I don't believe you. It's I've seen these kind of things run rampant in people.
I'm sure Aldo has had many different times in his life where he's been tripping on different drugs. I believe that this one was different. I mean that in the nicest way, Aldo.
No, Aldo nods at you. He's like, "Thank you, Koa."
It's not that I don't believe you. I do believe you, but
How would he know Venny? How would he know these things?
that doesn't mean the substance isn't dangerous. That's all I want to impress.
You
That's
do
true.
remember something was said. You're supposed to... The fact that you didn't know about your purpose, that was a surprise to the Elder when you met them for the first time. It was almost
Which
like
one of us is thinking this?
it was expected that you would
He
know
was
this. So certainly wouldn't
expecting-
be Aldo. But
He was
either of you.
expecting that we got visions or of some kind to tell us our purpose, and none of us had.
Yeah, which was a surprise, and you didn't
Yeah.
know why. And it was something you actually at one point in time wanted to investigate, but ended up getting caught up with literally months of other stuff.
Yeah. That's kind of what, Mikhail's kind of been thinking about. So he'll say, the Elder did mention visions. Koa. He was surprised that neither you or I had any idea what our purpose was supposed to be. And he was the one who told us about Venny.
Yes, but
Wait,
Aldo
you-
didn't hear
you've-
that.
You've heard Venny before.
Yes,
Heard the name, yeah.
Sounded familiar. Yes, the Elder had said that she was important to the Perrin rebellion against the mole and some other minor details, but there wasn't a lot there at the time. Nothing like what you've described.
But not only that, what about the description? The person that got down, touched the ground, and decay spread? We just seen that days ago.
I think you should transcribe your experience, and we should, next time we see the Elder, describe it to him and see if it brings anything to him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he was there for some of this.
And I can try to find some kind of references in the encyclopedias. I'd be really surprised if none of this is touched on.
You think that the encyclopedias, the Mole Encyclopedia, would know that Perrin Rebellion and all that would be? Wouldn't they have been written before this?
Yes, but with what we've learned about Telvannius, that he was in a lot of ways a co-conspirator for this rebellion.
But those books are widespread before the rebellion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. But there may be references to some of these figures or some of these abilities, right? They may not have been only happening at those times. And generally, if they were using some kind of magic, I mean, they had to have learned it somewhere.
It's a good question, though. Why are we the ones that are chosen for this? None of us are Perrin. We've not had any of the visions. So until I guess now. But how in
Yeah.
the hell did we end up being the ones that got involved in all this? Is it just coincidence, and we just happened to get further than anyone else? It doesn't make a lot of sense. I can see and hear the Elder. Now Aldo can see and hear the Elder. You can only still just hear him, but
Yeah.
why?
I don't
I
know.
said all this at the first game, and even though I had that experience, I still don't necessarily. Well, I don't believe that we're chosen for this or we have some purpose. It's just something's wrong with the deer. It's whether it's the curse of the land itself is it's affecting people.
Well,
If there are more, good.
if we're not chosen, then how do we see and hear something that normal people shouldn't be able to, and especially not Perrin? The Elder, I think, expected us to be Perrin, or at least descendants of Perrin. And your experience, instead of having a sexual encounter with a nymph, you were in a battlefield and a conspirator meeting and all kinds of places. It doesn't make sense. If anything, again, no offense, Aldo, but I feel like your brain would be the one to take you to the nymph trees, not to a field and a battlefield. And it feels like
Yeah.
more than just coincidence at this point, right?
I think it is. I think in whatever capacity you want to say it, we are chosen. Doesn't necessarily mean our actions are being
But chosen by who? Chosen by the Elder,
Controlled.
by the gods, by the curse, by who
There are
or what
so-
makes these choices?
there's so many things especially in these lands that are buried, that are just lost and unknown. I can't begin to answer that question. Could be a god. It could just be something strong enough that maybe we would mistake it for one. We don't know.
That ghost thing could just be manipulating us anyway. Like I said to you before, if you want somebody to do what you want them to do, tell them they're chosen, tell them they're special, make them feel, like it's only on them. They're the only ones that can help.
What other
Yeah.
explanation is there to what we've seen and experienced and survived?
Well, the land is cursed. That
Yes.
could be the explanation in and of itself.
Well, if we're not breaking the curse, what, you think he's manipulating us and tricking us into making it worse?
Maybe he's trapped here, and maybe the curse is to seal him in. I don't know.
And we don't know if that's a good or bad thing.
Yeah.
But we know things are bad now.
I suppose, but it's a hell of a coincidence that the deer doesn't have an overall ruling government, and this curse apparently keeps anyone from being able to take too much power, and then those who do, like Beltran and his family, do seem to be slipping into madness and evil. A lot of the things add up and make sense. For it all to be one grand manipulation, it sure is a hell of a good one.
Well, when you've got, like you said, 700 years to rehearse.
Do you think he was
Well, you're
just
pretty good
faking
at
it the
it.
first time we saw him? How out of sorts and confused and barely able to speak and exist he was?
If he is imprisoned here and it is for the wrong reasons, then yeah, I do think that. I just don't know how we figure that out.
And keep in mind, you can use the truth to manipulate people.
Sure, I'm
You
not
can.
saying we don't be skeptical, but I don't think we
Mhm.
immediately jump to that's what's happening.
No,
We
it's a
can
mystery.
investigate it
We'll-
and be as prepared as possible for that, but what's the more obvious explanation? Which one seems more likely, you know?
yeah,
Not
I
even
think we
necessarily
just have
saying
to
that
stay on
we're
our toes.
chosen and god kings or something, but even if we're just people, we've seen and experienced and lived through things that a party of 24 men failed to survive.
Most of that's on you, Koa. I've never seen anyone fight like you did.
Yeah. But it's true, we have come further for a reason, whether that's due to being chosen or just being the right chosen. We are making a difference. I think we'll continue to unravel the mystery, but I think maybe Aldo's point is to not just accept things at face value. Is that about right?
Yeah. I've had a funny feeling about the ghost from the start, and whether he's withholding something or he genuinely cannot remember. There's definitely more to be told.
I agree, and as I said on the ride over back from the woods, he could be the most benevolent and caring person to have ever existed, and perhaps he is here simply to assist us on our quest to break this curse and help free Adir. Or perhaps one of these keeps unlocks a horrible memory in him where he finds out that he's evil and terrible and he becomes our enemy. It's hard to really know for sure. That's why we prepare, but...
Well, I'm not actually a parent, and I don't really want to be hit by that decay. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
Guess we better be on our toes.
I mean, the more we do this, the more we learn. It just keeps opening up new insights.
When I was in Hod Gwyn after the slavers, I had some crazy wild dreams. They're not on the same par as Aldo's here, but perhaps the healers there, perhaps you, Mikhail, will recall whatever they did to get those dreams in or out of me. Perhaps they could help Aldo delve further into what he just experienced.
No, thank you.
Yeah, he's pretty averse to the hospital in general, but also...
Well, even if it's not the hospital, maybe you could figure it out, and maybe he'll trust you.
I guess I could, potentially. I was working with the head of the place. Still never quite worked that spell out. I can ask more questions about it, maybe see if I can figure out their methodology. The thing is, when those devices filter out bad dreams, I think they also catch other bits of information attached to those dreams and thoughts that go through.
What does that mean?
I think it's how they can know more about people than you've told them. Parts of you that come out in your dreams, they can sift through.
And they do this for their own information, or are they supposed to share that?
I don't know. Information is always a good resource, though.
Well, right now, some of the information we carry is a very dangerous thing to be shared unwittingly.
Right.
Oh, Scott's crying.
My nose is cold.
Well, I did ask Dwayne to get more of that stuff. You know.
You want to do this
See how
again?
we go. I don't know. Maybe you were right with what you said about maybe we should all do it. I don't know.
We don't know anything about this stuff. We don't know if it's dangerous. I don't disagree that it's a possibility. I said that without thinking. Maybe, but...
I mean, we can find out about it. I can find out about it. I can probably... I don't know where all it's legal here.
Gemsmith, do you know anything about midnight milk? Any chance you can hook us up?
How have you summoned me?
I think I'm also having a hallucination. It's worth investigating and trying to at least figure it out, but it's also scary. We don't really know. Putting ourselves in such a position, what if we don't come back? What if you stay in the memories of the past?
I think that would probably only happen if it killed you. It shouldn't. I mean, I guess if we find out suddenly you have a weird allergy or something, but I don't think I've ever heard of that happening. Listen, I can check with some people back home. Maybe ask about it. I don't know how long it'll take him to get a message back to me, but I need to ask some questions from my university anyway.
If they
So
know
if
some
you-
of the things that are going on here, are they going to meddle in it? Would they help us? Would they get in the way? Would they stop us?
Meddling would be an issue. It's tough, given Paradel's relationship with the deer. I mean, it's why this kind of thing is valuable. But keep in mind, whatever I discover, the point of me coming here was to get this information. There's a whole thesis I'd be writing about these curses. It is going to go back to them. I don't really talk about that a whole lot because, I mean, you've seen some of the receptions that I've gotten just mentioning where I'm from or showing any of that. I'm not even doesn't matter. I don't know what they'll do with it, but probably nothing immediately.
Just, we find ourselves in an interesting predicament where the Elder has been nothing but helpful so far, but again, we don't know why he's there, what memories he might unlock, or what he might become the more of him he becomes. He's obviously powerful, or at least was. Aldo's magic he experienced. I mean, the Elder cleared the way with, what, we'll assume 3/7 of his potential? Imagine what he would
Sure
do
did.
fully restored. And if that's for the good of us, great. But if it is for the detriment of us, I mean, no offense, Mikhail, but I don't think your magic is quite on that scale, and Aldo and I would be nothing but destroyed.
It's not even on the scale of what he's already shown, no. The only thing now is that he seems to only be able to do it once.
But we have no other ally who can help us in this. I mean, who knows about these things from 700 years ago? No one has lived to tell about these curses except for him, and living is a strong way to put it.
Yeah, he's pretty much it. We just keep in mind the possibility that we might learn enough about him to realize it may not be the best thing to empower him. And if we get to that point, we don't try to justify our way around it. We have to really engage with that.
I think the best starting point, apart from the keeps, right, is these encyclopedias and what else they contain. Maybe we get some information out of there that can help us. And like I said, Mikhail, maybe we can somehow convince Curve into letting you translate these.
What was his demeanor?
right.
Was he happy to see you? Was he his same grumpy self?
He was not happy when I don't know if I woke him up or not, but I just kind of gave it to him straight for the most part, and he seems to be genuinely interested in these messages, if a little skeptical, but definitely wants to know more.
Mikhail,
Did you tell
gets
him
up and
about,
shuts the tome.
Are you telling him about the history of that keep and the Muhabani?
I did not. I
Muharib?
told him about
That's the
the
word.
encyclopedias.
I find it interesting you're more willing to share that than just simply the history of this keep. Encyclopedias seem like they'd be more potentially dangerous for him to know because we don't even know what they contain.
That's
If he
true,
knows-
but we discussed it before, and if he does know that seems to be maybe their ancestral home or whatnot, he might start making more plays to maybe try and take it back and cost more lives. I think that's what we ended up on. That's why we ended up with the...
Yeah.
To be
The
fair,
other
I
one.
think when we discussed that I might not still remember this conversation tomorrow, if I'm being honest. But
Yeah.
Well, I've told you both now, so we can all go to bed, I suppose.
Yeah, we gotta go see that bastard in the morning. And I bet his definition of morning is something unholy.
Do you think Gwen or Ashanti may know of this milk?
Sure they would.
Maybe.
Given the professions.
If we don't want to go sullying our reputations around here, asking about potential terrible drugs. Perhaps we save it for more private conversations, people we do know.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, we'll see what we can find out. Look, we're gonna stay in town for a while, right? We don't have to hit the road like in 3 or 4 days or something crazy.
I
No,
would
well,
rather
we're
stay
hoping we
than-
can stay a lot longer if you're translating.
Yeah.
Well, we could, or we could get back to Hod Gwen where Elliot could assist. And
Koa, we're going to try and get Mikhail to translate with Kervrock his encyclopedias. He has the whole set.
Yeah. At the very least, begin to show that we have insight he doesn't. Then maybe later we can send Elliot to access the rest of the set. It'd be something he'd love to do, I'm sure.
Beyonce's in Hod Gwen, but yes, sure, we can stay here and read books.
Look, if you want to go to Hod Gwen, you've got a horse and supplies. Enjoy the rations and the saddle rash and the sore feet.
All of
the way
that sounds a
there.
lot better than everything I just experienced.
Okay. Well,
But
I'm gonna go lay in my bed.
me too, and I wish you all the best of dreams. If you don't have pleasant ones, tell me about it in the morning.
Oh, and you wanted to do something about that bridge, which neither of us
What
really
bridge?
wants to touch.
Oh, the bridge. Oh, yes, we should talk. Fine, I will talk to some of the counselors before I figure out if I'm staying or going.
Good luck.
All of it.
Koa, now listen to me.
In
Yeah.
3 to 5 business days.
Yeah, they will listen to you between very slow, raspy breaths.
One or both of you are coming with me.
I know I'm going to bed, and I will be working on translations. So, ta-ta.
Aldo, I
Look
got
at
you
that.
fresh
Meeting-
water.
I've got the meeting with Kervrock.
Well, we're staying here for a while, right? We'll have time.
He's already
on the
going
back
to his
and,
room.
like,
We'll have to
Before
see.
you get a chance to even respond, he's going up the stairs.
Aldo will finish off his drink and we take the bottle and head upstairs.
The good news is Koa is going to have time to visit those council meetings we were talking about while Wade was offline.
Great.
To argue for the bridge repair. Because the bad news is poor Mikhail has come down with a case of pneumonia
Are you kidding me?
and is going to have to fight against disease in his lung. We can worry about surviving those checks next session. But
What the hell was the DC
There's
for
a
that?
30% chance Scott remembers this next session, Keegan. You're fine.
it was a DC 15 for pneumonia.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry.
No,
addiction
it's cool. Just
passes.
fuck over all of my downtime again.
No, you can read when you're sick.
You have fucking pneumonia?
Yeah, you can read.
Okay.
You're awake for at least 8 hours a day.
Coughing my goddamn ass off.
I didn't
Yeah.
say it's pleasant.
Hey, if I can put some body balm on Gemsmith, I can do it for you too.
Hey, there you go. Rough me down, baby. Anyways, so Koa's gonna have some time to catch up. So I guess we can call this bit of downtime, I don't know, the flu or something like that, or getting down with the sickness. You know, whatever the case
Are we
may
like
be.
level 17, Scott? Because we just killed 3,000 tree monsters.
No, the little guys don't count
Right.
this one. So you but the good news is coming out of your downtime, as you come out of it, your characters will have leveled finally to level 3.
What about going into the downtime?
Yeah, give me the level now so my save goes up. Stop messing with us. I want the hit points, I want the save, I want my spells.
Wait,
I had to do all this a spell down.
What
by
the fuck are we
way.
doing during our downtime to level up? I think we just did all the work.
I need to make a case here for me to get a hero point as well. For giving up that item and 6,000, gold, Aldo giving that up, that's pretty heroic, I think.
wait, you
Just
mean
saying.
What
You
did
mean-
I miss? What?
Wait, what? You get a hero point because the party. You know what? You are correct,
'Cause
Aldo.
he chose not to
all
cheat
get a
me out of an
hero
item.
point, Aldo.
An extra hero point?
no,
Nice.
not just
Thank
one
you.
level.
Hero
Oh, I'll
point,
take
you
it.
leveled up.
Sweet. Thank you.
Oh, we get a hero point before we get to level up. Thank you, Scott.
No.
Fantastic. Oh yeah, and Koa should get one for pulling me out of certain death. That's worth the hero point. It's very heroic.
Bye, everybody.
Didn't
Thank you
one
so
of
much
us
for
roll,
coming by
like,
and hanging out.
And I went through this whole dungeon minus one of my level 1 spells that I was supposed to have.
I don't think I rolled
because he
lower
made
than a
me
19.
roll for it, even though it's on my goddamn list.
I don't think I rolled lower than a 19 on like 10 checks to intimidate wood.
It is not on your list. It is on an
is.
expanded version of your list.
It is
Is it
on
in
the
the
Bard
PhD?
spell list.
Is
If
it on-
you
is it a
Google it, it is
PhD?
on the Bard
Yeah,
spell
yeah,
list.
yeah. When you go to the website that shows every book combined into one, then yes, it is. Yeah,
It's first party. It's
Yeah,
first party.
yeah, yeah.
Made me roll at full DC. I just want justice.
Justice will be served when there's a PC head on a platter. No, so
There is Kyle.
Keegan, anything exciting coming up on your channel?
And Graph.
Yeah. The over on twitch.tv/unnatural or /unnatural_1s. I'm tired now. Yeah. We're on like the last leg of the campaign. Woo! The PC that died is no longer dead, mostly. So that's cool.
Mostly. That sounds like a Scott answer.
Yeah, mostly. She's like alive, but she has to drink blood. But she's not a vampire.
1/3
so don't
of
call
her
that.
soul was left in another plane, and you must go on another
Okay.
fetch quest to complete.
Listen,
Not
to be
quite
fair,
dead yet.
I wasn't the one who chose to beseech an evil deity whose domain is secrets and lost lore to actually bring her back. That wasn't me. You could ask Giselle
But
what
you
I told her.
presented that
the
option,
res
probably,
quest.
right?
No, I was surprised by it actually. They surprised me with it. You could ask Giselle what I told her my idea for her resurrection
So
was.
did they
It
stick
was
the
totally
artifact
different.
of Vecna's tongue inside of her mouth to make her live but eat blood?
No.
Okay.
But you can go over there, find out, you can ask questions. They're around.
She's not
But,
a vampire. She just
It's a
drinks
natural
not a
blood,
vampire.
level up
avoids
fast.
sunlight, doesn't
We've
shower
leveled up
anymore.
once in 200
She doesn't have to avoid
hours.
sunlight. She just has nightmares or she sleeps. So, but she's fine. All right. Listen, it's going well. All right. They figured out that she can drink the blood of like fish. Nobody cares about fish.
After how
Yeah.
many orphanages did they realize
And
maybe we should try
We
animals?
stand Ariel in this household, and she loved fish.
But yeah, no, we're they're on the road towards the kind of like final dungeon run and whatnot. And the last thing that happened was they tried to sneak into someone's room to steal something, and absolutely clown showed the shit. So we're starting next session with maybe I might have to stab Dave. We'll see.
Dave's his roommate. Just randomly gonna stab his roommate.
Well, I might have to stab his character. You know.
Oh,
Admitting
okay.
it on camera is wild.
Yep.
Yeah, it would be pretty crazy. Depends how many views we get.
All right. So if the views come in, you
For
stab
50
Dave.
gift subs, he will stab
real
Dave
streamers
right now.
We're real streamers now. That's the lifeblood.
We're just
We're back to
joshing
2012
Dad to get
YouTube, where you
Bezos.
could do anything for money on camera.
Anything? No,
Anything.
we're kidding. In Minecraft, you know.
We're kidding in
Ah.
Minecraft. We're serious in real life. All right.
Yeah.
Wade, have you been distractible lately?
No, we didn't actually get to record this week, so I'm glad we're a little ahead because we had a double cancellation. Kind of fucked with my plans because I'm leaving town in like 10 hours.
Anywhere exciting?
Minnesota.
Oh,
Molly's dad is retiring, so we're going up to spend some time with her family.
that's exciting.
For him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to a retirement party, man. Be like some good food and a bunch of old people. It's gonna be terrible. No, it's gonna be fun.
Well, if the food's good, it's gonna be
In-laws
soft,
and old people. It's gonna
soft
kill me.
food.
No, it should be a good time.
But that is nice though.
Excited to see my nieces. They're growing up fast. evil little shits like kids are.
Argument here. Cool. Well, thank you everybody for coming by and hanging out. We
Jake never gets an outro. I love it.
Jake doesn't
Right?
want an outro. Jake,
You can at least
an
say
outro.
bye.
Jake, you can say
You
you
know-
can say an outro.
Okay. You know what? I'm just going to quickly highlight this comment. Depending on the type of pneumonia, Mikhail could accidentally give it to Gervrock. Just saying.
You mean it could be contagious pneumonia?
Who knows?
Oh, I'm gonna be coughing up a
We're
storm.
gonna find out that Curve Rock's will leaves everything to Beltran.
Good. That's what forgeries are for, buddy. It's-
But so
as soon as he gets a sniffle, I'm breaking in and changing his will. Like the instant.
Don't tell
The
Koa,
instant.
please.
No, I'll only tell you much later. You know, when we're old and can laugh about it.
Our entire empire is built on a murder and a lie.
Yes, but at least it was a guy we all hated.
Oh, we do like hating people. That is fun.
Oh, you old so and so.
Oh, is Jay still doing charity? He was doing a charity stream the other day. I hope it
It
is
is
still St. Jude.
St. Jude's Raid-a-thon 6 out of 10.
Yo, that's dope. Okay, hell yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Let's go help.
Somebody redeem Beans with Luck, is that for everybody?